Section 3, Organic Matter. 1. Vitality 1. Vitality in general. 357. Organization, an organized world, organized nature, living nature, animated nature, living beings, organic remains, fossils, protoplasm, cytoplasm, protein, albumin, structure, and C329, organization, organism, biology, natural history, organic chemistry, anatomy, physiology, zoology, and C368. Botany, microbiology, virology, bacteriology, mycology, and C369. Naturalist. Archegenesis and C. Production. 161. Antherozide, bioplasm, biotaxy, chromosome, dismeromorph, ecology, ocology, erythroblast, gametangium, gamete, germinal matter, invagination, isogamy, oogamy, karyester, macrogamete, microgamete, metabolism, anabolism, catabolism, metaplasm, ontogeny, ovary, ovum, oxidation, phylogeny, polymorphism, protozoa, spermary, spermatozoan, trophoplasm, vacuole, vertebration, zooglia, zygote. Darwinism, neo-Darwinism, Lamarckism, neo-Lamarckism, Weismannism, morphology, taxonomy, organic, organized, karyoplasmic, unsegmentic, vacuolar, zoogloic, zoogloid. 358. Inorganization, mineral world, mineral kingdom, unorganized matter, inorganic matter, brute matter, inanimate matter, mineralogy, geology, geocognosy, geoscopy, metallurgy, metallography, lithology, orictology, orictography, v. Turn to dust, mineralize, fossilize, inorganic, inanimate, inorganized, lithatal, azoic, mineral. 359. Life, life, vitality, viability, animation, vital spark, vital flame, soul, spirit, respiration, wind, breath of life, breath of one's nostrils, oxygen, air, respirator, artificial respirator, heart and lung machine, iron lung, medical devices, and C662, lifeblood, archeus, existence, and C1. Vivification, vital force, vitalization, revivification, and C163, Prometheus, life to come, and C, destiny. 152, physiology, biology, animal ecology, nourishment, staff of life, and C, food. 298, genetics, heredity, inheritance, evolution, natural selection, reproduction, production. 161. Microbe, aerobe, anaerobe, facultative anaerobe, obligate anaerobe, halophile, methanogen, archaebacteria, microaerophile, animal, and C366. Vegetable, and C367. Artificial life, robot, robotics, artificial intelligence. Breathing, breathing rate, heartbeat, pulse, temperature. Preservation of life, healing, medicine. 662 v. Be alive, and C, edge. Live, breathe, respire. Subsist, and C, exist. 1. Walk the earth, strut and fret one's hour upon the stage, be spared. See the light, be born, come into the world, fetch breath, draw breath, fetch the breath of life, draw the breath of life. Quicken, revive, come to life. Give birth to, and C, produce. 161. Bring to life, put into life, vitalize, vivify, vivificate, reanimate, and C, restore. 660. Keep alive, keep body and soul together, keep the wolf from the door, support life. Hive 9 lives like a cat. Living, alive, in life, in the flesh, in the land of the living, on this side of the grave, above ground, breathing, quick, animated, animative, lively, and C, active. 682. All alive and kicking, tenacious of life, full of life, yeasty, vital, vitalic, vivifying, vivified, and CV, viable, zodic, Promethean, adv. Vivendi causa, phr. Atqui viver militaire est, non est viver sed valor vita. 360. Death, death, decease, demise, dissolution, departure, obit, release, rest, quietus, fall, loss, bereavement, mortality, morbidity, end of life, and C67, cessation of life, and C142, loss of life, extinction of life, ebb of life, and C359. Death warrant, death watch, death rattle, deathbed, stroke of death, agonies of death, shades of death, valley of death, jaws of death, hand of death, last breath, last gasp, last agonies, dying day, dying breath, dying agonies, chant du signi, rigor mortis, Stygian shore, king of terrors, king death, death, doom, and C, necessity. 601, hell's grim tyrant. Euthanasia, breakup of the system, natural death, natural decay, sudden death, violent death, untimely end, watery grave, dead of nature, suffocation, asphyxia, fatal disease, and C, disease. 655. Death blow, and C, killing. 361. Necrology, bills of mortality, obituary, death song, and C, lamentation, 839. V. Die, expire, perish, meet one's death, meet one's end, pass away, be taken, yield one's breath, resign one's breath, resign one's being, resign one's life, end one's days, end one's life, end one's earthly career, breathe one's last, cease to live, cease to breathe, depart this life, be no more in siege. Go off, drop off, pop off, lose one's life, lay down one's life, relinquish one's life, surrender one's life, drop into the grave, sink into the grave, close one's eyes, fall dead, drop dead, fall down dead, drop down dead, break one's neck, give up the ghost, yield up the ghost, be all over with one. Pay the debt to nature, shuffle off this mortal coil, take one's last sleep, go the way of all flesh, hand in one's checks, pass in one's checks, hand in one's chips, pass in one's chips, join the greater number, join the majority, come to dust, turn to dust. Cross the Stygian ferry, cross the bar, go to one's long account, go to one's last home, go to Davy Jones's locker, go to the wall, receive one's death warrant, make one's will, step out, die a natural death, go out like the snuff of a candle. Come to an untimely end. Catch one's death, go off the hooks, kick the bucket, buy the farm, hop the twig, turn up one's toes, die a violent death and see, be killed. 361. Dead, lifeless, deceased, demised, departed, defunct, extinct, late, gone, no more, exanimate, inanimate, out of the world, taken off, released, departed this life and CV. Dead and gone, dead as a doornail, dead as a doorpost, dead as a mutton, dead as a herring, dead as nits, launched into eternity, gone to one's eternal reward, gone to meet one's maker, pushing up daisies, gathered to one's fathers, numbered with the dead. Dying and CV. Moribund, morient, Hippocratic, in articulo in extremis, in the jaws of death, in the agony of death, going off, oxybois, one's last legs on one's deathbed, at the point of death, at death's door, at the last gasp, near one's end, given over, booked, with one foot in the grave, tottering on the brink of the grave, stillborn, mortuary, deadly and see, killing. 361. Adv. Post obit, post mortem, phr. Life ebbs, life fails, life hangs by a thread. One's days are numbered, one's hour is come, one's race is run, one's doom is sealed, death knocks at the door, death stares one in the face. The breath is out of the body, the grave closes over one. Sic iter ad astra, de mortuis nil nisi bonum, dulce et decorum est pro patria mori, honesta mors turpi vita potier, in adamantine chains shall death be bound, mors ultima linea rerum est, aminia mors equet, spake the grisly terror. The lone couch of this everlasting sleep, nothing is certain but death and taxes. 361. Killing and CV homicide, manslaughter, murder, assassination, trucidation, accusation, effusion of blood, bloodshed, gore, slaughter, carnage, butchery, badu. Massacre, fusillade, noyade, thuggery, thuggism. Death blow, finishing stroke, coup de grace, quietus, execution and capital punishment. 972. Judicial murder, martyrdom. Butcher, slayer, murderer, Cain, assassin, terrorist, cutthroat, garroter, bravo, thug, moloch, matador, sabror, getapens, gallows, executioner and punishment. 975. Maneater, Apache, hatchetman, highbinder, regicide, parricide, matricide, fratricide, infanticide, feticide, uxoricide, vaticide. Suicide, philodicee, harakiri, sati, juggernath, immolation, auto-da-fé, holocaust. Suffocation, strangulation, garrote, hanging and CV, lapidation. Deadly weapon and arms. 727, asildama. Slaughtering, phthisozoics, sports, sporting, the chase, venery, hunting, coursing, shooting, fishing, pig sticking, sportsman, huntsman, fisherman, hunter, Nimrod, slaughterhouse, meat packing plant, shambles, abattoir, fatal accident, violent death, casualty. V. Kill, put to death, slay, shed blood, murder, assassinate, butcher, slaughter, victimize, immolate, massacre, take away life, deprive of life, make away with, put an end to, dispatch, burk, settle, do for, strangle, garrote, hang, throttle, choke, stifle, suffocate, stop the breath, smother, asphyxiate, drown, saber, cut down, cut to pieces, cut the throat, jugulate, stab, run through the body, bayonet, eviscerate, put to the sword, put to the edge of the sword. Shoot dead, blow one's brains out. Brain, knock on the headstone, lapidate, give a death blow, deal a death blow, give a quietus, give a coup de grace. Behead, bowstring, electrocute, gas and execute. 972. Hunt, shoot and cut off, nip in the bud, launch into eternity, send to one's last account, sign one's death warrant, strike the death knell of. Give no quarter, pour out blood like water, decimate. Run amuck, wade knee-deep in blood, imbrue one's hands in blood. Die a violent death, welter in one's blood, dash out one's brains, blow out one's brains, commit suicide, kill oneself, make away with oneself, put an end to oneself, put an end to it all. Killing and CV, murderous, slaughterous, sanguinary, sanguinolent, blood-stained, bloodthirsty, homicidal, red-handed, bloody, bloody-minded, ensanguined, gory, thuggish. Mortal, fatal, lethal, dead, deadly, mortiferous, lithiferous, unhealthy, and C657, internecine, suicidal, sporting, piscatorial, piscatory adv, in at the death, PHR. Assassination has never changed the history of the world. 362. Corpse, corpse, corse, carcass, cadaver, bones, skeleton, dry bones, defunct, relics, reliquae, remains, mortal remains, dust, ashes, earth, clay, mummy, carrion, food for worms, food for fishes, tenement of clay, this mortal coil, shade, ghost, mones, organic remains, fossils. Cadaverous, corpse-like, unburied, and C. 363. Sapromeophilus. 363. Interment, interment, burial, sepulture, inhumation, obsequies, exequies, funeral, wake, pyre, funeral pile, cremation, funeral, funeral rite, funeral solemnity, kneel, passing bell tolling, dirge and sea lamentation, 839. Cypress, orbit, dead march, muffled drum, mortuary, undertaker, mute elegy, funeral, funeral oration, funeral sermon, epitaph, grave clothes, shroud, winding sheet, cerecloth, cerement. Coffin, shell, sarcophagus, urn, pall, bier, hearse, catafalque, cinerary urn. Grave, pit, sepulchre, tomb, vault, crypt, catacomb, mausoleum, Golgotha, house of death, narrow house. Cemetery, necropolis, burial place, burial ground, graveyard, churchyard, God's acre. Tope, cromlech, barrow, tumulus, cairn, ossuary, bone house, charnel house, dead house, morgue, lick gate, burning gat, crematorium, crematory, dogma, mastaba, potter's field, stupa, tower of silence. Sexton, gravedigger. Monument, cenotaph, shrine, gravestone, headstone, tombstone, memento mori, hatchment, stone, obelisk, pyramid, exhumation, disinterment, necropsy, autopsy, post-mortem examination, zoothapsis, v. Inter, bury, lay in the grave, consign to the grave, lay in the tomb, inhume, lay out, perform a funeral, embalm, mummify, toll the knell, put to bed with a shovel, inurn. Exhume, disinter, unearth. Buried in CV. Burial, funereal, funebrial, mortuary, sepulchral, cinerary, elegiac, necroscopic, adv, in memoriam, post-obit, post-mortem, beneath the sod, phr. Hic jacet, siaget, rip, requiescat in pace, the lone couch of his everlasting sleep, without a grave unknelled, uncoffined, and unknown in the dark union of insensate dust, the deep cold shadow of the tomb. 2. Special vitality. 364. Animality, animal life. Animation, animality, animalization, animalness, corporeal nature, human system, breath, flesh, flesh and blood, physique, strength, and C159. Fleshly, human, corporeal. 365. Vegetability and vegetable life, vegetation, vegetability, vegetality, v. Vegetate, grow roots, put down roots, rank, lush, vegetable, vegetal, vegetative. 366. Animal, animal kingdom, fauna, brute creation, beast, brute, creature, critter, white, created being, creeping thing, living thing, dumb animal, dumb creature, zoophyte, mammal, bird, reptile, amphibian, fish, crustacean, shellfish, mollusk, worm, insect, arthropod, microbe, animalcule, and C193, alligator, crocodile, saurian, dinosaur, extinct, snake, serpent, viper, eft, asp, aspic, frog, toad. Trout, bass, tuna, muskellunge, sailfish, sardine, mackerel, ant, mosquito, bee, honeybee, tardigrade, spider, biped, quadruped, web-footed animal, webfoot. Flocks and herds, livestock, domestic animals, wild animals, game, fairy naturi, beasts of the field, fowls of the air, denizens of the sea, black game, black grouse, blackcock, duck, grouse, plover, rail, snipe. Horse and sea, beast of burden, 271. Cattle, kine, ox, bull, bullock, cow, milch cow, calf, heifer, shorthorn sheep. Lamb, lambkin, ewe, ram, tup, pig, swine, boar, hog, sow, steer, stot. Tag, teg, bison, buffalo, yak, zebu, dog, cat. Dog, hound, pup, puppy, whelp, cur, mongrel, house dog, watch dog, sheepdog, shepherd's dog, sporting dog, fancy dog, lapdog, toy dog, bulldog, badger dog. Mastiff. Bloodhound, greyhound, staghound, deerhound, foxhound, otterhound, harrier, beagle, spaniel, pointer, setter, retriever, Newfoundland, water dog, water spaniel, pug, poodle, turnspit, terrier, fox terrier, skye terrier, dandy dinmont, collie, feline, puss, pussy, grimalkin, gibcat, tomcat. Fox, reynard, vixen, stag, deer, hart, buck, doe, roe, caribou, coyote, elk, moose, musk ox, sambar. Bird, poultry, fowl, cock, hen, chicken, chanticleer, partlet, rooster, dunghill cock, barn door fowl, feathered tribes, feathered songster, singing bird, dicky bird, canary, warbler, finch, aberdevine, cushat, cygnet, ringdove, siskin, swan, wood pigeon, vermin, varmint, pest. Animal, zoological, equine, bovine, vaccine, canine, feline, fishy, piscatory, piscatorial, molluscous, vermicular, gallinaceous, rasorial, solidungulate, solipt. 367. Vegetable and vegetable, vegetable kingdom, flora, verdure, plant, tree, shrub, bush, creeper, herb, herbage, grass, annual, perennial, biennial, triennial, exotic, timber, forest, wood, woodlands, timberland, hearst, frith, holt, weald, park, chase, greenwood, brake, grove, copse, coppice, bocage, tope, clump of trees, thicket, spinnet, spinney, underwood, brushwood, scrub, boskage, bosque, sedge, chaparral, mott, arboretum, and C. 371. Bush, jungle, prairie, heath, heather, fern, bracken, furze, gorse, whin, grass, turf, pasture, pasturate, turbary, sedge, rush, weed, fungus, mushroom, toadstool, lichen, moss, conferva, mold growth, alfalfa, ulfilaria, banyan, blow, blowth, floret, petiole, pin grass, timothy, yam, yew, zinnia, foliage, branch, bough, ramage, stem, tigella, spray, and C51, leaf, flower, blossom, bine, flowering plant, timber tree, fruit tree, pulse, legume. Vegetable, vegetal, vegetative, vegetus, herbaceous, herbal, botanic, sylvan, sylvan, arborary, arboreous, arborescent, arborical, woody, grassy, verdant, verdurous, floral, mossy, lignous, ligneous, wooden, leguminous, bosky, cespitose, turf-like, turfy, endogenous, exogenous, phr. Green-robed senators of mighty woods, this is the forest primeval. 368. Zoology and zoology, zoonomy, zoography, zootomy, anatomy, comparative anatomy, animal physiology, comparative physiology, morphology, mammalogy, anthropology, ornithology, ichthyology, herpetology, ophiology, malacology, helminthology, entomology, oryctology, paleontology, mastology, vermiology, ornithotomy, ichthyotomy, and C. taxidermy, zoologist and C. edge. Zoological and CN. 369. Botany and botany, physiological botany, structural botany, systematic botany, phytography, phytology, phytotomy, vegetable physiology, herborization, dendrology, mycology, fungology, algology, flora, ramona, botanic garden and sea garden. 371. Hortisicus, herbarium, herbal botanist and C. Herbist, herbarist, herbalist, herborist, herbarian v. Botanize, herborize, botanical and CN, botanic. 370. Husbandry and husbandry, taming and CV. Circuration, zoohygienics, domestication, domesticity, mange, veterinary art, farriery, breeding, pisciculture, menagerie, vivarium, zoological garden, bear pit, aviary, apiary, alveary, beehive, hive, aquarium, fishery, duck pond, fish pond, Thesaurus and C. killing. 361. Euthanasia, sacrifice, humane destruction. Neathered, cowherd, shepherd, grazier, drover, cowkeeper, trainer, breeder, apiarian, apiarist, bullwhacker, cowboy, cowpuncher, farrier, horse leech, horse doctor, vaquero, veterinarian, vet, veterinary surgeon, cage and sea prison. 752, hencoop, bird cage, cough, range, sheepfold and sea enclosure. 232 v. Tame, domesticate, acclimatize, breed, tend, break in, train, cage, bridle and sea, restrain. 751. Pastoral, bucolic, tame, domestic. 371. Agriculture and agriculture, cultivation, husbandry, farming, georgics, geoponics, tillage, agronomy, gardening, spade husbandry, vintage, horticulture, arboriculture, floriculture, landscape gardening, viticulture, husbandman, horticulturist, gardener, florist, agriculture, agriculturist, yeoman, farmer, cultivator, tiller of the soil, woodcutter, backwoodsman, granger, habitat, vigneron, viticulturist, triptolmus. Field, meadow, garden, botanic garden, winter garden, ornamental garden, flower garden, kitchen garden, market garden, hop garden, nursery, greenhouse, hothouse, conservatory, bed, border, seed plot, grass plot, lawn, park and sea, pleasure ground. 840. Parterre, shrubbery, plantation, avenue, arboretum, pinery, pinetum, orchard, vineyard, vinery, orangery, farm and sea, abode. 189. V. Cultivate, till the soil, farm, garden, sow, plant, reap, mow, cut, manure, dress the ground, dig, delve, dibble, hoe, plow, harrow, rake, weed, lop and top, backset, edge, agricultural, agrarian, agrestic. Arable, predial, rural, rustic, country, horticultural. 372. Mankind and man, mankind, human race, human species, humankind, human nature, humanity, mortality, flesh, generation, anthropology, anthropogeny, anthropography, anthroposophy, ethnology, ethnography, humanitarian, human being, person, personage, individual, creature, fellow creature, mortal, body, somebody, one, such a one, someone, soul, living soul, earthling, party, head, hand, dramatis personae, quidem. People, persons, folk, public, society, world, community, community at large, general public, nation, nationality, state, realm, commonweal, commonwealth, republic, body politic, million and sea commonalty 876. Population and sea inhabitant 188, tribe, clan, paternity 166. Family, consanguinity 11, cosmopolite, lords of the creation, ourselves. Human, mortal, personal, individual, national, civic, public, social, cosmopolitan, anthropoid, PHR. Am I not a man and a brother? 373. Man and man, male, he, him, manhood and sea, adolescence. 131. Gentleman, sir, master, sahib, yeoman, white, swain, fellow, blade, beau, elf, chap, gaffer, good man, husband and sea, married man. 903. Mr., boy and sea, youth. 129. Cock, drake, gander, dog, boar, stag, hart, buck, horse, entire horse, stallion, gibcat, tomcat, he-goat, billy goat, ram, tup, bull, bullock, capon, ox, gelding, steer, stot. Androgen, homosexual, gay, queen v. Masculinizage, male, he, masculine, manly, virile, unwomanly, unfeminine, prawn, he, him, his, phr. Hominum pagina nostra sapit. Homo homini aut deus aut lupus. Homo vidi commoditas non donatus est zir. 374. Woman and woman, she, her, female, petticoat, feminality, mu liberty, womanhood and sea, adolescence. 131. Womankind, the sex, the fair, fair sex, softer sex, weaker vessel. Dame, madam, madame, mistress, Mrs. Lady, donna, belle, matron, dowager, goody, gammer, frau, vrou, Ronnie, good woman, good wife, squaw, wife and sea, marriage. 903. Matronage, matronhood. Bachelor, girl, new woman, feminist, suffragette, suffragist, nymph, wench, grisette, girl and sea, youth. 129. Sissy, Betty, cotquean, hen hussy, mollycoddle, muff, old woman. Hen, bitch, sow, doe, roe, mare, she, goat, nanny, goat, tabita, ewe, cow, lioness, tigress, vixen, gynaecium. Estrogen, consanguinity and sea. 166. Paternity and sea. 11. Lesbian, dyke v. Feminize, edge, female, she, feminine, womanly, ladylike, matronly, maidenly, wifely, womanish, effeminate, unmanly, gynesic. Prawn, she, her, hers. Phr. A perfect woman, nobly planned, a lovely lady garmented in white, des uigweiblich sieht uns hinnen, earth's noblest thing, a woman perfected, ease de vidriola muger, she moves a goddess and she looks a queen, the beauty of a lovely woman is like music G. Eliot, varium et mutabile semper femina, woman is the lesser man. 374a. Sexuality and sex, sexuality, gender, male, masculinity, maleness and c. 373. Female, femininity and c. 374. Sexual intercourse, copulation, mating, coitus, sex, lovemaking, marital relations, sexual union, sleeping together, carnal knowledge, sex instinct, sex drive, libido, lust, concupiscence, hots, horns, arousal, heat, rut, estrus, estrus, tumescence, erection, hard-on, boner. Masturbation, self-gratification, autoeroticism, onanism, self-abuse, orgasm, climax, ejaculation, sexiness, attractiveness. Sensuality, voluptuousness, fornication, adultery, sex symbol, sex goddess, stud, hunk, one-night stand, pornography, porn, porno, hardcore pornography, softcore pornography, pin-up, cheesecake, beefcake, magazines with sexual photos, Playboy, Esquire, Hustler. Perversion, deviation, sexual abnormality, fetish, fetishism, homosexuality, lesbianism, bisexuality, sodomy, buggery, pederasty, sadism, masochism, sadomasochism, incest, v. Mate, copulate, make love, have intercourse, fornicate, have sex, do it, sleep together, fuck, sleep around, play the field, masturbate, jerk off, jack off, play with oneself. Have the hots, become aroused, get hot, have an erection, get it up. Come, climax, ejaculate. Sexy, erotic, sexual, carnal, sensual, hot, horny, randy, rutting, passionate, lusty, hot-blooded, libidinous, up in the mood. Homosexual, gay, lesbian, bisexual. 2. Sensation 1. Sensation in general. 375. Physical sensibility and sensibility, sensitiveness and sea edge. Physical sensibility, feeling, impressibility, perceptivity, aesthetics, moral sensibility, and c. 822, sensation, impression, consciousness, and c. knowledge, 490, external senses, v. Be sensible of and see edge. Feel, perceive, render sensible and see edge. Sharpen, cultivate, tutor, cause sensation, impress, excite an impression, produce an impression. Sensible, sensitive, sensuous, aesthetic, perceptive, sentient, conscious, and c. aware, 490, acute, sharp, keen, vivid, lively, impressive, thin-skinned, adv. to the quick, phr. The touched needle trembles to the pole. 376. Physical insensibility, n. insensibility, physical insensibility, obtuseness and c. edge. Palsy, paralysis, paresthesia, anesthesia, sleep and c. 823. Hemiplegia, motor paralysis, vegetable state, coma, anesthetic agent, opium, ether, chloroform, chloral, nitrous oxide, laughing gas, exhilarating gas, protoxide of nitrogen, refrigeration, v. Be insensible and see edge. Have a thick skin, have a rhinoceros hide. Render insensible and see edge. Anesthetize, blunt, pall, obtund, benumb, paralyze, put under the influence of chloroform and cn. Stupefy, stun, edge. Insensible, unfeeling, senseless, impercipient, callous, thick-skinned, pachydermatous, hard, hardened, case hardened, proof, obtuse, dull, anesthetic, comatose, paralytic, palsied, numb, dead. 377. Physical pleasure, n. pleasure. Physical pleasure, sensual pleasure, sensuous pleasure, bodily enjoyment, animal gratification, hedonism, sensuality, luxuriousness, and sea edge. Dissipation, round of pleasure, titillation, gusto, creature comforts, comfort, ease, pillow and sea, support, 215. Luxury, lap of luxury, purple and fine linen, bed of downs, bed of roses, velvet, clover, cup of Circe and sea, intemperance, 954. Treat, refreshment, regale, feast, délice, dainty and c. 394, bon bouch. Source of pleasure and c. 829. Happiness and c. mental enjoyment, 827 v. Feel pleasure, experience pleasure, receive pleasure. Enjoy, relish, luxuriate in, revel in, riot in, bask in, swim in, drink up, eat up, wallow in, feast on, gloat over, float on, smack the lips. Live on the fat of the land, live in comfort and see adv, bask in the sunshine. Fair says chew gras, give pleasure and see 829. Enjoying and cv. Luxurious, voluptuous, sensual, comfortable, cozy, snug, in comfort, at ease, pleasant, agreeable and c. 829 adv. In comfort and cn, on a bed of roses and cn, at one's ease, phr. Ride sea sappies, voluptils commandat rarier uses seer. 378. Physical pain, n. pain. Suffering, sufferance, bodily pain, physical pain, bodily suffering, body pain, mental suffering, and c. 828. Dollar, ache, aching, and cv. Smart. Shoot, shooting, twinge, twitch, gripe, headache, stomach ache, heartburn, angina, angina pectoris. Hurt, cut, sore, soreness, discomfort, malaise, cephalalgia, earache, gout, ischiagra, lumbago, neuralgia, odontalgia, otalgia, podagra, rheumatism, sciatica. Tic douloureux, toothache, tormina, torticollis. Spasm, cramp, nightmare, ephialtes, crick, stitch, thrill, convulsion, throw, throb and see agitation, 315. Pang, colic, kink, sharp pain, piercing pain, throbbing pain, shooting pain, sting, gnawing pain, burning pain, excruciating pain, anguish, agony, torment, torture, rack, cruciation, crucifixion, martyrdom, toad under a harrow, vivisection. V. Feel pain, experience pain, suffer pain, undergo pain, and cn. Suffer, ache, smart, bleed, tingle, shoot, twinge, twitch, lancinate, writhe, wince, make a wry face, sit on thorns, sit on pins and needles. Give pain, inflict pain, lacerate, pain, hurt, chafe, sting, bite, gnaw, gripe, pinch, tweak, grate, gall, fret, prick, pierce, wring, convulse, torment, torture, rack, agonize, crucify, cruciate, excruciate, break on the wheel, put to the rack, flog and see, punish, 972, grate on the ear and see, harsh sound, 410. In pain and cn, in a state of pain, pained and cv, gouty, podagric, torminous. Painful, aching and cv, sore, raw. 2. Special sensation, 1. Touch. 379. Touch and touch, tact, taction, tactility, feeling, palpation, palpability, contractation, manipulation, massage, hand, finger, forefinger, thumb, paw, feeler, antenna, palpus, v, touch, feel, handle, finger, thumb, paw, fumble, grope, grabble, twiddle, tweedle, pass the fingers over, run the fingers over, manipulate, wield, throw out a feeler, tactual, tactile, tangible, palpable, lambent. 380. Sensations of touch, N itching, pruritus and CV titillation, formication aura, stereognosis, V. Itch, tingle, creep, thrill, sting, prick, prickle, tickle, titillate, edge, itching and CV, stereognostic, titillative. 381. Numbness, N numbness and C physical insensibility, 376. Anesthesia, pins and needles, V. Benumb and C 376. Edge, numb, benumbed and CV, deadened, intangible, impalpable. 2. Heat. 382. Heat, N heat, caloric, temperature, warmth, fervor, calidity, incandescence, incandescence, glow, flush, fever, hectic, phlogiston, fire, spark, scintillation, flash, flame, blaze, bonfire, firework, pyrotechnics, pyrotechny, wildfire, sheet of fire, lambent flame, devouring element, a diathermancy, recoalescence. Summer, dog days, canicular days, baking and C 384. Heat, white heat, tropical heat, Afric heat, Bengal heat, summer heat, blood heat, Sirocco, Samum, broiling sun, insolation, warming and C 384. Sun and sea luminary 423. Pyrology, thermology, thermotics, thermodynamics, thermometer and C 389. Calorie, gram calorie, small calorie, kilocalorie, kilogram calorie, large calorie, British thermal unit BTU, therm quad degrees Kelvin, kelvins degrees centigrade, degrees Celsius, degrees Fahrenheit V, be hot and see edge. Glow, flush, sweat, swelter, bask, smoke, reek, stew, simmer, seethe, boil, burn, blister, broil, blaze, flame, smolder, parch, fume, pant, heat and see make hot. 384. Recalus, thaw, give edge. Hot, warm, mild, genial, tepid, lukewarm, unfrozen, thermal, thermic, calorific, fervent, fervid, ardent, aglow, sunny, torrid, tropical, estival, canicular, steamy, close, sultry, stifling, stuffy, suffocating, oppressive, reeking and CV baking and C 384. Red hot, white hot, smoking hot, burning and CV. Hot, piping hot like a furnace, like an oven, burning, hot as fire, hot as pepper, hot enough to roast an ox, hot enough to boil an egg. Fiery, incandescent, incalescent, candent, ebullient, glowing, smoking, live, on fire, dazzling and CV, in flames, blazing, in a blaze, alight, afire, ablaze, unquenched, unextinguished, smoldering, in a heat, in a glow, in a fever, in a perspiration, in a sweat, sudorific, sweltering, sweltered, blood hot, blood warm, warm as a toast, warm as wool, volcanic, plutonic, igneous, isothermal, isothermic, isotheral, phr. Not a breath of air, whirlwinds of tempestuous fire, paradise lost. 383. Cold, N cold, coldness and sea edge, frigidity, inclemency, fresco, winter, depth of winter, hard winter, Siberia, Nova Zembla, wind, chill factor. Ice, snow, snowflake, snow crystal, snowdrift, sleet, hail, hailstone, rime, frost, hoarfrost, white frost, hard frost, sharp frost, barf, glaze, lolly, icicle, thick-ribbed ice, fall of snow, heavy fall, iceberg, iceflow, flowberg, glacier, nevi serac, pruina. Freezing mixture, dry ice, liquid nitrogen, liquid helium, chilliness and sea edge. Chill, shivering and CV, goose skin, horripilation, rigor, chattering of teeth, numbness, frostbite, V. Be cold and sea edge. Shiver, starve, quake, shake, tremble, shudder, ditter, quiver, freeze, freeze to death, perish with cold, freeze and see, render cold. 385. Horripilate, make the skin crawl, give one goose flesh. Cold, cool, chill, chilly, icy, jellied, frigid, algid, fresh, keen, bleak, raw, inclement, bitter, biting, niveous, cutting, nipping, piercing, pinching, clay cold, starved and sea made cold. 385. Chilled to the bone, shivering and CV. Aguish, trancy defroid, frostbitten, frostbound, frostnipped. Cold as a stone, cold as marble, cold as lead, cold as iron, cold as a frog, cold as charity, cold as Christmas, cool as a cucumber, cool as custard. Icy, glacial, frosty, freezing, pruinose, wintry, brumal, hibernal, boreal, arctic, Siberian, hyamal, hyperborean, hyperboreal, icebound, frozen out, unwarmed, unthawed, lukewarm, tepid, isochamal, isochaminal, isochamic. Frozen, numb, frostbitten, adv. Coldly, bitterly and sea edge, pure fender. 384. Calefaction, N increase of temperature, heating and CV calefaction, tepefaction, torrefaction, melting, fusion, liquefaction and C 335, burning and CV, ambustion, combustion, incension, excension, concremation, cremation, scorification, cautery, cauterization, ustulation, calcination, cracking, refining, incineration, cineration, carbonization, cupellation. Ignition, inflammation, adustion, flagration, deflagration, conflagration, emperosis, incendiarism, arson, autodafe, boiling and CV, coction, ebullition, estuation, elixation, decoction, ebullioscope, geyser, distillation, vaporization, 336, furnace and C 386, blanket, flannel, fur, wadding and C lining, 224, clothing and C 225, still, refinery, fractionating column, fractionating tower, cracking tower. Match and C fuel, 388, incendiary, petrol use, biological effects resembling the effects of heat substances causing a burning sensation and damage on skin or tissue, cauterizer. Caustic, lunar caustic, alkali, aposum, moxa. Acid, aqua fortis, aqua regia, catharetic, nitric acid, nitrochlorohydric acid, nitromuriatic acid. Radioactivity, gamma rays, alpha particles, beta rays, X-rays, radiation, cosmic radiation, background radiation, radioactive isotopes, tritium, uranium, plutonium, radon, radium. Sunstroke, coup de soleil, insulation. Pottery, ceramics, crockery, porcelain, china, earthenware, stoneware. Pot, mug, terracotta, brick, clinker, cinder, ash, scoria, embers, soot, slag. Coke, carbon, charcoal, wood, alcohol, turpentine, tea tree oil. Gasoline, kerosene, naphtha, fuel oil, fuel. 388, wax, paraffin, residue, tar, inflammability, combustibility, diathermancy, transcalency, conduction, convection, radiation, radiant heat, heat conductivity, conductivity, thermal expansion, coefficient of expansion, V. Heat, warm, chafe, stive, foment. Make hot and see 382, sun oneself, sunbathe. Go up in flames, burn to the ground, flame, 382, fire. Set fire to, set on fire. Kindle, enkindle, light, ignite, strike a light. Apply the match to, apply the torch to. Rekindle, relume, fan the flame, add fuel to the flame, poke the fire, stir the fire, blow the fire. Make a bonfire of melt, thaw, fuse, liquefy and see 335. Burn, inflame, roast, toast, fry, grill, singe, parch, bake, torrefy, scorch, brand, cauterize, sear, burn-in, corrode, char, calcine, incinerate, smelt, scorify, reduce to ashes, burn to a cinder, commit to the flames, consign to the flames, boil, digest, stew, cook, seethe, scald, parboil, simmer, do to rags, take fire, catch fire, blaze and see, flame, 382. Heated and CV, molten, sodden, réchauffe, heating and CV, adust. Inflammable, combustible, diathermal, diathermanous, burnt and CV, volcanic, radioactive. 385. Refrigeration, refrigeration, infrigidation, reduction of temperature, cooling and CV. Congelation, conglaciation, ice and C 383, solidification and C density 321. Ice box, refrigerator 385, extincteur, fire annihilator. Amianth, amianthus, earth flax, mountain flax, flexible asbestos. Fireman, fire brigade, incombustibility, 388.1. Incombustibility, incombustibleness and siege. Insulation, 388.1, air conditioning, central air conditioner. Fan, attic fan, dehumidifier V. Cool, fan, refrigerate, refresh, ice, congeal, freeze, glaciate, benumb, starve, pinch, chill, petrify, chill to the marrow, regelate, nip, cut, pierce, bite, make one's teeth chatter, damp, slack, quench, put out, stamp out, extinguish, go out, burn out, incombustibility, 388.1. Cooled and CV, frozen out, cooling and CV, frigorific. 386. Furnace, furnace, stove, kiln, oven, cracker, hearth, focus, combustion chamber, Athener, hypocaust, reverberatory, volcano, forge, fiery furnace, lime kiln, Dutch oven, tire, brazier, salamander, heater, warming pan, boiler, cauldron, seething cauldron, pot, urn, kettle, chafing dish, retort, crucible, alembic, still, waffle irons, muffle furnace, induction furnace, electric heater, electric furnace, electric resistance heat, open hearth furnace. Fireplace, gas fireplace, coal fire, wood fire, fire dog, fire irons, grate, range, kitchener, caboose, camboose, poker, tongs, shovel, ashpen, hob, trivet, andiron, gridiron, ash drop, frying pan, stew pan, backlog, hearth, inglenook, oil burner, gas burner, Franklin stove, pot-bellied stove, wood-burning stove, central heating, steam heat, hot water heat, gas heat, forced hot air, electric heat pump, solar heat, convective heat. Hothouse, bakehouse, washhouse, laundry, conservatory, sudatory, Turkish bath, Russian bath, vapor bath, steam bath, sauna, warm bath, vaporarium. 387. Refrigerator, refrigerator, refrigeratory, frigidarium, cold storage, cold room, cold laboratory, ice house, ice bale, ice bag, icebox, cooler, damper, polyurethane cooler, wine cooler, freezer, deep freeze, dry ice freezer, liquid nitrogen freezer, refrigerator freezer, freezing mixture, ice, ice cubes, blocks of ice, chipped ice, liquid nitrogen, dry ice acetone, liquid helium. 388. Fuel and fuel, firing, combustible, coal, wallsend, anthracite, culm, coke, carbon, charcoal, bituminous coal, tar shale, turf, peat, firewood, bobbing, faggot, log, cinder, and C products of combustion. 384. Ingle, tinder, touchwood, sulfur, brimstone, incense, port fire, fire barrel, fireball, brand, amadou, bavin, blind coal, glance coal, German tinder, pyrotechnic, sponge, punk, smudge, solid fueled rocket. Wax, paraffin oil, lamp oil, whale oil, petroleum, gasoline, high-octane gasoline, nitromethane, petrol, gas, juice, gasohol, alcohol, ethanol, methanol, fuel oil, kerosene, jet fuel, heating oil, number 2 oil, number 4 oil, naphtha. Rocket fuel, high-specific impulse fuel, liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, LOX. Natural gas, synthetic gas, synthesis gas, propane, butane, hydrogen. Brand, torch, fuse, wick, spill, match, light, lucifer, congrev, Vesuvian, Vesta, fusee, locofoco, linstock. Candle and C luminary 423, oil and C grease 356, carbonaceous, combustible, inflammable, high octane, high specific impulse, heat of combustion. 388A. Insulation, ant of 388. N insulation, incombustible material, noncombustible material, fire retardant, flame retardant, fire wall, fire door, incombustibility, incombustibleness, and sea edge. Extincteur, fire annihilator, amianth, amianthus, earth flax, mountain flax, asbestos, fireman, firefighter, fire eater, fire department, fire brigade, engine company, pumper, fire truck, hook and ladder, aerial ladder, bucket, fire hose, fire hydrant. Backfire, fire break, trench, aerial water bombardment. Wet blanket, fire extinguisher, soda and acid extinguisher, dry chemical extinguisher, CO2 extinguisher, carbon tetrachloride, foam sprinklers, automatic sprinkler system, fire bucket, sand bucket. Fire alarm, evacuation alarm, laws to prevent fire, fire code, fire regulations, fire inspector, code violation, citation V. Go out, die out, burn out, fizzle, extinguish, damp, slack, quench, smother, put out, stamp out, douse, snuff, snuff out, blow out. Fireproof, flameproof, edge, incombustible, nonflammable, uninflammable, unflammable, fireproof, PHR. Fight fire with fire. 389. Thermometer, N thermometer, thermometrograph, mercury thermometer, alcohol thermometer, clinical thermometer, dry bulb thermometer, wet bulb thermometer, Anschutz thermometer, gas thermometer, telethermometer, color-changing temperature indicator, thermopile, thermoscope, pyrometer, calorimeter, bomb calorimeter, thermistor, thermocouple, thermostat, thermoregulator. 3. Taste. 390. Taste, N taste, flavor, gust, gusto, savor, gout, relish, sapor, sapidity, twang, smack, smatch, aftertaste, tang. Tasting, degustation, gustation, palate, tongue, tooth, stomach, V. Taste, savor, smatch, smack, flavor, twang, tickle the palate, and C. Savory. 394. Smack the lips. Sapid, saporific, gustable, gustatory, gustful, strong, gamey, palatable, and C. 394. 391. Insipidity, N insipidity, blandness, tastelessness, and C. Edge, V. Be tasteless and C. Edge. Edge, bland, void of taste, and C. 390. Insipid, tasteless, gustless, savorless, ingustible, mawkish, milk and water, weak, stale, flat, vapid, fade, wishy-washy, mild, untasted. 392. Pungency, N pungency, piquance, piquancy, poignancy, hautgout, strong taste, twang, race, sharpness, and C. Edge. Acrimony, roughness, and C. Sour. 392. Unsavoriness, and C. 395. Mustard, cayenne, caviar. Seasoning and C. Condiment. 393. Niter, saltpeter, brine, saltiness. 392.1. Carbonate of ammonia, sal ammoniac, sal volatile, smelling salts, hartshorn acridity. 401.1. Dram, cordial, nip, nicotine, tobacco, snuff, quid, smoke, segar, cigar, cigarette, weed, fragrant weed, Indian weed, Cavendish, fid, negro head, old soldier, rappy, stogie, V. Be pungent and C. Edge. Bite the tongue. Render pungent and C. Edge. Season, spice, salt, pepper, pickle, brine, devil, smoke, chew, take snuff, edge. Pungent, strong, high, full-flavored, high-tasted, high-seasoned, gamey, sharp, stinging, rough, piquant, racy, biting, mordant, spicy, seasoned, and CV, hot, hot as pepper, peppery, velicating, escheritic, moracious, acrid, acrimonious, bitter, rough and C, sour, 397, unsavory and C 395. 392a. Saltiness and saltiness, niter, saltpeter, brine, edge, salty, salt, saline, brackish, briny, salty as brine, salty as a herring, salty as Lot's wife. Salty, racy, indecent, 961, phr, take it with a grain of salt. 392b. Bitterness, N-bitterness, acridness, acridity, acrimony, caustic, alkali, acerbity, gall, wormhood, bitters, astringent bitters, angostura, aromatic bitters. Sourness and C397, pungency and C392 alkaloids, turmeric, edge, bitter, bitterish, acrid, acerb, acerbic, phr. Bitter as gall, bitter pill to take, sugar coating on a bitter pill. 393. Condiment and condiment, seasoning, sauce, spice, relish, appetizer, salt, mustard, gray poop on mustard, pepper, black pepper, white pepper, peppercorn, curry, sauce piquante, caviar, onion, garlic, pickle, achar, allspice, bell pepper, Jamaica pepper, green pepper, chutney, cubeb, pimento, capsicum, red pepper, chili peppers, cayenne, nutmeg, mace, cinnamon, oregano, cloves, fennel, pot herbs, parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme, bay leaves, marjoram. Frankincense, balm, myrrh, paprika, saffron, ginger, turmeric, V, season, spice, flavor, spice up and C, render pungent. 392. 394. Savoriness and C edge. Good taste, deliciousness, delectability, relish, zest, appetizer, tidbit, titbit, dainty, delicacy, tasty morsel, appetizer, hors-d'oeuvres, ambrosia, nectar, bonbouch, game, turtle, venison, delicatessen V, be savory and C edge. Tickle the palate, tickle the appetite, flatter the palate, render palatable and C edge. Relish, like, smack the lips. Savory, delicious, tasty, well-tasted, to one's taste, good, palatable, nice, dainty, delectable, toothful, toothsome, gustful, appetizing, licorice, delicate, exquisite, rich, luscious, ambrosial, scrumptious, delightful, adv. Per amusere la bocca phr. Celici lace manger. 395. Unsavoriness and unsavoriness and C edge. Amaritude, acrimony, acridity, bitterness. 392.2. Roughness and C sour. 397. Acerbity, austerity, gall and wormhood, rue, quassia, aloes, mara, sickener V. Be unpalatable and C edge. Sicken, disgust, nauseate, pall, turn the stomach. Unsavory, unpalatable, unsweetened, unsweet, ill-flavored, bitter, bitter as gall, acrid, acrimonious, rough. Offensive, repulsive, nasty, sickening and CV. Nauseous, loathsome, fulsome, unpleasant and C 830. 396. Sweetness and sweetness, dulcitude. Sugar, syrup, treacle, molasses, honey, manna, confection, confectionery, sweets, grocery, conserve, preserve, confiture, jam, julep, sugar candy, sugar plum, licorice, marmalade, plum, lollipop, bonbon, jujube, comfit, sweetmeat, apple butter, caramel, damson, glucose, maple syrup, maple sugar, mid-eye, sorghum, taffy, nectar, hydromel, mead, metheglin, honeysuckle, liqueur, sweet wine, aperitif. Sugar cane, sugar beets, dessert, pastry, pie, cake, candy, ice cream, tart, puff, pudding, food. 298. Dulcification, dulceration. Sweetener, corn syrup, cane sugar, refined sugar, beet sugar, dextrose, artificial sweetener, saccharin, cyclamate, aspartame, sweeten low V. Be sweet and C edge. Render sweet and C edge. Sweet, edulcorate, dulcerate, dulcify, candy, mull. Sweet, saccharin, sacchariferous, dulcet, candied, honeyed, luscious, lush, nectareous, melliferous, sweetened and CV. Sweet as a nut, sweet as sugar, sweet as honey, sickly sweet, phr. O suckery, sweets to the sweet. 397. Sourness and C edge. Acid, acidity, low pH, acidus fermentation, lactic fermentation, vinegar, verjuice, crab, alum, acetic acid, lactic acid, V. Be sour, sour, turn sour and C edge. Set the teeth on edge, render sour and C edge. Acidify, acidulate edge. Sour, acid, acidulous, acidulated, tart, crabbed, acetus acetose, acerb, acetic, sour as vinegar, sourish, assessant, subacid, styptic, hard, rough, phr. Sour as a lemon, 4 odor. 398. Odor and odor, smell, odorament, scent, effluvium, emanation, exhalation, fume, essence, trail, nidor, redolence, sense of smell, scent, active smelling and CV, olfaction, olfactories. Fragrance in C400, odorant, bloodhound, hound, spore V, have an odor in CN, smell, smell of, smell strong of, exhale, give out a smell in CN, reek, reek of, scent, smell, scent, snuff, snuff up, sniff, nose, inhale. Odorous, odoriferous, smelling, reeking, foul-smelling, strong-scented, redolent, gravelent, nitrous, pungent, putrid, foul, olfactory, quick-scented. 399. Inodorousness and inodorousness, absence of smell, want of smell, deodorant, deodorization, deodorizer V, be inodorous and C edge, not smell, deodorize, edge, inodorous, onodorate, scentless, without smell, wanting smell and C 398, deodorized, deodorizing. 400. Fragrance and fragrance, aroma, redolence, perfume, bouquet, essence, scent, sweet smell, aromatic perfume, agaloc, agalachium, aloes wood, bay rum, calambac, calamber, champak, horehound, line aloes, marubium, mint, muskrat, naphtha water, olibanum, spirit of measha. Essential oil. Incense, musk, frankincense, pastel, pastille, myrrh, perfumes of Arabia, otto, otter, adder, bergamot, balm, civet, potpourri, pulvel, nosk, scent bag, sachet, smelling bottle, vinaigrette, eau de cologne, toilet water, lotion, aftershave lotion, purification. Perfumer, eucalyptus oil, pinene V, be fragrant and C-edge, have a perfume and CN, smell sweet, scent, perfume, and balm. Fragrant, aromatic, redolent, spicy, savory, balmy, scented, sweet-smelling, sweet-scented, perfumed, perfumatory, thuriferous, fragrant as a rose, muscadine, ambrosial. 401. Feeder and fetter, bad and C-edge. Smell, bad odor, stench, stink, foul odor, malodor, impuruma, mustiness and C-edge. Rancidity, foulness and C uncleanness 653 stoat, polecat, skunk, asafoetida, fungus, garlic, stinkpot, fitchit, fichu, formart, peccary, acridity and C 401.1 V, have a bad smell and CN. Smell, stink, stink in the nostrils, stink like a polecat, smell strong and C-edge, smell offensively. Fetid, strong smelling, high, bad, strong, fulsome, offensive, noisome, rank, rancid, resty, tainted, musty, fusty, fruzy, olid, olidus, nitrous, smelling, stinking, putrid and C 653, suffocating, mephitic, empyromatic. 401A. Acridity, anacridity, astringency, bite, tear gas, smoke, acrid fumes, acrid, biting, astringent, sharp, harsh, bitter and C 392.2. 5. Sound, I sound in general. 402. Sound, N sound, noise, strain, accent, twang, intonation, tone, cadence, sonorousness and C-edge. Audibility, resonance and C 408, voice and C 580, aspirate, idiophone, rough breathing, acoustics, phonics, phonetics, phonology, phonography, diacoustics, diaphonics, phonetism, V. Produce sound, sound, make a noise, give out sound, emit sound, resound and C 408. Sounding, soniferous, sonorous, sonorific, resonant, audible, distinct, stertorous, phonetic, phonic, phonicamptic, PHR. 1,000 trills and quivering sounds, fornsis strepitus. 403. Silence and silence, stillness and C, quiet 265, peace, hush, lull, muteness and C 581, solemn silence, awful silence, dead silence, death-like silence, V, be silent and C-edge, hold one's tongue and C, not speak 585, render silent and C-edge. Silence, still, hush, stifle, muffle, stop, muzzle, put to silence and C, render mute 581. Silent, still, stilly, noiseless, soundless, hushed in CV, mute in C 581, soft, solemn, awful, deathlike, silent as the grave, inaudible in C, faint 405 adv. Silently in C edge, sub silentio int. Hush, silence, soft, whist, tush, chut, tut, pax, be quiet, be silent, be still, shut up, chup, chup row, tace, phr. One might hear a feather drop, one might hear a pin drop, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Gross sealan dulden still. Le silence est la vertu de suquinissant passages. Le silence est la partie la plus sar de celui-ci defy de soimime. Silence more musical than any song C. G. Rossetti. Tacent satis laudant, better to be silent, and thought a fool than to speak up and remove all doubt. 404. Loudness and loudness power, loud noise, din, blare, clang, clangor, clatter, noise, bombilation, roar, uproar, racket, hubbub, bobbery, fracas, charivari, trumpet blast, flourish of trumpets, fanfare, tintamarre, peal, swell, blast, larum, boom, bang, explosion 406, resonance in C 408, vociferation, hullabaloo, and C 411. Lungs, stentor, artillery, cannon, thunder v. Be loud and siege. Peal, swell, clang, boom, thunder, blare, fulminate, roar, resound and C 408. Speak up, shout and see, vociferate 411. Bellow and see, cry as an animal 412. Rend the air, rend the skies, fill the air, din in the ear, ring in the ear, thunder in the ear, pierce the ears, split the ears, rend the ears, split the head, deafen, stun. Fair la diable equator, make one's windows shake, rattle the windows, awaken the echoes, startle the echoes, wake the dead. Loud, sonorous, high-sounding, big-sounding, deep, full, powerful, noisy, blatant, clangorous, multisonous, thundering, deafening, and CV, trumpet-tongued, ear-splitting, ear-rending, ear-deafening, piercing, obstreperous, rackety, uproarious, enough to wake the dead, enough to wake 7 sleepers, shrill and C 410, clamorous and C vociferous, 411, stentorian, stentorophonic, adv. Loudly and siege. Aloud, at the top of one's voice, at the top of one's lungs, lustily, in full cry. Phr, the air rings with, the deep, dread-bolted thunder. 405. Faintness and siege. Faint sound, whisper, breath, undertone, underbreath, murmur, hum, susurration, tinkle, still small voice, hoarseness and siege, rosity v. Whisper, breathe, murmur, purl, hum, gurgle, ripple, babble, flow, tinkle, mutter and cease, speak imperfectly, 583, susurrate. Steal on the ear, melt in the air, float on the air. Inaudible, scarcely audible, just audible, low, dull, stifled, muffled, hoarse, husky, gentle, soft, faint, floating, purling, flowing and CV. Whispered and CV. Liquid, soothing, dulcet and C melodious 413 suzerant, susurrus, adv. In a whisper with bated breath sotto voce, between the teeth, aside, piano, pianissimo, di la sourdine, out of earshot inaudibly and siege. Roman 2 specific sounds. 406. Snap and CV. Rapping and CV decrepitation, crepitation, report, thud, burst, explosion, blast, boom, discharge, detonation, firing, salvo, volley, squib, cracker, firecracker, cherry bomb, M80 gun, cap gun, pop gun, implosion, bomb burst, atomic explosion, nuclear explosion, arms, 727. Gunpowder, dynamite, gun cotton, nitroglycerine, nitrocellulose, plastic explosive, plastique, TNT cordite, trinitrotoluene, picric acid, picrates, mercury fulminate, arms, 727, whack, wham, pow, v. Rap, snap, tap, knock, ping, click, clash, crack, crackle, crash, pop, slam, bang, blast, boom, clap, clang, clack, whack, wham, bristle, burst on the ear, crepitate, rump, blow up, blow, detonate. Drapping and CV. Int. Kaboom, whammo, hewek, pow. 407. Roll and CV, drumming and CV, burloke, bombination, rumbling, tattoo, drum roll, ding-dong tantara, rataplin, whir, ratatat, tat, rubidub, pitapat, quaver, clutter, charivari, racket, cuckoo, repetition and C104, peal of bells, devil's tattoo, reverberation and C408, clickety-clack, hum, purr, hummingbird, cat, kitten, animal sounds, 412. V, roll, drum, rumble, rattle, clatter, patter, clack, bombinate. Hum, trill, shake, chime, peal, toll, tick, beat, drum in the ear, din in the ear edge, rolling and CV, monotonous and C, repeated 104 like a bee in a bottle. 408. Resonance and ring and CV, ringing, tintinnabulation and CV. Reflection, reverberation, echo, recho, zap, zot, buzz, hiss 409, low note, bass note, flat note, grave note, deep note, bass, basso, profondo, baritone, contralto, echo chamber, resonator, tinnitus, bell, doorbell, buzzer, gong, cymbals, musical instruments, 417. Sympathetic vibrations, natural frequency, coupled vibration frequency, overtone, resonating cavity, sounding board, tuning fork, tuning, squelch, frequency selection, resonator circuit, radio and C resonant structure, aromaticity, alternating double bonds, non-bonded resonance pi clouds, unsaturation, double bond, valence. V, resound, reverberate, recho, resonate, ring, jingle, chink, clink, tink, tinkle, chime, gurgle and C 405, plash, goggle, echo, ring in the ear edge. Resounding and CV, resonant, reverberant, tinient, tintinnabulary, sonorous, booming, deep-toned, deep-sounding, deep-mouthed, vibrant, hollow, sepulchral, gruff and C harsh 410, phr. Sweet bells jangled, out of time and harsh, echoing down the mountain and through the dell. 408a. Non-resonance N thud, thump, dead sound, non-resonance muffled drums, cracked bell, damper, silencer V, sound dead, stop the sound, dampen the reverberations, dampen the reverberations. Edge, non-resonant, dead, dampened, muffled. 409. Sibilation, N sibilance, sibilation, zip, hiss and CV, sternutation, high note and C 410, goose, serpent, snake, animal sounds 412, insect, bug, bee, mosquito, wasp, fly, tea kettle, pressure cooker, air valve, pressure release valve, safety valve, tires, air escaping from tires, punctured tire, escaping steam, steam radiator, steam release valve. V, hiss, buzz, whiz, rustle, fizz, fizzle, wheeze, whistle, snuffle, squash, sneeze, sizzle, swish, edge, sibilant, hissing and CV, wheezy, sternudative. 410. Stridor, N creak and CV, creaking and CV discord and C 414, strider, roughness, sharpness and C edge, cacophony, cacope. Acute note, high note, soprano, treble, tenor, alto, falsetto, penny trumpet, voce di testa V. Creak, grate, jar, burr, pipe, twang, jangle, clank, clink, scream and C, cry 411, yelp and C, animal sound 412, buzz and C, hiss 409. Set the teeth on edge, corcher les oreilles, pierce the ears, split the head, offend the ear, grate upon the ear, jar upon the ear. Creaking and CV, stridulous, harsh, coarse, hoarse, hoarseness, rough, gruff, grum, sepulchral, hollow, sharp, high, acute, shrill, trumpet-toned, piercing, ear-piercing, high-pitched, high-toned, cracked, discordant and C 414, cacophonous. 411. Cry and CV, voice and C, human 580, hubbub, bark and C, animal 412, vociferation, outcry, hullabaloo, chorus, clamor, hue and cry, plaint, lungs, stentor V, cry, roar, shout, bawl, brawl, halloo, halloa, hoop, whoop, yell, bellow, howl, scream, screech, skreek, shriek, shrill, squeak, squeal, squall, whine, pule, pipe, yawp. Cheer, hoot, grumble, moan, groan. Snore, snort, grunt and C, animal sounds 412, vociferate, raise up the voice, lift up the voice, call out, sing out, cry out, exclaim, rend the air, thunder at the top of one's voice, shout at the top of one's voice, shout at the pitch of one's breath, thunder at the pitch of one's breath. Esegaciller, strain the throat, strain the voice, strain the lungs, give a cry and C-edge. Crying and CV, clamant, clamorous, vociferous, stentorian and C, loud 404, open-mouthed. 412. Ululation, N cry and CV, crying and CV, bow-wow ululation, latration, belling, rebotion, would note, insect cry fritaniancy, drone, screech owl, cuckoo, wailing, lamentation 839, V. Cry, roar, bellow, blare, rebello, growl, snarl. Bark, bow-wow, yelp, bay at the moon, yap, yip, yipe, growl, yar, yawl, snarl, howl, grunt, gruntle, snort, pig, hog, swine, horse. Squeak, neigh, whinny, bray, donkey, mule, hinny, ass, mew, mule, meow, purr, caterwaul, pule, bob, bleat, low, moo, trote, croak, peep, coo, gobble, quack, honk, gaggle, guggle, crow, caw, squawk, screech, cackle, cluck, clack, chuck, chuckle, hoot, hoot, chirp, cheep, chirrup, twitter, cuckoo, warble, trill, tweet, pipe, whistle, hum, buzz, hiss. Bladder, rat-a-tat, zero edge. Crying and CV, blatant, latrant, remugent, mugent, deep-mouthed, full-mouthed, rebellowing, rebont, adv, in full cry. Roman 3 musical sounds. 413. Melody. Concord, N melody, rhythm, measure, rhyme and C, poetry 597. Pitch, timbre, intonation, tone, scale, gamut, diapason, diatonic chromatic scale and harmonic scale, key, clef, chords, modulation, temperament, syncope, syncopation, preparation, suspension, resolution. Staff, stave, line, space, brace, bar, rest, appoggiato, appoggiatura, acciacatura. Note, musical note, notes of a scale, sharp, flat, natural, high note and C shrillness 410, low note and C 408, interval, semitone, second, third, fourth and C diatessaron. Breve, semibreve, minim, crotchet, quaver, semiquaver, demismiquaver, hemidemi-semiquaver, sustained note, drone, burden. Tonic, keynote, leading note, fundamental note, supertonic, mediant, dominant, submediant, subdominant, octave, tetrachord, major key, major scale, major mode, minor mode, passage, phrase, concord, harmony, emalea, unison, unisonance, chime, homophony, euphony, euphonism, tonality, consonance, consent, part. Harmony, harmonics, thorough bass, fundamental bass, counterpoint, faberden. Piece of music in C 415, composer, harmonist, contrapuntist, musician 416, V. Be harmonious and C edge. Harmonize, chime, symphonize, transpose, put in tune, tune, accord, string, edge. Harmonious, harmonical, in concord and cn, in tune, in concert, unisonant, consensual, symphonizing, isotonic, homophonous, assonant, areose, consonant. Measured, rhythmical, diatonic, chromatic, and harmonic. Melodious, musical, melic, tuneful, tunable, sweet, dulcet, canorous. Mellow, mellifluous, soft, clear, clear as a bell. Silvery, euphonious, euphonic, euphonical, symphonious, enchanting, and C, pleasure-giving. 829. Fine-toned, full-toned, silver-toned, adv. Harmoniously, in harmony, as one in C edge, phr. The hidden soul of harmony. 414. Discord, discord, discordance, dissonance, cacophony, want of harmony, caterwauling, harshness, and C. 410. Babel, Dutch concert, cat's concert, marrowbones and cleavers, v. Be discordant and C edge. Jar and C sound harshly. 410. Discordant, dissonant, obsonant, out of tune, tuneless, unmusical, untunable, unmelodious, immелodious, unharmonious, inharmonious, sing-song, cacophonous, harsh and C. 410, jarring. 415. Music, music, concert, strain, tune, air, melody and C. 413 aria, arietta, piece of music, work, number, opus, sonata, rondo, rondo, pastoral, cavatina, roulade, fantasia, concerto, overture, symphony, variations, cadenza, cadence, fugue, canon, quodlibet, serenade, notano, dithyramb, opera, operetta, oratorio. Composition, movement, stave, passamzo, toccata, vorspiel. Instrumental music, full score, minstrelsy, tweedledum and tweedledee, band, orchestra, concerted piece, potpourri, capriccio. Vocal music, vocalism, chant, chant. Psalm, psalmody, hymn, song and C, poem. 597, canticle, canzonet, cantata, bravura, lay, ballad, ditty, carol, pastoral, recitative, recitative, solfeggio. Lydian measures, slow music, slow movement, adagio and C adv minuet, siren strains, soft music, lullaby, dump, dirge and C lament. 839. Pibroch, martial music, march, dance music, waltz and C dance. 840. Solo, duet, duo, trio, quartet, quartet, septet, part song, descant, glee, madrigal, catch, round, chorus, chorale, antiphon, antiphony, accompaniment, second, bass, score, burden, drone, morso, terzetto. Composer and C. 413, musician and C. 416, v. Compose, perform and C. 416, attune. Musical, instrumental, vocal, choral, lyric, operatic, harmonious and C. 413, Wagnerian, adv. Adagio, largo, larghetto, andante, andantino, alla cappella, maestoso, moderato, allegro, allegretto, spiritoso, vivace, veloce, presto, prestissimo, con brio, capriccioso. Scherzo, scherzando, legato, staccato, crescendo, diminuendo, rallentando, affettuoso, obbligato, pizzicato, disto, phr. In notes by distance made more sweet, like the faint, exquisite music of a dream, music arose with its voluptuous swell. Music is the universal language of mankind, music's golden tongue. The speech of angels will sing the savageness out of a bear. Music hath charms to soothe the savage beast. 416. Musician, musician, artiste, performer, player, minstrel, bard, and C poet. 597. Specific types of musicians: accompanist, accordionist, instrumentalist, organist, pianist, violinist, flautist, harper, fiddler, fifer, trumpeter, piper, drummer, catgut, scraper, band, orchestral weights. Vocalist, melodist, singer, warbler, songster, chaunter, chauntress, songstress, cantatress. Choir, choir, chorister, chorus, chorus singer, leader-tafel, nightingale, philomel, thrush, siren, bulbul, mavis, Pierids, sacred 9, Orpheus, Apollo, the Muses, Erido, Euterpe, terpsichore, tuneful 9, tuneful choir, composer, and C. 413. Performance, execution, touch, expression, psalmization, v. Play, pipe, strike up, sweep the chords, tweedle, fiddle, strike the lyre, beat the drum, blow the horn, sound the horn, wind the horn, doodle, grind the organ, touch the guitar, and C. Instruments. 417. Thrum, strum, beat time. Execute, perform, accompany. Sing a second, play a second, compose, set to music, arrange. Sing, chaunt, chant, hum, warble, carol, chirp, chirrup, lilt, purl, quaver, trill, shake, twitter, whistle, solfa, intone. Have an ear for music, have a musical ear, have a correct ear. Playing and CV, musical, adv. Adagio, andante and C music. 415. 417. Musical instruments, musical instruments. Band, string band, brass band, orchestra, orchestrina. Monochord, polychord, harp, lyre, lute, archlute, mandola, mandolin, mandoline, guitar, zither, sither, cithern, gittern, rebec, banduria, banjura, banjo, bina, vina, zenorfica. Viol, violin, fiddle, kit, viola, viola da mare, viola di gamba, tenor, cremona, violoncello, bass, bass viol, theobo, double bass, contrabasso, violone, psaltery. Bow, fiddlestick. Piano, pianoforte, harpsichord, clavichord, clarichord, manichord, clavier, spinet, virginals, dulcimer, hurdy-gurdy, viol, pianino, Aeolian harp. Organ, harmonium, harmoniphon, American organ, barrel organ, hand organ, accordion, seraphina, concertina, humming top. Flute, fife, piccolo, flageolet, clarinet, basset horn, corno di bassetto, oboe, hautboy, cor anglais, corno inglese, bassoon, double bassoon, contrafagato, serpent, bass clarinet, bagpipes, union pipes, musette, ocarina, pandean pipes, reed instrument, siren, pipe, pitch pipe, sourdet, whistle, catcall, doodlesack, harmoniphone. Horn, bugle, cornet, cornetta pistons, cornopean, clarion trumpet, trombone, ophiclade. French horn, saxophone, sax, buglehorn, saxhorn, flugelhorn, althorn, helicanhorn, posthorn, sackbut, euphonium, bombardin, tuba. Cymbal, bell, gong, timbre, tambourine, tambourine, drum, tom-tom, tabor, tabret, tabourine, taborin, side drum, kettle drum, timpani, timpani, timble, timbrel, castanet, bones, musical glasses, musical stones, harmonica, sounding board, rattle. Tam-tam, zambamba. Reed, tuning fork, triangle, Jew's harp, musical box, harmonican, xylophone, sordine, sordit, sourdine, sourdit, mute. Roman 4, perception of sound. 418. Hearing, hearing and CV. Audition, auscultation, eavesdropping, audibility, cute ear, nice ear, delicate ear, quick ear, sharp ear, correct ear, musical ear for music, ear, auricle, lug, acoustic organs, auditory apparatus, eardrum, tympanum, tympanic membrane, ear trumpet, speaking trumpet, hearing aid, stethoscope. Earshot, hearing distance, hearing range, sound, carrying distance. Telephone, phone, telephone booth, intercom, house phone, radio phone, wireless telephone, mobile telephone, car radio. Police radio, two-way radio, walkie-talkie, handy-talkie, citizens band, CB, amateur radio, ham radio, shortwave radio, police band, ship-to-shore radio, airplane radio, control tower communication. Communication 525, 527, 529, 531, 532. Electronic devices for recording and reproducing recorded sound. Phonograph, gramophone, megaphone, phonorganon. Microphone, directional microphone, mic, hand mic, lapel microphone, phonograph needle, stylus, diamond stylus, pickup, reading head, electronic devices. Hearer, auditor, listener, eavesdropper, listener in, auditory, audience, otology, otorhinolaryngology, otologist, otorhinolaryngologist. V. Hear, overhear, hark, hearken, listen, pay attention, take heed, give an ear, lend an ear, bend an ear, catch a sound, prick up one's ears, give a hearing, give audience to. Hang upon the lips of, be all ears, listen with both ears, become audible, meet the ear, fall upon the ear, catch the ear, reach the ear, be heard, ring in the ear and see, resound. 408. Hearing and CV, auditory, auricular, acoustic, phonic, adv. Erectis oribus int. Hark, hark ye, hear, listen. Oh yes, oh yea, listen up, listen here, hear ye, attention, tongue. 419. Deafness, deafness, hardness of hearing, surdity, inaudibility, inaudibleness, be deaf and seeage. Have no ear, shut one's ears, stop one's ears, close one's ears, turn a deaf ear to render deaf, stun, deafen. Deaf, earless, surd, hard of hearing, dull of hearing, deaf, mute, stunned, deafened, stone deaf, deaf as a post, deaf as an adder, deaf as a beetle, deaf as a trunk maker. Inaudible, out of hearing, phr, hear no evil. 6. Light, eye light in general. 420. Light, light, ray, beam, stream, gleam, streak, pencil, sunbeam, moonbeam, aurora, day, sunshine, light of heaven, moonlight, starlight, sunlight, and sea luminary. 432. Daylight, broad daylight, noontide light, noontide, noonday sun, glow and CV, glimmering and CV, glint, play of light, flood of light, phosphorescence, lambent flame, flush, halo, glory, nimbus, aureola. Spark, scintilla, facula, sparkling and CV. Emication, scintillation, flash, blaze, coruscation, fulguration, flame and sea, fire. 382. Lightning, levin, ignis fatuus and sea, luminary. 423. Luster, sheen, shimmer, reflection, gloss, tinsel, spangle, brightness, brilliancy, splendor. Effulgence, refulgence, fulgur, fulgidity, dazzlement, resplendence, transplendency, luminousness and sea edge. luminosity, lucidity, renitency, nitency, radiance, radiation, irradiation, illumination, actinic rays, actinism, Röntgen ray, X-ray, photography, heliography, photometer, and C445. Optics, photology, photometry, dioptrics, catoptrics. Chiaroscuro, clarobscure, clear obscure, breadth, light and shade, black and white, tonality. Reflection, refraction, dispersion, refractivity. V. Shine, glow, glitter, glister, glisten, twinkle, gleam, flare, flare up, glare, beam, shimmer, glimmer, flicker, sparkle, scintillate, coruscate, flash, blaze, be bright, and see edge. Reflect light, daze, dazzle, bedazzle, radiate, shoot out beams, fulgurate, clear up, bright. Lighten in lights, leaven, light, light up, irradiate, shine upon, give out a light, hang out a light, cast light upon, cast light in, throw light upon, throw light in, shed light upon, shed luster upon, illume, illumine, illuminate, relume, strike a light, kindle and see, set fire to 384. Shining and CV, luminous, luminiferous, lucid, lucent, luculent, lucific, luciferous, light, lightsome, bright, vivid, splendent, knitted, lustrous, shiny, beamy, scintillant, radiant, lambent. Sheen, sheeny, glossy, burnished, glassy, sunny, orient, meridian, noonday, tide, cloudless, clear, unclouded, unobscured. Garish, garish, resplendent, transplendent, refulgent, effulgent, fulgid, fulgent, relucent, splendid, blazing and ablaze, ablaze, rutilant, meteoric, phosphorescent, aglow. Bright as silver, light as day, bright as day, light as noonday, bright as the sun at noonday, actinic, photogenic, graphic, heliographic, heliophagus, PHR. A day for gods to stoop and men to soar, dark with excessive bright. 421. Darkness, N darkness and sea edge, absence of light, blackness and sea dark color. 431. Obscurity, gloom, murk, dusk and sea dimness. 422. Cimmerian darkness, Stygian darkness, Egyptian darkness. Night, midnight, dead of night, witching hour of night, witching time of night, blind man's holiday, darkness visible, darkness that can be felt, palpable, obscure, Erebus, the jaws of darkness, midsummer night's dream, sable-vested night. Shade, shadow, umbra, penumbra, sciography. Obscuration, occultation, adumbration, obumbration, obtenebration, offuscation, calligation, extinction, eclipse, total eclipse, gathering of the clouds, shading, distribution of shade, chiaroscuro and sea light. 420. Noctivigation. Black body, whole realm, black hole, dark star, dark matter, cold dark matter. V. Be dark and sea edge. Darken, obscure, shade, dim, tone down, lower, overcast, overshadow, eclipse, obfuscate, offuscate, obumbrate, adumbrate. Cast into the shade, becloud, bedim, bedarken, cast a shade, throw a shade, spread a shade, cast a shadow, cast a gloom, throw a shadow, spread a shadow, cast gloom, throw gloom, spread gloom. Extinguish, put out, blow out, snuff out, doubt. Turn out the lights, douse the lights, dim the lights, turn off the lights, switch off the lights. Dark, darksome, darkling, obscure, tenebrious, sombrous, pitch dark, pitchy, pitch black. Caliginous, black and sea in color. 431. Sunless, lightless and sea sun. Light, and see 423. Somber, dusky, unilluminated and see illuminate, and see 420. Nocturnal, dingy, lurid, gloomy, murky, murksome, shady, umbrageous, overcast and see dim. 422. Cloudy and see opaque. 426. Darkened and see V. Dark as pitch, dark as a pit, dark as Erebus, benighted. Noctivagant, noctivagus. Adv, in the dark, in the shade. PHR. Brief as the lightning in the collied night. M. N. D. Eldest night and chaos, ancestors of nature, the blackness of the noonday night, the prayer of Ajax was for light. 422. Dimness, N dimness and see edge. Darkness and see 421. Paleness and see light color. 429. Half-light, demi-jour, partial shadow, partial eclipse, shadow of a shade, glimmer, gliming, nebulosity, cloud and see 353. Eclipse, aurora, dusk, twilight, shades of evening, crepuscule, cockshut time, break of day, daybreak, dawn. Moonlight, moonbeam, moonglade, moonshine, starlight, owl's light, candlelight, rushlight, firelight, farthing candle. V. Be dim, grow dim and see edge. Flicker, twinkle, glimmer, loom, lower, fade, pale, pale its ineffectual fire, render dim and sea edge. Dim, bedim, obscure, darken, tone down. Dim, dull, lackluster, dingy, darkish, shorn of its beams, dark. 421. Faint, shadowed forth, glassy, cloudy, misty and sea opaque. 426. Blear, muggy, fuliginous, nebulous, nebular, obnubulated, overcast, crepuscular, muddy, lurid, leaden, dun, dirty, looming and CV. Pale and see colorless 429, confused and see invisible 447. 423. Luminary and luminary light and see 420, flame and see fire 382, spark, scintilla, phosphorescence, fluorescence, sun, orb of day, Phoebus, Apollo, aurora, star, orb, meteor, falling star, shooting star, blazing star, dog star, Sirius, canicula, Aldebaran, constellation, galaxy, zodiacal light, Anthelion, day star, morning star, Lucifer, mock sun, parhelion, phosphor, phosphorus, sun dog, Venus. Aurora, polar lights, northern lights, aurora borealis, southern lights, aurora australis, lightning, chain lightning, fork lightning, sheet lightning, summer lightning, ball lightning, Kugelblitz, chemical substances giving off light without burning, phosphorus, yellow phosphorus, scintillator, phosphor, firefly luminescence, ignis fatuus, jack-o'-lantern, friar's lantern, will-o'-the-wisp, firedrake, fata morgana, St. Elmo's fire, glowworm, firefly, June bug, lightning bug, anglerfish. Gas, gaslight, limelight, lantern, lanthorn, dark lantern, bullseye, candle, bougie, taper, rushlight. Oil and sea grease 356. Wick, burner, argand, moderator, duplex. Torch, flambeau, link, brand, gaselier, chandelier, electrolier, candelabrum, candelabra, girandole, sconce, luster, candlestick, lamp, light, incandescent lamp, tungsten bulb, light bulb, flashlight, torch, arc light, laser. Maser, neon bulb, neon sign, fluorescent lamp. Filament, socket, contacts, filler, gas. Firework, fizzjig, pyrotechnics, rocket, lighthouse and see, signal 550V. Illuminate and see light 420. Self-luminous, glowing, phosphoric, phosphorescent, fluorescent, incandescent, luminescent, chemiluminescent, radiant and see light 420, phr. Blossomed the lovely stars, the forget-me-nots of the angels. The sentinel stars set their watch in the sky, the planets in their station listening stood. The scriptures of the skies, that orbed continent, the fire that severs day from night. 424. Shade and shade, awning and sea cover 223, parasol, sunshade, umbrella, chick, portiere, screen, curtain, shutter, blind, gauze, veil, chutter, mantle, mask, cloud, mist, gathering of clouds, umbrage, glade, shadow and sea 421, beach umbrella, folding umbrella V. Draw a curtain, put up a shutter, close a shutter, veil and CV, cast a shadow and see darken 421. Shady, umbrageous, phr. Welcome ye shades, ye bowery thickets hail. 425. Transparency, and transparence, transparency, clarity, translucence, translucency, diaphaneity, lucidity, pellucidity, limpidity, fluorescence, transillumination, translumination. Transparent medium, glass, crystal, lymph, vitrite, water, V. Be transparent and see edge, transmit light. Transparent, pellucid, lucid, diaphanous, translucent, tralucent, relucent. Limpid, clear, serene, crystalline, clear as crystal, vitreous, transpicuous, glassy, hyaline, hyaloid, vitriform. 426. Opacity and opacity, opaqueness and sea edge. Film, cloud and see 353V. Be opaque and sea edge. Obstruct the passage of light, obfuscate, edge. Opaque, impervious to light, adiaphanous, dim and see 422. Turbid, thick, muddy, opacus, obfuscated, fuliginous, cloud, hazy, misty, foggy, vaporous, nubiferous, muggy and sea, turbidity, 426.1, smoky, humid, murky, dirty. 426a. Turbidity, and turbidity, cloudiness, fog, haze, muddiness, haziness, obscurity, nephelometer, edge. Turbid, thick, muddy, obfuscated, fuliginous, hazy, misty, foggy, vaporous, nubiferous, cloudy, cloud. 353, smoky, humid, murky, dirty. 427. Semitransparency, and semitransparency, translucency, semi-opacity, opalescence, milkiness, pearliness, gauze, muslin, film, mica, mother of pearl, nacre, mist and sea, cloud, 353, opal, turbidity and sea 426.1 edge. Semi-transparent, translucent, semipellucid, semidiaphanous, semi-opacus, semi-opaque, opalescent, opaline, pearly, milky, frosted, nacreous, V. Opalesce. Roman II, specific light. 428, color, N color, hue, tint, tinge, dye, complexion, shade, tincture, cast, livery, coloration, glow, flush. Tone, key, pure color, positive color, primary color, primitive complementary color. 3 primaries. Spectrum, chromatic dispersion. Broken color, secondary color, tertiary color, local color, coloring, keeping, tone, value, aerial perspective. Chromatics, spectrum analysis, spectroscopy, chromatism, chromatography, chromatology. prism, spectroscope, spectrograph, spectrometer, colorimeter, optical instruments. 445. Pigment, coloring matter, paint, dye, wash, distemper, stain, medium, mordant, oil paint, and C, painting. 556. V, color, dye, tinge, stain, tint, tinct, paint, wash, engrain, grain, illuminate, emblazon, bedizen, imbue, paint, and C, fine art. 556. Colored and CV, colorific, tingent, tinctorial, chromatic, prismatic, full-colored, high-colored, deep-colored, doubly-dyed, polychromatic, chromatogenous, tingeable. Bright, vivid, intense, deep, fresh, unfaded, rich, gorgeous, gay. Gaudy, florid, gay, garish, rainbow-colored, multi-hued, showy, flaunting, flashy, raw, crude, glaring, flaring, discordant, inharmonious, mellow, pastel, harmonious, pearly, sweet, delicate, tender, refined. 429. Achromatism, anachromatism, decoloration, discoloration, pallor, pallidness, pallidity, paleness, and sea-edge, etiolation, neutral tint, monochrome, black and white V. Lose color and see 428, fade, fly, go, become colorless and sea-edge. Turn pale, pale, deprive of color, decolorize, bleach, tarnish, achromatize, blanch, etiolate, wash out, tone down edge. Uncolored and see color and see 428. Colorless, achromatic, aplanatic, etiolate, etiolated, hueless, pale, pallid, pale-faced, tallow-faced, faint, dull, cold, muddy, leaden, dun, wan, sallow, dead, dingy, ashy, ashen, ghastly, cadaverous, glassy, lackluster, discolored and CV. Light-colored, fair, blonde, white and see 430. Pale as death, pale as ashes, pale as a witch, pale as a ghost, pale as a corpse, white as a corpse. 430. Whiteness and sea-edge. Argent, albification, etiolation, lactescence. Snow, paper, chalk, milk, lily, ivory, alabaster, albata, eberin, German silver, white metal, barium sulfate, titanium oxide, blanc fix, ceros, pearl white, white lead, carbonate of lead, V, be white and sea-edge. Render white and sea-edge. Whiten, bleach, blanch, etiolate, whitewash, silver. White, milk white, snow white, snowy, niveus, candid, chalky, hoary, silvery, argent, argentine, canescent, cretaceous, lactescent. Whitish, creamy, pearly, fair, blonde, blanched and CV, high in tone, light, white as a sheet, white as driven snow, white as a lily, white as silver, like ivory and CN. 431. Blackness and sea-edge, darkness and sea, want of light. 421. Swartliness, lividity, dark color, tone color, chiaroscuro and see 420, nigrification, infuscation. Jet, ink, ebony, coal pitch, soot, charcoal, slow, smut, raven, crow, negro, blackamoor, man of color, nigger, darky, Ethiop, black, buck, nigger, coon, sambo. Lamp black, ivory black, blue black, writing ink, printer's ink, Indian ink, India ink V. Be black and sea-edge. Render black and sea-edge. Blacken, infuscate, denigrate, blot, blotch, smutch, smirch, darken and see 421, black, sable, swarthy, somber, dark, inky, ebony, ebon, atramentus, jetty, coal black, jet black, fuliginous, pitchy, sooty, swart, dusky, dingy, murky, Ethiopic, low-toned, low in tone, of the deepest dye. Black as jet and CN, black as my hat, black as a shoe, black as a tinker's pot, black as November, black as thunder, black as midnight, nocturnal and sea dark, 421, negrescent, gray and see 432, obscure and see 421, adv, in morning. 432. Gray and sea-edge. Neutral tint, silver, pepper and salt, chiaroscuro, grisaille, Payne's gray, black and see 431. Gray, iron gray, dun, drab, dingy, leaden, livid, somber, sad, pearly, russet, roan, calcareous, limey, favellous, silver, silvery, silvered, ashen, ashy, cinereous, cinericious, grizzly, grizzled, slate-colored, stone-colored, mouse-colored, ash-colored, cool. 433. Brown and sea-edge. Bister ochre, sepia, Van Dyke brown V. Render brown and sea-edge. Tan, embrown, bronze edge. Brown, bay, dapple, auburn, castaneous, chestnut, nut brown, cinnamon, russet, tawny, fuscus, chocolate, maroon, foxy, tan, brunette, whitey brown, fawn-colored, snuff-colored, liver-colored, brown as a berry, brown as mahogany, brown as the oak leaves, khaki, sunburnt, tanned and CV. Primitive colors. 434. Redness, red, scarlet, vermilion, carmine, crimson, pink lake, maroon, carnation, couleur de rose, rose du berry, magenta, damask, purple, flesh tint, color, fresh color, high color, warmth, gules, ruby, carbuncle, rose, rust, iron, mold, cinnabar, cochineal, fuchsine, ruddle, madder, Indian red, light red, Venetian red, red ink, anato, anato, realgar, minium, red lead, redness and seeage. Rubescence, rubicundity, rubification, irrubescence, blush, be red, become red and seeage. Blush, flush, color up, mantle, redden, render, red and seeage. Redden, rouge, rubify, rubricate, incarnadine. Ruddle edge. Red and cn, reddish. Rufous, ruddy, florid, incarnadine, sanguine, rosy, roseate, blowsy, blowed, burnt, rubicund, rubiform, lurid, stamel, blood red, russet buff, murray, carotty, sorrel, latericious, rubineous, rubricate, rubricose, rufulus. Rose-colored, ruby-colored, cherry-colored, claret-colored, flame-colored, flesh-colored, peach-colored, salmon-colored, brick-colored, dust-colored, blushing and CV. Iridescent, reddened and CV. Red is fire, red is blood, red is scarlet, red is a turkey cock, red is a lobster. Warm, hot, foxy. Complementary colors. 435. Greenness, green and seeage. Blue and yellow, vert emerald, vert antique, verdigris, malachite, beryl, aquamarine. Absinthe, crème de menthe, terre verte, verditer, verdine, copperas. Greenness, verdure, viridity, viridescence, verditure. Glaucoma, rochinaceo. Green, verdant, glaucous, olive, olive green, green as grass, verdurous, emerald green, pea green, grass green, apple green, sea green, olive green, bottle green, Coke bottle green. Greenish, vibrant, virescent. Green learner, 541, new, inexperienced, novice, unskillful, 699. Green ill, sick, phr. Green with envy, the green grass of Ireland, the wearing of the green. 436. Yellowness, yellow and seeage, or gamboj, cadmium yellow, chrome yellow, Indian yellow, king's yellow, lemon yellow, orpiment, yellow ochre, claude tint, aureolin, xanthine, xanthan, zeafulvin. Crocus, saffron, topaz, xanthite, yolk, jaundice, London fog, yellowness and seeage, icterus, xanthocyanopia, xanthopsia, edge. Yellow, aureate, golden, flavus, citrine, fallow, fulvus, fulvid, sallow, luteous, tawny, creamy, sandy, xanthic, xanthus, jaundiced, oricamus. Gold-colored, citron-colored, saffron-colored, lemon yellow, sulfur-colored, ember-colored, straw-colored, primrose-colored, cream-colored, xanthocarpus, xanthocroid, xanthopus. Yellow as a quince, yellow as a guinea, yellow as a crow's foot. Warm, advancing. 437. Purple and seeage. Blue and red, bishop's purple, aniline dyes, gridlin, amethyst, purpure, heliotrope, lividness, lividity, v. Impurple edge, purple, violet, ultraviolet, plum-colored, lavender, lilac, puce mauve, livid. 438. Blueness, blue and seeage. Garter blue, watchet. Ultramarine, smalt, cobalt, cyanogen, Prussian blue, cyanite blue, bice, indigo, zephyr. Lapis lazuli, sapphire, turquoise, indicolite. Blueness, bluishness, bloomage. Blue, azure, cerulean, sky blue, sky-colored, sky-dyed, cerulescent, powder blue, bluish, atmospheric, retiring, cold. 439. Orange, orange, red and yellow, gold, or flame color and seeage. Osher, marsorange, cadmium, cardinal bird, cardinal flower, cardinal grosbeak, cardinal lobelia, a flowering plant. V. Gild, warmage. Orange, ochreous, orange-colored, gold-colored, flame-colored, copper-colored, brass-colored, apricot-colored, warm, hot, glowing. 440. Variegation, variegation. Colors, dichroism, trichroism, iridescence, play of colors, polychrome, maculation, spottiness, striae, spectrum, rainbow, iris, tulip, peacock, chameleon, butterfly, tortoiseshell. Mackerel sky. Zebra, leopard, cheetah, nacre, ocelot, offate, mother of pearl, opal, marble, check, plaid, tartan, patchwork, marquetry, parquetry, mosaic, tesserie, striggy, chessboard, checkers, harlequin, Joseph's coat, tricolor. V. Be variegated and seeage. Variegate, stripe, streak, checker, bespeckle, speckle, besprinkle, sprinkle, stipple, maculate, dot, bespot, tattoo, inlay, damascene, embroider, braid, quilt. Variegated and CV. Many-colored, many-hued, diverse-colored, party-colored, dichromatic, polychromatic, bicolor, tricolor, versicolor, of all the colors of the rainbow, of all manner of colors, kaleidoscopic. Iridescent, opaline, opalescent, prismatic, nacreous, pearly shot, gorged a pigeon, chatient, irisated, pavonine. Pied, piebald, motley, mottled, marbled, pepper and salt, paned, dappled, clouded, simophanous. Mosaic, tessellated, plaid, tortoise shell and CN spotted, spotty, punctated, powdered, speckled and CV, freckled, fleabit, studded, flecked, fleckered, striated, barred, veined, brinded, brindled, tabby, watered, grizzled, listed, embroidered, and CV, deedle. Nevos stipiform, strigos striolate, Roman 3 perceptions of light. 441. Vision, envision, sight, optics, eyesight, view, look, espial, glance, ken, coudoil, glimpse, glint, peep, gaze, stare, leer, perlustration, contemplation, conspection, conspicuity, regard, survey, introspection, reconnaissance, speculation, watch, espionage, espionage, autopsy, ocular inspection, ocular demonstration, sightseeing, point of view, gazebo, loophole, belvedere, watchtower. Field of view, theater, amphitheater, arena, vista, horizon, commanding view, bird's eye view, periscope. Visual organ, organ of vision. Eye, naked eye, unassisted eye, retina, pupil, iris, cornea, white, optics, orbs, saucer eyes, goggle eyes, gooseberry eyes. Short sight and see 443. Clear sight, sharp sight, quick sight, eagle sight, piercing sight, penetrating sight, clear glance, sharp glance, quick glance, eagle glance, piercing glance, penetrating glance, clear eye, sharp eye, quick eye, eagle eye, piercing eye, penetrating eye, perspicacity, discernment, catopsis. Eagle, hawk, cat, lynx, argus. Evil eye, basilisk, cockatrice. V. See, behold, discern, perceive, have insight, descry, sight, make out, discover, distinguish, recognize, spy, espy, ken. Get a sight of, have a sight of, catch a sight of, get a glimpse of, have a glimpse of, catch a glimpse of, command a view of, witness, contemplate, speculate, cast the eyes on, set the eyes on, be a spectator of and see 444, look on and see, be present, 186, see sights and see, curiosity, 455. See at a glance and see, intelligence, 498. Look, view, eye, lift up the eyes, open one's eye, look at, look on, look upon, look over, look about one, look round, survey, scan, inspect, run the eye over, run the eye through, reconnoiter, glance round, glance on, glance over, turn one's looks upon, bend one's looks upon, direct the eyes to, turn the eyes on, cast a glance. Observe and see, attend to 457, watch and see, care, 459, see with one's own eyes, watch for and see, expect, 507, peep, peer, pry, take a peep, play at bopep. Look full in the face, look hard at, look intently, strain one's eyes, fix the eyes upon, rivet the eyes upon, stare, gaze, pore over, gloat on, leer, ogle, glare, goggle, cock the eye, squint, gloat, look askance. Seeing and CV, visual, ocular, optic, optical, ophthalmic, clear eyesighted and CN, eagle-eyed, hawk-eyed, lynx-eyed, keen-eyed, argus-eyed, visible and see 446 adv. Visibly and see 446, in sight of with one's eyes open at sight, at first sight, at a glance, at the first blush, prima facie int. Look and see, attention, 457, phr. The scales falling from one's eyes, an eye like Mars to threaten or command. Her eyes are homes of silent prayer, looking before and after, thy rapt soul sitting in thine eyes 0. 442. Blindness, and blindness, cessity, execation, amaurosis, cataract, ablepsy, ablepsia, prostriction, dim-sightedness, and see 443 braille, braille type, guttus arena, drop serene, noctograph tychopsia v. Be blind and see edge, not see, lose sight of, have the eyes bandaged, grope in the dark. Not look, close the eyes, shut the eyes, turn away the eyes, avert the eyes, look another way, wink and see, limited vision, 443. Shut the eyes to be blind to, wink at, blink at, render blind and seeage. Blind, blindfold, hoodwink, dazzle, put one's eyes out, throw dust into one's eyes, pull the wool over one's eyes, jetter de la powder ox u, screen from sight and see, hide, 528. Blind, eyeless, sightless, visionless, dark, stone blind, sand blind, stark blind, undiscerning, dim-sighted and see 443. Blind as a bat, blind as a buzzard, blind as a beetle, blind as a mole, blind as an owl, wall-eyed, blinded and CV. Adv. Blindly, blindfold, blindfolded, darkly. Phr. Oh, dark, 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 amid the blaze of noon. 443. Dim-sightedness and dim sight, dull sight, half sight, short sight, near sight, long sight, double sight, astigmatic sight, failing sight, dim-sightedness and see, purblindness, lipitude, myopia, presbyopia, confusion of vision, astigmatism, color blindness, chromatopseudoblepsis, daltonism, nyctalopia, strabismus, strabism, squint, blearedness, day blindness, hemerolopia, nystagmus, xanthocyanopia, xanthopsia, cast in the eye, swivel eye, goggle eyes, obliquity of vision. Winking and CV, nictitation, blinkered, albino, dizziness, swimming, scotomy, cataract, ophthalmia, blinker, screen and see hider, 530. Deceptio visus, refraction, distortion, illusion, false light, anamorphosis, virtual image, spectrum, mirage, looming, phasma, phantasm, phantasma, phantom, vision, spectre, apparition, ghost, ignis fatuus and see luminary, 423. Spectre of the Brocken, magic mirror, magic lantern and see, show, 448. Mirror, lens and see, instrument, 445. V, be dim-sighted and CN. See double, have a mote in the eye, have a mist before the eyes, have a film over the eyes, see through a prism, see through a glass darkly, wink, blink, nictitate, squint, look askant askance, screw up the eyes, glare, glower, nictate. Dazzle, lumage, dim-sighted and CN, myopic, presbyopic, astigmatic, moon-eyed, mope-eyed, blear-eyed, goggle-eyed, gooseberry-eyed, one-eyed, blind of one eye, monoculus, half-blind, purblind, cock-eyed, dim-eyed, mole-eyed, dichroic. Blind as a bat and see, blind, 442. Winking and CV. 444. Spectator, spectator, beholder, observer, looker-on, onlooker, witness, eyewitness, bystander, passerby, sightseer, rubberneck, rubbernecker, spy, sentinel and see, warning, 668 v. Witness, behold and see, 441, look on and see, be present, 186, gawk, rubber, rubberneck. 445. Optical instruments, optical instruments, lens, meniscus, magnifier, sunglass, magnifying glass, hand lens, microscope, megascope, tinoscope. Spectacles, specs, glasses, barnacles, goggles, eyeglass, pince-nez, monocle, reading glasses, bifocals, contact lenses, soft lenses, hard lenses, sunglasses, shades. Periscopic lens, telescope, glass, lorgnette. Spyglass, opera glass, binocular, binoculars, field glass. Burning glass, convex lens, concave lens, convexo-concave lens, coated lens, multiple lens, compound lens, lens system, telephoto lens, wide-angle lens, fisheye lens, zoom lens, optical bench. Astronomical telescope, reflecting telescope, reflector, refracting telescope, refractor, Newtonian telescope, folded path telescope, finder telescope, chromatoscope, X-ray telescope, radio telescope, phased array telescope, very large array radio telescope, ultraviolet telescope, infrared telescope, star spectroscope, space telescope, altazimuth mount, equatorial mount, refractometer, circular dichroism spectrometer, interferometer. Phase contrast microscope, fluorescence microscope, dissecting microscope, electron microscope, transmission electron microscope, scanning electron microscope SEM, scanning tunneling electron microscope, objective lens, eyepiece, barrel, platform, focusing knob, slide, slide glass, cover glass, counting chamber, illuminator, light source, polarizer, component parts of telescopes, reticle, crosshairs. Light pipe, fiber optics mirror, reflector, speculum, looking glass, pier glass, cheval glass, rearview mirror, hand mirror, one-way mirror, magnifying mirror, funhouse, prism, diffraction grating, beam splitter, half-wave plate, quarter-wave plate, camera lucida, camera obscura, magic lantern and see-show 448, stereopticon, chromatrope, thaumatrope, stereoscope, pseudoscope, polyscope, kaleidoscope. Photometer, eriometer, actinometer, lucimeter, radiometer. Lick detector, photodiode, photomultiplier, photodiode array, photocell X-ray diffractometer, goniometer, spectrometer, monochrometer, UV spectrometer, visible spectrometer, infrared spectrometer, Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, recording spectrometer, densitometer, scanning densitometer, two-dimensional densitometer, abdominoscope, gastroscope, helioscope, polariscope, pulmoscope, spectroscope. Abdominoscopy, gastroscopy, microscopy, microscopist. 446. Visibility, visibility, perceptibility, conspicuousness, distinctness, and see edge. Conspicuity, conspicuousness, appearance, and see 448 bassetting, exposure, manifestation, and see 525. Ocular proof, ocular evidence, ocular demonstration, field of view and see, vision, 441 periscopism, v. Be become visible and see edge. Appear, open to the view, meet the eye, catch the eye, basset, present itself, show, manifest itself, produce itself, discover itself, reveal itself, expose itself, betray itself. Stand forth, stand out, materialize. Show, arise, peep out, peer out, crop out, start up, spring up, show up, turn up, crop up, glimmer, loom, glare, burst forth, burst upon the view, burst upon the sight, heave in sight, come into view, come out, come forth, come forward, see the light of day. Break through the clouds, make its appearance, show its face, appear to one's eyes, come upon the stage, float before the eyes, speak for itself and see manifest, 525, attract the attention and see 457, reappear, live in a glass house, expose to view and see 525, visible, perceptible, perceivable, discernible, apparent, in view, in full view, in sight, exposed to view, envidence, unclouded, unobscured in the foreground. Obvious and see manifest, 525, plain, clear, distinct, definite, well-defined, well-marked, in focus, recognizable, palpable, autotical, glaring, staring, conspicuous, stereoscopic, in bold and strong relief, periscopic, panoramic, before one's eyes, under one's eyes, before one, a view dole in one's eye, oculi subject to fidelibus, adv, visibly in siege, in sight of, before one's eyes in siege, veludi in speculum. 447. Invisibility, invisibility, invisibleness, non-appearance, imperceptibility, indistinctness and siege, mystery, delightsense. Concealment and C 528, latency and C 526 v, be invisible and siege, be hidden and see hide 528, lurk and see lie hidden 526, escape notice, render invisible and siege, conceal and C 528, put out of sight. Not see and see, be blind 442, lose sight of edge. Invisible, imperceptible, undiscernible, indiscernible, unapparent, non-apparent, out of sight, not in sight, apert to view, behind the scenes, behind the curtain, viewless, sightless, inconspicuous, unconspicuous, unseen and see and C 441, covert and see, latent 526, eclipsed under an eclipse. Dim and see, faint, 422, mysterious, dark, obscure, confused, indistinct, indistinguishable, shadowy, indefinite, undefined, ill-defined, ill-marked, blurred, fuzzy, out of focus, misty and see, opaque, 426, delightsent. Hidden, obscured, covered, veiled, concealed, 528, phr. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen. 448. Appearance, an appearance, phenomenon, sight, spectacle, show, premonstration, scene, species, view, kudoil, lookout, outlook, prospect, vista, perspective, bird's eye view, scenery, landscape, picture, tableau, display, exposure, missi and scene, rising of the curtain, phantasm, phantom and see, fallacy of vision, 443. Pageant, spectacle, peep show, rarity show, gallanty show, ombres chinoises, magic lantern, phantasmagoria, dissolving views, biograph, cinematograph, moving pictures, panorama, diorama, cosmorama, georama, coup de theater, Jew de theater, pageantry and see, ostentation, 882, insignia and see, indication, 550. Aspect, angle, phase, facies, seeming, shape and see, form, 240, guise, look, complexion, color, image, mien, air, cast, carriage, port, demeanor. Presence, expression, first blush, face of the thing, point of view, light. Lineament, feature, trait, lines, outline, outside. Contour, face, countenance, physiognomy, visage, phys, cast of countenance, profile. Tournure, cut of 1s jib, metaposcopy. Outside and see 220. V, appear, be visible, become visible and see 446. Seem, look, show. Present the appearance of, wear the appearance of, carry the appearance of, have the appearance of, bear the appearance of, exhibit the appearance of, take the appearance of, take on the appearance of, assume the appearance, present the semblance of, wear the semblance of, carry the semblance of, have the semblance of, bear the semblance of, exhibit the semblance of, take the semblance of, take on the semblance of, assume the semblance of. Look like, cut a figure, figure, present to the view, show and see, make manifest, 525. Apparent, seeming, ostensible, on view, adv. Apparently, to all seeming, to all appearance. Ostensibly, seemingly, as it seems on the face of it, prima facie, at the first blush, at first sight, in the eyes of, to the eye, phr. Editio princeps. 449. Disappearance, disappearance, evanescence, eclipse, occultation, departure and see 293, exit, vanishing point, dissolving views, v. Disappear, vanish, dissolve, fade, melt away, pass, go, avant, evaporate, vaporize, be gone and siege. Leave no trace, leave not a rack behind, go off the stage and see, depart, 293, suffer an eclipse, undergo an eclipse, retire from sight, be lost to view, pass out of sight, lose sight of. Efface and see 552, disappearing and CV, evanescent, missing, lost, lost to sight, lost to view, gone, int. Vanish, disappear, avant, get lost, get out of here and see, ejection 297. Class Roman 4 words, relating to the intellectual faculties division, formation of ideas. Sect 1 operations of intellect in general. 450. Intellect, intellect, mind, understanding, reason, thinking principle, rationality, cogitative faculties, cognitive faculties, discursive faculties, reasoning faculties, intellectual faculties, senses, consciousness, observation, percipience, intelligence, intellection, intuition, association of ideas, instinct, conception, judgment, wits, parts, capacity, intellectuality, genius, brains, cognitive powers, intellectual powers. Wit and C 498. Ability and C skill 698. Wisdom and C 498. Vernunft, Verstand, soul, spirit, ghost, inner man, heart, breast, bosom, penetralia mentis, divina particula ori, heart's core. The absolute, psyche, subliminal consciousness, supreme principle, brain, organ of thought, seat of thought. Sensorium, sensory head, headpiece. Pate, noddle, noggin, skull, pericranium, cerebrum, cranium, brainpen, sconce, upper story. Central processing unit, CPU. Arithmetic and logical unit, ALU, metaphysics. Psychics, psychology, ideology, mental philosophy, moral philosophy. Philosophy of the mind, pneumatology, phrenology, craniology, cranioscopy, ideality, idealism. Transcendentalism, spiritualism, immateriality, and C 317. Universal concept, universal conception. Metaphysician, psychologist, and CV. Note, notice, mark, take notice of, take cognizance of, be aware of, be conscious of, realize, appreciate, ruminate and see, think 451, fancy and see, imagine 515, intellectual, mental, rational, subjective, metaphysical, nooscopic, spiritual, ghostly, psychical, psychological, cerebral, animastic, brainy, hyperphysical, superphysical, subconscious, subliminal. Immaterial and C 317, endowed with reason adv. In petto, phr. Ens rationis, frans est animi janua, locos y ninos Dyson la verded, mens sola loco non exulet, my mind is my kingdom, stern men with empires in their brains, the mind, the music breathing from her face, thou living ray of intellectual fire. 450a. Absence or want of intellect, absence of intellect, want of intellect and C 450, imbecility and C 499. Brutality, brute force instinct, stimulus response loop, conditioned response, instinctive reaction, Pavlovian response, mimicry, aping, imitation, 19, moron, imbecile, idiot, fool and C 501, dumb animal, vegetable, brain dead. Unendowed with reason, void of reason, thoughtless, vegetative, moronic, idiotic, brainless adv. Instinctively like Pavlov's dog, vegetatively, v. Mimic, ape, imitate, 19, respond instinctively. 451. Thought, exercitation of the intellect, exercise of the intellect. Intellection, reflection, cogitation, consideration, meditation, study, lucubration, speculation, deliberation, pondering, head work, brain work, cerebration, deep reflection, close study, application, and C, attention, 457. Abstract thought, abstraction, contemplation, musing, brown study and C, inattention, 458. Reverie, Platonism, depth of thought, workings of the mind, thoughts, inmost thoughts. Self-counsel, self-communing, self-consultation. Philosophy of the absolute, philosophy of the academy, philosophy of the garden, philosophy of the lyceum, philosophy of the porch. Association of thought, succession of thought, flow of thought, train of thought, current of thought, association of ideas, succession of ideas, flow of ideas, train of ideas, current of ideas. Afterthought, mature thought, reconsideration, second thoughts, retrospection, and C, memory, 505. Excogitation, examination, and C, inquiry, 461. Invention and C, imagination, 515. Thoughtfulness and C, edge. V. Think, reflect, cogitate, excogitate, consider, deliberate, bestow thought upon, bestow consideration upon, speculate, contemplate, meditate, ponder, muse, dream, ruminate, brood over, con over, animadvert, study, bend the mind, apply the mind, and see, attend. 457. Digest, discuss, hammer at, weigh, perpend, realize, appreciate, fancy, and see, imagine. 515. Tro. Take into consideration. Take counsel and see, be advised. 695. Commune with oneself, bethink oneself, collect one's thoughts, revolve in the mind, turn over in the mind, run over in the mind, chew the cud upon, sleep upon, take counsel of one's pillow, advise with one's pillow. Rack one's brains, ransack one's brains, crack one's brains, beat one's brains, cudgel one's brains, set one's brain to work, set one's wits to work. Harbor an idea, entertain an idea, cherish an idea, nurture an idea, and see 453, take into one's head, bear in mind, reconsider. Occur, present itself, suggest itself, come into one's head, get into one's head, strike one, flit across the view, come uppermost, run in one's head. Enter the mind, pass in the mind, cross the mind, flash on the mind, flash across the mind, float in the mind, fasten itself on the mind, be uppermost in the mind, occupy the mind, have in one's mind. Make an impression, sink into the mind, penetrate into the mind, engross the thoughts. Thinking and CV. Thoughtful, pensive, meditative, reflective, museful, wistful, contemplative, speculative, deliberative, studious, sedate, introspective, platonic, philosophical. Lost in thought and see inattentive, 458. Deep musing and see intent, 457. In the mind under consideration, adv. All things considered, phr. The mind being on the stretch, the mind turning upon, the head turning upon, the mind running upon, divinely bent to meditation. En tout chose ill faut consider la fin, fresh plucked from bowers of never-failing thought o. Meredith, go speed the stars of thought in maiden meditation fancy-free, so sweet is zealous contemplation. The power of thought is the magic of the mind, those that think must govern those that toil. Thought is parent of the deed, thoughts in attitudes imperious. Thoughts that breathe and words that burn, viver est cogiter, volk der dichter undenker. 452. Incogitancy, n incogitancy, vacancy, inunderstanding, fatuity and c 499, thoughtlessness and c inattention, 458, vacuity, couch potato, vegetable v. Not think and c 451, not think of, dismiss from the mind, dismiss from the thoughts and c 451, indulge in reverie and c be inattentive, 458. Put away thought, unbend the mind, relax the mind, divert the mind, veg out, vacant, unintellectual, unidle, unoccupied, unthinking, inconsiderate, thoughtless, mindless, no brain, vacuous, absent and c inattentive, 458, diverted, irrational and c 499, narrow-minded and c 481, unthought of, undreamt of, unconsidered, off one's mind, incogitable, not to be thought of, phr. Absence disparate, pabulum pictura passit inani. 453. Idea, an idea, notion, conception, thought, apprehension, impression, perception, image, eidolon, sentiment, reflection, observation, consideration, abstract idea, archetype, formative notion, guiding conception, organizing conception, image in the mind, regulative principle, view and see, opinion, 484, theory and c 514, conceit, fancy, fantasy and c, imagination, 515. Point of view and c, aspect, 448, field of view. 454. Topic, n subject of thought, material for thought, food for the mind, mental pabulum, subject, subject matter, matter, theme, nomata, topic, what it is about, thesis, text, business, affair, matter in hand, argument, motion, resolution, head, chapter, case, point, proposition, theorem, field of inquiry, moot point, problem and c, question, 461 v. Float in the mind, pass in the mind and c 451. Thought of, uppermost in the mind, in petto, adv. Under consideration, in question in the mind, on foot, on the carpet, on the docket, on the tapis, relative to and c9. Section 2, Precursory Conditions and Operations. 455. Curiosity, n interest, thirst for knowledge, thirst for truth, curiosity, curiousness, inquiring mind, inquisitiveness, omnivorous intellect, devouring mind, inquirer, sightseer, quidnunc, newsmonger, Paul Pry, eavesdropper, gossip and see news, 532 rubberneck, intellectual, seeker, seeker after truth v. Be curious and see edge. Take an interest in, stare, gape, prick up the ears, see sights, lionize, pry, nose, rubberneck. Curious, inquisitive, burning with curiosity, over-curious, inquiring and see 461, prying, snoopy, nosy, peering, prurient, inquisitorial, inquisitory, curious as a cat, agape and see expectant, 507, phr. What's the matter? What next? Consumed with curiosity, curiosity killed the cat, satisfaction brought it back, curiouser and curiouser. 456. In curiosity, n in curiosity, in curiousness and see edge. Insouciance and c 866, indifference, lack of interest, disinterest, boredom, ennui, weariness, 841, satiety and c 639, foreknowledge, foresight 510v. Being curious and see edge. Have no curiosity and see 455. Take no interest in and see 823. Mind one's own business. Incurious, uninquisitive, indifferent. Impassive and see 823. Uninterested, detached, aloof. 457. Attention and attention. Mindfulness, presence of mind and see edge. Intentness, intentiveness, alertness. Thought and see 451. Advertence, advertency, observance, observation, consideration, reflection, perpension, heed, heedfulness, particularity, notice, regard and CV, circumspection, diligence and see, care, 459. Study, scrutiny, inspection, introspection, revision, revisal. Active application, diligent application, exclusive application, minute application, close application, intense application, deep application, profound application, abstract application, labored application, deliberate application, active attention, diligent attention, exclusive attention, minute attention, close attention, intense attention, deep attention, profound attention, abstract attention, labored attention, deliberate attention, active thought, diligent thought, exclusive thought, minute thought, close thought. Intense thought, deep thought, profound thought, abstract thought, labored thought, deliberate thought, active study, diligent study, exclusive study, minute study, close study, intense study, deep study, profound study, abstract study, labored study, deliberate study. Minuteness, attention to detail. Absorption of mind and see abstraction, 458. Indication, calling attention to and see v. Be attentive and see edge. Attend, advert to, observe, look, see, view, remark, notice, regard, take notice, mark. Give attention to, pay attention to, pay heed to, give heed to, incline an ear to, lend an ear to, trouble one's head about. Give a thought to, animadvert to, occupy oneself with. Contemplate and see, think of, 451. Look at, look to, look after, look into, look over, see to. Turn the mind to, bend the mind to, apply the mind to, direct the mind to, give the mind to, turn the eye to, bend the eye to, apply the eye to, direct the eye to, give the eye to, turn the attention to, bend the attention to, apply the attention to, direct the attention to, give the attention to. Have an eye to, have in one's eye, bear in mind. Take into account, take into consideration. Keep in sight, keep in view. Have regard to, heed, mind, take cognizance of, entertain, recognize, make note of, take note of. Note, examine cursorily, glance at, glance upon, glance over, cast the eyes over, pass the eyes over, run over, turn over the leaves, dip into, perstringe, skim and see, neglect, 460, take a cursory view of. Examine, examine closely, examine intently. Scan, scrutinize, consider, give one's mind to, bend one's mind to, overhaul, revise, pore over. Inspect, review, pass under review, take stock of. Fix the eye on, rivet attention on, fix attention on, devote the eye to, fix the mind on, devote the thoughts to, hear out, think out, mind one's business. Revert to, watch and see, expect, 507, take care of, 459, hearken to, listen to, prick up the ears, have the eyes open, keep the eyes open, come to the point. Meet with attention, fall under one's notice, fall under one's observation, be under consideration and see topic, 454. Catch the eye, strike the eye, attract notice. Catch the attention, awaken the attention, wake the attention, invite the attention, solicit the attention, attract the attention, claim the attention, excite the attention, engage the attention, occupy the attention, strike the attention, arrest the attention, fix the attention, engross the attention, absorb the attention, rivet the attention, catch the mind, awaken the mind, wake the mind, invite the mind, solicit the mind, attract the mind, claim the mind, excite the mind, engage the mind, occupy the mind, strike the mind. Arrest the mind, fix the mind, engross the mind, absorb the mind, rivet the mind, catch the thoughts, awaken the thoughts, wake the thoughts, invite the thoughts, solicit the thoughts, attract the thoughts, claim the thoughts, excite the thoughts, engage the thoughts, occupy the thoughts, strike the thoughts, arrest the thoughts, fix the thoughts, engross the thoughts, absorb the thoughts, rivet the thoughts, be present to the mind, be uppermost in the mind. Bring under one's notice, point out, point to, point at, point the finger at, lay the finger on, indigitate, indicate, direct attention to, call attention to, show, put a mark upon and see, sign 550, call soldiers to attention. Bring forward and see, make manifest, 525. Attentive, mindful, observant, regardful, alive to, awake to, observing and CV. Alert, open-eyed, intent on, taken up with, occupied with, engaged in, engrossed in, wrapped in, absorbed, wrapped, transfixed, riveted, mesmerized, hypnotized, glued to the TV, the window, a book, breathless, preoccupied and C, inattentive, 458. Watchful and C, careful, 459. Breathless, undistracted, upon the stretch, on the watch and C, expectant, 507. Steadfast, interesting, engrossing, mesmerizing, riveting. Int, C. Look here, look you look to it. Mark, lo, behold, Soho, hark ye, mind, halloo, observe, lo and behold. Attention, nota bene and be note well, I'd have you to know notice. Oh yes, oh yea, deco, echo, yoho, phr. This is to give notice, these are to give notice. Dictum sapienti sat est, a word to the wise is sufficient. Finem respice, attention. Now hear this, oh yea. Achtung v nimini chui. 458. Inattention, n inattention, inconsideration, inconsiderateness and c udge. Oversight, inadvertence, inadvertency, non-observance, disregard. Supineness and c inactivity, 683. Attortory, want of thought, heedlessness and c neglect, 460. Insouciance and c indifference, 866. Abstraction, absence of mind, absorption of mind. Preoccupation, distraction, reverie, brown study, deep musing, fit of abstraction, v. Be inattentive and c edge. Overlook, disregard, pass by and c neglect, 460. Not observe and c 457. Think little of. Close one's eyes to, shut one's eyes to. Pay no attention to, dismiss from one's thoughts, discard from one's thoughts, discharge from one's thoughts, dismiss from one's mind, discard from one's mind, discharge from one's mind. Drop the subject, think no more of. Set aside, put aside. Turn away from, turn one's attention from, turn a deaf ear to, turn one's back upon. Abstract oneself, dream, indulge in reverie. Escape notice, escape attention, come in at one ear and go out at the other. Forget and see, have no remembrance, 506. Call off the attention, draw off the attention, call away the attention, divert the attention, distract the mind, put out of one's head. Disconcert, discompose, put out, confuse, perplex, bewilder, moiter, fluster, muddle, dazzle, throw a sop to Cerberus. Inattentive, unobservant, unmindful, heedless, unthinking, unheeding, undiscerning, inadvertent, mindless, regardless, respectless, listless and c indifferent, 866. Blind, deaf, bird-witted, hand over head. Cursory, percursory, giddy-brained, scatter-brained, hair-brained, unreflective, unreflecting, esservel, offhand, dizzy, muzzy, brainsick, giddy as a goose. Wild, harum-scarum, rantipole, high-flying, heedless, careless and c neglectful, 460. Inconsiderate, thoughtless. Absent, abstracted, distray, absent-minded, lost in thought, wrapped in the clouds, bemused, dreaming on other things, musing on other things, preoccupied, engrossed and c attentive, 457, daydreaming in a reverie and cn, off one's guard and c inexpectant, 508, napping, dreamy, caught napping, disconcerted, distracted, put out and cv. Adv, inattentively, inadvertently, absent-mindedly and c edge. Per incurium sub silentio int. Stand at ease, stand easy, phr. The attention wanders, one's wits gone a wool gathering, one's wits gone a bird's nesting. It never entered into one's head, the mind running on other things, one's thoughts being elsewhere. Had it been a bear it would have bitten you. 459. Care, solicitude, heed, heedfulness and c edge, scruple and c conscientiousness, 939, watchfulness and c edge. Vigilance, surveillance, eyes of Argus, watch, vigil, look out, watch and ward, Lowell Dumater. Alertness and c activity, 682. Attention and c 457. Prudence and c circumspection and c caution, 864. Anxiety. Forethought and c 510. Precaution and c preparation, 673. Tidiness and c order, 58. Cleanliness, 652. Accuracy and c exactness, 494. Minuteness, attention to detail, v. Be careful and c edge. Take care and c be cautious, 864. Pay attention to and c 457. Take care of, look to, look after, see to, see after, keep an eye on, keep a sharp eye on, chaperone, matronize, play gooseberry, keep watch and ward, mount guard, set watch, keep in sight, keep in view, mind one's business. Look sharp, look about one. Look with one's own eyes, keep a good lookout, keep a sharp lookout, have all one's wits about one, have all one's eyes about one. Watch for and see, expect, 507, keep one's eyes open, have the eyes open, sleep with one's eye open. Careful, regardful, heedful, taking care and cv. Particular, prudent and c cautious, 864, considerate. thoughtful and c. deliberative, 451. Provident and c. prepared, 673. Alert and c. active, 682. Sure-footed. Guarded, on one's guard, on the qui vivre, on the alert, on watch, on the lookout. Awake, broad awake, vigilant, watchful, wakeful, wistful, argicide, wide awake and c. intelligent, 498. On the watch for expectant, 507. Tidy and c. orderly, 58. Clean, 652. Accurate and c. exact, 494. Scrupulous and c. conscientious, 939. Cavendo tutus and c. safe, 664. Adv. Carefully and c. edge. With care, gingerly, phr, quis custodiat istos custodes, who will watch the watchers. Care will kill a cat, nibabaz agua queno vis, o polished perturbation. Golden care, the incessant care and labor of his mind. 460. Neglect and neglect, carelessness and c. edge. Trifling and cv. negligence. Omission, oversight, laches, default, supineness and c. inactivity, 683. Inattention and c. 458. Nonchalance and c. insensibility, 823. Imprudence, recklessness and c. 863. Slovenliness and c. disorder, 59. Dirt, 653. Improvidence and c. 674. Noncompletion and c. 730. Inexactness and c. error, 495. Paralypsis, paralepsis, paralapsis in rhetoric. Trifler, waiter on providence, Micawber v. be negligent and c. edge. Take no care of and c. take care of and c. 459. Neglect. Let slip, let go, lay aside, set aside, CSD aside, put aside, keep out of sight, put out of sight, lose sight of. Overlook, disregard, pass over, paw by, let pass, blink, wink at, connive at, gloss over. Take no note of, take no thought of, take no account of, take no notice of, pay no regard to, laus or aller, scamp. Trifle, fribble, do by halves, cut, slight and c. despise, 930. Play with, trifle with. Slur, skim, skim the surface, efflura, take a cursory view of and see 457. Slur over, skip over, jump over, slip over. Pretermit, miss, skip, jump, omit, give the go-by to push aside, pigeonhole, shelve, sink table, ignore, shut one's eyes to, refuse to hear, turn a deaf ear to, leave out of one's calculation, not attend to and see 457. Not mind, not trouble oneself about, not trouble one's head about, not trouble oneself with, forget and see 506. Be caught napping and see not expect, 508. Leave a loose thread, let the grass grow under one's feet, render neglectful and see edge. Put off one's guard, throw off one's guard, distract, divert, edge, neglecting and CV, unmindful, negligent, neglectful, heedless, careless, thoughtless, perfunctory, remiss, feebleness and c. 575. Inconsiderate, uncircumspect, incircumspect, off one's guard, unwary, unwatchful, unguarded, offhand. Supine and c. inactive, 683. Inattentive and c. 458. Insouciant and c. indifferent, 823. Imprudent, reckless and c. 863. Slovenly and c. disorderly, 59. Dirty, 653. Inexact and c. erroneous, 495. Improvident and c. 674. Neglected and cv. Unheeded, uncared for, unperceived, unseen, unobserved, unnoticed, unnoted, unmarked, unattended to, unthought of, unregarded, unremarked, unmissed, shunted, shelved, unexamined, unstudied, unsearched, unscanned, unweighed, unsifted, unexplored, abandoned, buried in a napkin, hid under a bushel. Adv. Negligently and c-age. Hand over head anyhow, in an unguarded moment and see unexpectedly, 508, per incurium, int. Never mind, no matter, let it pass, phr. Out of sight, out of mind. 461. Inquiry, an inquiry, request and c. 765. Search, research, quest, pursuit and c. 622. Examination, review, scrutiny, investigation, indagation, perquisition, perscrutation, pervestigation, inquest, inquisition, exploration, exploitation, ventilation. Sifting, calculation, analysis, dissection, resolution, induction, Baconian method. Strict inquiry, close inquiry, searching inquiry, exhaustive inquiry, narrow search, strict search, study and see, consideration, 451, sire facies, ad referendum, trial. Questioning and CV. Interrogation, interrogatory, interpellation, challenge, examination, cross-examination, catechism, feeler, Socratic method, zetetic philosophy, leading question, discussion and see, reasoning, 476. reconnoitering, reconnaissance, prying, and CV. Espionage, espionage, domiciliary visit, peep behind the curtain, lantern of Diogenes. Question, query, problem, desideratum, point to be solved, porism, subject of inquiry, field of inquiry, subject of controversy, point in dispute, matter in dispute, moot point, issue, question at issue, bone of contention and C discord 713, plain question, fair question, open question, enigma and C secret 533, knotty point and C difficulty 704 quodlibet, threshold of an inquiry. Inquirer, investigator, inquisitor, inspector, querist, examiner, catechist, scrutator, scrutineer, scrutinizer, analyst, quidnunc and C curiosity 455 v. Make inquiry and CN, inquire, ask, seek, search, look about for, look out for, scan, reconnoiter, explore, sound, rummage, ransack, pry, peer, look round, look over, look through, spy, overhaul, ask about, inquire about, scratch the head, slap the forehead. Look into every hole and corner, peer into every hole and corner, pry into every hole and corner, nose, trace up, search out, hunt down, hunt out, fish out, ferret out, unearth, leave no stone unturned. Seek a clue, hunt, track, trail, mouse, dodge, trace, follow the scent, pursue and see 662, beat up one's quarters, fish for, feel for and see, experiment 463. Investigate, take up an inquiry, institute an inquiry, pursue an inquiry, follow up an inquiry, conduct an inquiry, carry on an inquiry, carry out an inquiry, prosecute an inquiry and CN. Look at, look into, pre-examine, discuss, canvass, agitate. Examine, study, consider, calculate, dip into, dive into, delve into, go deep into, make sure of, probe, sound, fathom, probe to the bottom, probe to the quick. Scrutinize, analyze, anatomize, dissect, parse, resolve, sift, winnow, view in all its phases, try in all its phases, thresh out. Bring in question, bring into question, subject to examination, put to the proof and see, experiment 463. Audit, tax, pass in review, take into consideration and see, think over 451. Take counsel and see 695. Question, demand. Put the question, pop the question, propose the question, propound the question, moot the question, start the question, raise the question, stir the question, suggest the question, put forth the question, ventilate the question, grapple with the question, go into a question. Question, put to the question, interrogate, pump, subject to interrogation, subject to examination, cross-question, cross-examine, press for an answer, give the third degree, put to the inquisition, dodge. Catechize, require an answer, pick the brains of, suck the brains of, feel the pulse, get the lay of the land, see how the wind is blowing, put one's ear to the ground, be in question and siege, undergo examination. Inquiry and CV. Inquisitive and C, curious 455, requisitive, requisitory, catechetical, inquisitorial, analytic, in search of, inquestive, on the lookout for, interrogatives, atetic, all searching, undetermined, untried, undecided, in question, in dispute, in issue, in course of inquiry, under discussion, under consideration, under investigation and CN, sub judice, moot, proposed, doubtful and C, uncertain 475 adv. Quare. What, why, wherefore, whence, whither, where, how comes it, how happens it, how is it, what is the reason, what's the matter, nicht wahr, what's in the wind, what on earth, when, who. 462. Answer, response, reply, replication, riposte, rejoinder, surregender, rebutter, surrebutter, retort, repartee, rescript, rescription, antiphon, antiphony, acknowledgement, password, echo, counter statement, discovery and C 480.1, solution and C explanation 522, rationale and C cause 153, clue and C indication 550. Oedipus, oracle and C 513, return and see record 551 v. Answer, respond, reply, rebut, retort, rejoin, give for answer, return for answer, acknowledge, echo, explain and see interpret 522, solve and see unriddle 522, discover and see 480. 1. Fathom, hunt out and see inquire 461, satisfy, set at rest, determine. Answering and CV, responsive, respondent, conclusive, adv, because and C, cause 153 on the scent, on the right scent, int, eureka. 463. Experiment, N experiment, essay and C attempt, 675, analysis and C investigation, 461, screen, trial, tentative method, tâtonnement, verification, probation, experimentum crucis, proof, demonstration, 478, criterion, diagnostic, test, probe, crucial test, acid test, litmus test. Crucible, reagent, check, touchstone, pix, assay, ordeal, ring, litmus paper, curcuma paper, turmeric paper, test tube, analytical instruments, and C633. Empiricism, rule of thumb, feeler, trial balloon, pilot balloon, messenger balloon, pilot engine, scout, straw to show the wind, speculation, random shot, leap in the dark, analyzer, analyst, essayist, adventurer, experimenter, experimentist, experimentalist, scientist, engineer, technician. Subject, experimentee, guinea pig, experimental animal. Protocol, experimental method, blind experiment, double-blind experiment, controlled experiment. Poll, survey, opinion poll. Epidemiological survey, retrospective analysis, retrospective survey, prospective analysis, statistical analysis. Literature search, library research, tryout, audition. Discovery, NC 480. Measurement, NC 466. Evidence, NC 467. Deduction, induction, abduction. V. Experiment, essay, and C. Endeavor, 675. Try, try out, assay, make an experiment, make a trial of, give a trial to, put on trial, subject to trial. Experiment upon, rehearse, put to the test, bring to the test, submit to the proof. Prove, verify, test, touch, practice upon, try one's strength. Road test, test drive, take for a spin, test fly. Grope, feel one's way, grope for one's way. Fumble, tatner, aller, a circumflex, tatons, put out a feeler, throw out a feeler. Send up a trial balloon, send up a pilot balloon. See how the land lies, get the lay of the land, test the waters, feel out, sound out, take the pulse, see, check, check out, see how the wind blows, consult the barometer, feel the pulse. Fish for, bob for, cast for, beat about for, angle, trawl, cast one's net, beat the bushes. Try one's fortune and see, adventure, 675. Explore and see, inquire, 461. Experimental, empirical, probative, probatory, probationary, provisional, analytic, docimastic, tentative, unverified, unproven, speculative, untested, adv. On trial, under examination, on probation, under probation, on one's trial, on approval, phr. Check it out, give it a try, see how it goes. Run it up the flagpole and see who salutes. 464. Comparison, comparison, collation, contrast, identification, comparative estimate, relativity. Simile, similitude, analogy, similarity, 17. Allegory and see metaphor, 521. Matching, pattern matching. Ratio, proportion, number, 84. Discrimination, 465. Indiscrimination, 465. 1. Identification, 465.2. Compare to, compare with, collate, confront, place side by side, juxtapose, and see, near. 197. Set against one another, pit against one another, contrast, balance. Identify, draw parallel, compare notes. Institute a comparison, parva componer magnes 0 edge. Comparative, metaphorical, and see 521, compared with and CV, comparable, judged by comparison, adv. Relatively and see relation 9, as compared with and CV. PHR, comparisons are odious, comparisons are odorous, much ado about nothing. 464a. Incomparability, incommensurability, indistinguishability, and see 465.1. Edge. Incommensurable, incommensurate, incomparable, different, and see 15. PHR. Like apples and oranges, no basis for comparison, no standard for comparison. 465. Discrimination, discrimination, distinction, differentiation, diagnosis, diorism, nice perception, perception of difference, appreciation of difference, estimation, and see 466. Nicety, refinement, taste, and see 850. Critique, judgment, tact, discernment, and see intelligence, 498. Acuteness, penetration, nuances, dope, past performances. V. Discriminate, distinguish, severalize, recognize, match, identify, separate, draw the line, sift, separate the chaff from the wheat, winnow the chaff from the wheat. Separate the men from the boys, split hairs, draw a fine line, nitpick, quibble, estimate, and see measure, 466. Know which is which, know what is what, know a hawk from a handsaw. Take into account, take into consideration, give due weight to, allow due weight to, weigh carefully. Discriminating and CV, dioristic, discriminative, distinctive, nice, PHR. Il y a faggots et faggots, rem a coup tetigisti, la critique est az et l'art est difficile, miles apart, a distinction without a difference. 465a. Indiscrimination n. Indiscrimination, indistinguishability, indistinctness, indistinction, uncertainty, and c. Doubt. 475. Incomparability and c. 464.1 v. Not discriminate and c. 465. Overlook a distinction and c. Neglect. 460. Confound, confuse. Indiscriminate, undistinguished, indistinguishable, undistinguishable, unmeasured, promiscuous, undiscriminating, phr. Velat quantum valor potest. 465b. Identification, n. Identification, recognition, diagnosis, match, apperception, assimilation, dereplication, classification, memory, and c. 505. Interpretation and c. 522, cognizance, knowledge. 490. V. Identify, recognize, match, match up, classify, recall, remember, and c. Memory. 505. Find similarity, similarity. 17. Put in its proper place, put in its proper niche, place in order, arrangement. 60. 466. Measurement, n. Measurement, admeasurement, mensuration, survey, valuation, appraisement, assessment, assize, estimate, estimation, dead reckoning, reckoning, and c. Numeration. 85. Gauging and CV, horsepower, metrology, weights and measures, compound arithmetic. Measure, yard measure, standard, rule, foot rule, compass, calipers, gauge, gauge, meter, line, rod, check, dividers, velo. Flood mark, high water mark, plimsoll line, index, and c. 550, scale. Graduation, graduated scale, nonius, vernier, and c. Minuteness. 193. Basometer, galvanometer, heliometer, interferometer, odometer, umbrometer, pentometer, pluviometer, pneumatometer, pneumometer, radiometer, refractometer, respirometer, rheometer, spirometer, telemeter, eudometer, vacuometer, variometer, viometer, thermometer, thermistor, heat, and c. 382, barometer, air, and c. 338, anemometer, wind. 349, dynamometer, goniometer. Angle, 244 meter. Landmark and c. Limit, 233. Balance, scale, and c. Weight, 319. Marograph, pneumatograph, stethograph, rain gauge, voltmeter, volts, ammeter, amps, spectrophotometer, light absorbance, mass spectrophotometer, molecular mass, Geiger counter, scintillation counter, radioactivity, pycnometer, liquid density, graduated cylinder, volumetric flask volume, radar gun velocity, radar distance. Side-looking radar, shape, topography, sonar, depth in water, light meter, light intensity, clock, watch, stopwatch, chronometer, time, anemometer, wind velocity, densitometer, color intensity, measurability, computability, determinability. Coordinates, ordinate and abscissa, polar coordinates, latitude and longitude, declination and right ascension, altitude and azimuth. Geometry, stereometry, hypsometry, metaja, surveying, land surveying, geodesy, geodetics, geodesia, orthometry, altimetry, cadaster, astrolabe, armillary sphere. Land surveyor, geometer v. Measure, meet, determine, assay, evaluate, value, assess, rate, appraise, estimate, form an estimate, set a value on, appreciate, standardize, span, pace, step, apply the compass and CN, gauge, plumb, probe, sound, fathom, heave the log, heave the lead, survey, weigh. Take an average and C29. Graduate edge, measuring and CV. Metric, metrical, measurable, perceptible, noticeable, detectable, appreciable, ponderable, determinable, fathomable, geodetical, topographic, topographical, cartographic, cartographical. Section 3. Materials for reasoning evidence for against and in mitigation. 467. Evidence, N evidence, facts, premises, data, precognita, grounds, indication and C. 550, criterion and C. Test. 463. Testimony, testification, expert testimony, attestation, deposition, and C. Affirmation. 535. Examination. Admission and C. Assent. 488. Authority, warrant, credential, diploma, voucher, certificate, docket, testammer, record, and C. 551. Document, Pi C. Justificative, deed, warranty, and C. Security. 771. Signature, seal, and C. Identification. 550. Exhibit, material evidence, objective evidence. Witness, indicator, hostile witness. Eyewitness, ear witness, material witness, state's evidence, deponent, sponsor, conjurer. Oral evidence, documentary evidence, hearsay evidence, external evidence, extrinsic evidence, internal evidence, intrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence, cumulative evidence, ex parte evidence, presumptive evidence, collateral evidence, constructive evidence, proof and C demonstration, 478, evidence in chief. Secondary evidence, confirmation, corroboration, support ratification and C assent, 488, authentication, compurgation, wager of law, comprobation. Citation, reference, legal research, literature search experiment, 463v. Be evidence and CN, evince, show, betoken, tell of, indicate and C denote, 550. Imply, involve, argue, bespeak, breathe. Have weight, carry weight. Tell, speak volumes, speak for itself and see manifest, 525. Rest upon, depend upon, repose on, bear witness and CN. Give evidence and CN. Testify, depose, witness, vouch for, sign, seal, undersign, set one's hand and seal, sign and seal, deliver as one's act and deed, certify, attest, acknowledge and see assent, 488. Make absolute, confirm, prove, demonstrate, 478. Endorse, countersign, corroborate, support, ratify, bear out, uphold, warrant, adduce, attest, cite, quote, refer to, appeal to, call to witness, bring forward, bring into court, allege, plead, produce witnesses, confront witnesses, place into evidence, mark into evidence, collect evidence, bring together evidence, rake up evidence, experiment and see 463. Have a case, make out a case, establish, authenticate, substantiate, verify, make good, quote chapter and verse, bring home to bring to book, showing and CV, indicative, indicatory, deducible and C 478, grounded on, founded on, based on, corroborative, confirmatory, adv. By inference, according to witness, a fortiori, still more, still less, racin de plus in corroboration and CN of, velat quantum, under seal, under one's hand and seal, phr. Dictum de dicto, missi and evidence. 468. Counter evidence, encounter evidence, evidence on the other side, evidence on the other hand, conflicting evidence, contradictory evidence, opposing evidence, disproof, refutation and C 479, negation and C 536, plea and C 617, vindication and C 937, counter protest. To quoque argument, other side of the shield, other side of the coin, reverse of the shield. V. Countervail, oppose, mitigate against, rebut and C refute, 479, subvert and C destroy, 162, cheek, weaken, contravene, contradict and C deny, 536, tell the other side of the story, tell another story, turn the scale, alter the case, turn the tables, cut both ways, prove a negative, audire alteram partem, edge. Countervailing and CV, contradictory. Unattested, unauthenticated, unsupported by evidence supposititious, adv. On the contrary, per contra. 469. Qualification, qualification, limitation, modification, coloring, allowance, grains of allowance, consideration, extenuating circumstances, mitigation, condition, proviso, prerequisite, contingency, stipulation, provision, specification, sine qua non, catch, string, strings attached, exemption, exception, escape clause, salvo, saving clause, discount, and C 813, restriction, fine print. V. Qualify, limit, modify, leaven, give a color to, introduce new conditions, narrow, temper, waffle, quibble, hem and haw, be uncert, 475. Equivocate, sophistry, 477. Depend on, be contingent on effect, 154. Allow for, make allowance for, admit exceptions, take into account, modulate, moderate, temper, season, leaven, take exception. Qualifying and CV. Qualified, conditioned, restricted, hedged, conditional, exceptional and C unconformable 83, hypothetical and C supposed 514, contingent and C uncertain 475 adv. Provided that, provided always, if unless but yet according as, conditionally admitting supposing on the supposition of and C theoretically 514, with the understanding even although though for all that after all at all events. Approximately and C 197, 17. In a limited degree, smallness, 32, somewhat sort of, something like that to a certain extent, to a degree in a sense, so to speak. With grains of allowance, cum grano salis, with a grain of salt, exceptis excipiendis, wind and weather permitting, if possible and C 470, subject to, conditioned upon, with this proviso and CN, phr. If the good Lord is willing and the creeks don't rise, catch 22, degrees of evidence. 470. Possibility and possibility potentiality. What may be, what is possible and C edge. Compatibility and C agreement. 23. Practicability, feasibility, practicableness and C edge. Contingency, chance and C 156v. Be possible and C edge. Stand a chance, admit of bear, render possible and C edge. Put in the way of. Possible in the cards on the dice. In posse, within the bounds of possibility, conceivable, credible, compatible and C23. Likely. Practicable, feasible, performable, achievable, within reach, within measurable distance. Accessible, superable, surmountable, attainable, obtainable, contingent and C doubtful. 475. Effect. 154. Barely possible, marginally possible, just possible, possible but improbably, improbable. 473. Theoretically possible, adv. Possibly by possibility, perhaps, perchance, peradventure, maybe, may be, haply, mayhap, if possible, wind and weather permitting, God willing, Dio volant, dv, as luck may have it, phr. Misericordia Domini inter pontum et fontent, the glories of the possible are ours be. Taylor, anything is possible, in theory possible, but in practice unlikely. 471. Impossibility, an impossibility and siege. What cannot, what can never be, sour grapes, hopelessness and C 859 v, be impossible and siege, have no chance whatever. Attempt impossibilities. Square the circle, wash a blackamoor white, skin a flint, make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, make bricks without straw, have nothing to go upon, weave a rope of sand, build castles in the air, prender la lune avec les dents, extract sunbeams from cucumbers, set the Thames on fire, milk a he-goat into a sieve, catch a weasel asleep, romper el angelo genu, be in two places at once. Impossible, not possible and C 470. Absurd, contrary to reason, unlikely, unreasonable and C 477. Incredible and C 485. Beyond the bounds of reason, beyond the bounds of possibility, beyond the realm of possibility, from which reason recoils. Visionary, inconceivable and C improbable, 473. Prodigious and C, wonderful, 870. Unimaginable, inimaginable, unthinkable. Impracticable, unachievable, unfeasible, infeasible, insuperable, unsurmountable, insurmountable, unattainable, unobtainable, out of reach, out of the question, not to be had, not to be thought of, beyond control, desperate and C hopeless, 859. Incompatible and C 24. Inaccessible, uncommutable, impassable, impervious, innavigable, inextricable, self-contradictory. Out of one's power, beyond one's depth, beyond one's reach, beyond one's grasp, too much for ultra crepidum, phr. The grapes are sour. Non possumus, non nostrum tantus componer lights, look for a needle in a haystack, churcher une aiguille dans une botte de foin, il a la mur à boire. 472. Probability, n probability, likelihood, credibleness, likeliness, and C edge. Vraisemblance, verisimilitude, plausibility, color, semblance, show of, presumption, presumptive evidence, circumstantial evidence, credibility, reasonable chance, fair chance, good chance, favorable chance, reasonable prospect, fair prospect, good prospect, favorable prospect, prospect, well-grounded hope, chance and C 156v. Be probable and C edge. Give color to, lend color to, point to, imply and see evidence 467, bid fair and see promise 511, stand fair for, stand a good chance, run a good chance. Think likely, dare say, flatter oneself, expect and see 507, count upon and see believe 484. Probable, likely, hopeful, to be expected in a fair way. Plausible, specious, ostensible, colorable, ben trovato, well-founded, reasonable, credible, easy of belief, presumable, presumptive, apparent, adv. Probably and seeage. Belike, in all probability, in all likelihood, very likely, most likely, like enough, odds on, odds in favor, 10 to 1 and C. Apparently, seemingly, according to every reasonable expectation, prima facie, to all appearance and C to the I 448, phr. The chances, the odds are, appearances are in favor of, chances are in favor of, there is reason to believe, there is reason to think, there is reason to expect. I dare say, all Lombard Street to a China orange. 473. Improbability, an improbability, unlikelihood, unfavorable chance, bad chance, ghost of a chance, little chance, small chance, poor chance, scarcely any chance, no chance, bare possibility, long odds, incredibility and C 485v. be improbable in C-edge, have a small chance in CN. Edge, improbable, unlikely, contrary to all reasonable expectation, wild, far out of sight, out tacite, heavy. Rare and C, infrequent, 137, unheard of, inconceivable, unimaginable, inimaginable, incredible and C 485, more than doubtful, strange, bizarre, unconfirmable, 83, PHR. The chances are against, aquila non capit muscas, pedir piras pal almo. 474. Certainty, uncertainty, necessity and C 601, certitude, surety, assurance, dead certainty, moral certainty, infallibleness and C edge. Infallibility, reliability, indubitableness, inevitableness, unquestionableness. Gospel, scripture, church, pope, court of final appeal, res judicata, ultimatum, positiveness, dogmatism, dogmatist, dogmatizer, doctrinaire, bigot, opinionists or oracle, ips dixit, zero, fact, positive fact, matter of fact, fait accompli v, be certain and see edge, stand to reason, render certain and see edge. Ensure, assure, clinch, make sure, determine, decide, set at rest, make assurance, double sure, know and see, believe, 484, dogmatize, lay down the law, edge. Cert, sure, assured and CV, solid, well-founded, unqualified, absolute, positive, determinate, definite, clear, unequivocal, categorical, unmistakable, decisive, decided, ascertained, inevitable, unavoidable, avoidless, ineluctable. Unerring, infallible, unchangeable and C 150, to be depended on, trustworthy, reliable, bound. Unimpeachable, undeniable, unquestionable, indisputable, incontestable, incontrovertible, indubitable, irrefutable and C, proven, 478. Conclusive, without power of appeal. Indubious, without doubt, beyond a doubt, without a shade or shadow of doubt, without question, beyond question, past dispute, clear as day, beyond all question, beyond all dispute, undoubted, uncontested, unquestioned, undisputed, questionless, doubtless, authoritative, authentic, official, sure as fate, sure as death and taxes, sure as a gun, evident, self-evident, axiomatic, clear, clear as day, clear as the sun at noonday, adv. Certainly and C edge. For certain, certes, sure, no doubt, doubtless, and no mistake, flagrante delicto, sure enough to be sure, of course, as a matter of course, a coup sur, to a certainty, in truth and C truly, 494, at any rate, at all events, without fail, caut quil caut, whatever may happen if the worst come to the worst, come what may, happen what may, come what will, sink or swim, rain or shine. PHR. Selavo sans dire, there is no question, not a shadow of doubt, there is not a shadow of doubt. The die is cast and C, necessity, 601. Facts are stubborn things. 475. Uncertainty, N uncertainty, incertitude, doubt, doubtfulness and C edge, dubiety, dubitation, dubitancy, dubitousness. Hesitation, suspense, perplexity, embarrassment, dilemma, bewilderment, timidity and C, fear, 860, vacillation and C, 605, diaporesis, indetermination, vagueness and C edge. Haze, fog, obscurity and C darkness, 421, ambiguity and C double meaning, 520, contingency, dependence, dependency, double contingency, possibility upon a possibility, open question and C question, 461, onus probandi, blind bargain, pig in a poke, leap in the dark, something or other, needle in a haystack, needle in a bottle of hay, roving commission, precariousness and C edge, fallibility, V. Be uncertain and C edge. Wonder whether, lose the clue, scent, miss one's way, not know what to make of and see, unintelligibility, 519, not know which way to turn, not know whether one stands on one's head or one's heels. Float in a sea of doubt, hesitate, flounder, lose oneself, lose one's head, muddle one's brains, render uncertain and C edge. Put out, pose, puzzle, perplex, embarrass, confuse, confound, bewilder, bother, molder, addle the wits, throw off the scent, ambiguous in vulgus sparger voces, keep in suspense, doubt and see, disbelieve, 485, hang in the balance, tremble in the balance, depend, uncertain, casual, random and see, aimless, 621, changeable and see, 149. Doubtful, dubious, indecisive, unsettled, undecided, undetermined, in suspense, open to discussion, controvertible, in question and C, inquiry, 461, vague, indeterminate, indefinite, ambiguous, equivocal, undefined, undefinable, confused and C, indistinct, 447, mystic, oracular, dazed, perplexing and CV, enigmatic, paradoxical, apocryphal, problematical, hypothetical, experimental, and c. 463. Unpredictable, unforeseeable, unknowable. 519. Fallible, questionable, precarious, slippery, ticklish, debatable, disputable, unreliable, untrustworthy. Contingent, contingent on, dependent on, subject to, dependent on circumstances. Occasional, provisional, unauthentic, unauthenticated, unauthoritative, unascertained, unconfirmed, undemonstrated, untold, uncounted. In a state of uncertainty, in a cloud, in a maze, bushed off the track. Ignorant, and c. 491, afraid to say, out of one's reckoning, astray, adrift, at sea, at fault, at a loss, at one's wit's end, at a nonplus, puzzled, and cv, lost, abroad, disorient, distracted, distraught, adv. Pendent light, subspe ratty, phr. Heaven knows, who can tell? Who shall decide when doctors disagree? Ambiguas in vulgum sparger voces. Section 4, Reasoning Processes. 476. Reasoning, n. ant. Reasoning, ratiocination, rationalism, dialectics, induction, generalization, discussion, comment, ventilation, inquiry, and c. 461, argumentation, controversy, debate, polemics, wrangling, contention, and c. 720, logomachy, disputation, dissertation, paper war, art of reasoning, logic, process of reasoning, train of reasoning, chain of reasoning, deduction, induction, abduction, synthesis, analysis. Argument, case, plaidure, opening, lemma, proposition, terms, premises, postulate, data, starting point, principle, inference, and c. judgment. 480. Prosyllogism, syllogism, enthymeme, sarates, dilemma, paralepsis, a priori reasoning, reductio ad absurdum, horns of a dilemma, argumentum ad hominem, comprehensive argument, empirema, epigoge. Reasoner, logician, dialectician, disputant, controversialist, controvertist, wrangler, arguer, debater, polemic, casuist, rationalist, scientist, eristic. Logical sequence, good case. Correct just reasoning, sound reasoning, valid reasoning, cogent reasoning, logical reasoning, forcible reasoning, persuasive reasoning, persuasory reasoning, consecutory reasoning, conclusive, and c. 478. Subtle reasoning, force of argument, strong point, strong argument, persuasive argument, arguments, reasons, pros and cons. V. Reason, argue, discuss, debate, dispute, wrangle, argify, bandy words, bandy arguments, chop logic, hold an argument, carry on an argument. Controvert, and c. Deny. 536. Canvass, comment upon, moralize upon, spiritualize, consider, and c. Examine. 461. Open a discussion, open a case, try conclusions, join issue, be at issue. Moot, come to the point, stir a question, agitate a question, ventilate a question, torture a question, take up a side, take up a case. Contend, take one stand upon, insist, lay stress on, infer, and c. 480, follow from, and c. demonstration. 478. Reasoning, and cv. Rationalistic, argumentative, controversial, dialectic, polemical, discursory, discursive, disputatious, Aristotelian, eristic, eristical. Debatable, controvertible, logical, relevant, and c. 23. Adv. For because hence whence, seeing that since sith and then so, for that reason, for this reason, for which reason, for as inasmuch as, whereas ex concesso, considering in consideration of, therefore wherefore. Consequently ergo thus accordingly, a fortiori. In conclusion, in fine, finally after all, about do compt on the whole, taking one thing with another. Phr. Ob actu ad posse valet consecutio, per troppo dibeter la verita si perd, troppo disputer la verita fa error. 477. Intuition, and sophistry, false or vicious reasoning, show of reason. N. Intuition, instinct, association, hunch, gut feeling, presentiment, premonition, rule of thumb, superstition, astrology, faith, supposition. 514. Sophistry, paralogy, perversion, casuistry, jesuitry, equivocation, evasion, chicane, chicanery, quidit, quiddity, mystification, special pleading, speciousness, and c. edge. Nonsense, and c. 497. Word sense, tongue sense. False reasoning, vicious reasoning, circular reasoning, petitio principe, ignoratio elenchi, post hoc ergo propter hoc, non sequitur, ignotum per ignodius, misjudgment, and c. 481, false teaching, and c. 538. Sophism, solecism, paralogism, quibble, quirk, elenchus, elench fallacy, quodlibet, subterfuge, subtlety, quillet, inconsistency, antology, a delusion, a mockery, and a snare, claptrap, cant, mere words, lame and impotent conclusion, meshes of sophistry, cobwebs of sophistry, flaw in an argument, weak point, bad case, over-refinement, hair-splitting, and CV. V. Judge intuitively, judge by intuition, hazard a proposition, hazard a guess, talk at random. Reason ill, falsely, and see-edge. Misjudge and see 481, paralogize. Take on faith, take as a given, assume, supposition, 514. Pervert, quibble, equivocate, mystify, evade, elude, gloss over, varnish. Misteach and see 538. Mislead and see, error, 495. Cavil, refine, subtilize, split hairs. Misrepresent and see, lie, 544. Beg the question, reason in a circle, reason in circles, assume the conclusion. Cut blocks with a razor, beat about the bush, play fast and loose with the facts, blow hot and cold, prove that black is white and white black, travel out of the record, parlor a tort at a travers, put oneself out of court, not have a leg to stand on. Judge hastily, shoot from the hip, jump to conclusions. Misjudgment, 481. Intuitive, instinctive, impulsive, independent of reason, anterior to reason, gratuitous, hazarded, unconnected, unreasonable, illogical, false, unsound, invalid, unwarranted, not following, inconsequent, inconsequential, inconsistent, obsonous, obsonant, unscientific, untenable, inconclusive, incorrect, fallacious, fallible, groundless, unproved, non sequitur, it does not follow. Deceptive, sophistical, jesuitical, elusive, illusory, specious, hollow, plausible, ad captandum, evasive, irrelevant and C10, weak, feeble, poor, flimsy, loose, vague, irrational, nonsensical and C absurd, 497, foolish and C imbecile, 499, frivolous, pettifogging, quibbling, fine-spun, over-refined. At the end of one's tether about to sun Latin adv. Intuitively and C-edge, by intuition, illogically and C-edge. PHR. Non-constat, that goes for nothing. 478. Demonstration, N ant. Demonstration, proof, rigorous proof, conclusiveness and C-edge, apodixis, probation, comprobation. Logic of facts and C evidence, 467, experimentum crucis and C test, 463, argument and C 476, rigorous establishment, absolute establishment, conviction, cogency, persuasion, 484. V. Demonstrate, prove, establish, make good, show, evince, manifest, and see be evidence of 467, confirm, corroborate, substantiate, verify, and see 467, settle the question, reduce to demonstration, set the question at rest. Make out a case, prove one's point, have the best of the argument, draw a conclusion, and see, judge, 480. Follow of course, follow as a matter of course, follow necessarily. Stand to reason, hold good, hold water. Convince, persuade, belief, 484. Demonstrating and CV, demonstrative, demonstrable, probative, unanswerable, conclusive, apodictic, apodictical, irresistible, irrefutable, irrefragable, necessary, categorical, decisive, crucial, demonstrated in CV, proven, unconfuted, unanswered, unrefuted, evident, and see 474. Deducible, consequential, consecutory, inferential, following, convincing, cogent, persuasive, believable, 484 adv. Of course, in consequence, consequently, as a matter of course, necessarily, of necessity, PHR. Probatum est, there is nothing more to be said. Quod est demonstrandum, QED, it must follow, exitus acta probet 0. 479. Confutation, N ant 478, confutation, refutation, answer, complete answer, disproof, conviction, redargution, invalidation, exposure, exposition, clincher, retort, reductio ad absurdum, knock down argument, to quoque argument, sockdolager, correction, and C 572.1, dissuasion, and C 616. V. Confute, refute, disprove, parry, negative, controvert, rebut, confound, disconfirm, redargue, expose, show the fallacy of, defeat, demolish, break, and C destroy, 162. Overthrow, overturn, scatter to the winds, explode, invalidate, silence, put to silence, reduce to silence, clinch an argument, clinch a question, give one a set down, stop the mouth, shut up, have on the hip, not leave a leg to stand on, cut the ground from under one's feet. Be confuted and see, fail, expose one's weak point, show one's weak point, counter evidence and see 468, edge, confuting, confuted and CV, capable of refutation, refutable, confutable, defeasible, contravene, counter-evidence. 468. Condemned on one's own showing, condemned out of one's own mouth. Phr. The argument falls to the ground, cadit quistio. It does not hold water, seu sibi gladio hunc jugilo. His argument was demolished by new evidence. Section 5. Results of reasoning. 480. Judgment, end result, conclusion, upshot, deduction, inference, ergotism, elation, corollary, porism, moral, estimation, valuation, appreciation, judication, dejudication, adjudication, arbitrament, arbitration, assessment, ponderation, valorization, award, estimate, review, criticism, critique, notice, report, decision, determination, judgment, finding, verdict, sentence, decree, findings of fact, findings of law, res judicata. Plebiscite, voice, casting vote. Vote and see choice, 609. Opinion and see belief, 484. Good judgment and see wisdom, 498. Judge, umpire, arbiter, arbitrator, assessor, referee, censor, reviewer, critic, connoisseur, commentator and see 524. Inspector, inspecting officer. 2020 hindsight, armchair general, Monday morning quarterback. V. Judge, conclude, come to a conclusion, draw a conclusion, arrive at a conclusion, ascertain, determine, make up one's mind. Deduce, derive, gather, collect, draw an inference, make a deduction, wean. Form an estimate, appreciate, value, count, assess, rate, rank, account. Regard, consider, think of, look upon and see, believe. 484. Review, size up. Settle, pass an opinion, give an opinion. Decide, try, pronounce, rule, pass judgment, pass sentence. Sentence, doom, find, give judgment, deliver judgment. Adjudge, adjudicate, arbitrate, award, report, bring in a verdict. Make absolute, set a question at rest, confirm and see, assent. 488. Comment, criticize, kibitz, pass under review and see, examine. 457. Investigate and see, inquire. 461. Hold the scales, sit in judgment, try judgment, hear a cause, edge, judging and see v, judicious and see wise. 498. Determinate, conclusive, adv. On the whole, all things considered, phr. A Daniel come to judgment and stand a critic, hated yet caressed. It is much easier to be critical than to be correct. La critique est aisée et l'art est difficile, nothing if not critical, almost lame and impotent conclusion. 480a. Discovery, end discovery, detection, disenchantment, ascertainment, disclosure, find, revelation, trover and see, recovery. 775 v. Discover, find, determine, evolve, learn and see. 539. Fix upon, pick up, find out, trace out, make out, hunt out, fish out, worm out, ferret out, root out, fathom, bring out, draw out, educe, elicit, bring to light, dig out, grub up, fish up, unearth, disinter. Solve, resolve, elucidate, unriddle, unravel, unlock, crack open, pick up, open the lock, find a clue, find clue to, find the key to the riddle, interpret and see. 522. Disclose and see. 529. Trace, get at, hit it, have it. Lay one's finger, lay one's hands upon, spot, get at the truth, arrive at the truth and see. 494. Put the saddle on the right horse, hit the right nail on the head. Be near the truth, be warm, get warmer, burn, smoke, scent, sniff, catch a whiff of, smell a rat. Open the eyes to see through, see daylight, see in its true colors, see the cloven foot, detect, catch tripping. Pitch upon, fall upon, light upon, hit upon, stumble upon, pop upon, come across, come onto, meet with, meet up with, fall in with, recognize, realize, verify, make certain of, identify, int. Eureka! Aha, I've got it. 481. Misjudgment, and misjudgment, obliquity of judgment, miscalculation, miscomputation, misconception and see, error. 495. Hasty conclusion, prejudgment, prejudication, prejudice, foregone conclusion. Prenotion, prevention, preconception, predilection, prepossession, preapprehension, presumption, assumption, presentiment, fixed idea, preconceived idea, id fix, mentis gratissimus error, fool's paradise. Esprit de corps, party spirit, partisanship, clannishness, prestige, bias, bigotry, warp, twist, hobby, fad, quirk, crotchet, partiality, infatuation, blindside, mote in the eye. One-sided views, one-track mind, partial views, narrow views, confined views, superficial views, one-sided ideas, partial ideas, narrow ideas, confined ideas, superficial ideas, one-sided conceptions, partial conceptions, narrow conceptions, confined conceptions, superficial conceptions, one-sided notions, partial notions, narrow notions, confined notions, superficial notions, narrow mind, bigotry and see, obstinacy. 606. Odium theologicum, pedantry, hypercriticism. Doctrinaire and see, positive. 474. overestimation and see 482, underestimation and see 483, ignorance and see 491, erroneous assumptions, erroneous data, mistaken assumptions, incorrect assumptions, error 495, v. Misjudge, misestimate, misthink, misconjecture, misconceive, and see, error 495, fly in the face of facts, miscalculate, misreckon, miscompute. Overestimate and see 482, underestimate and see 483. Prejudge, forejudge, presuppose, presume, prejudicate, dogmatize, have a bias, and cn, have only one idea, jurare in verba magistri, run away with the notion, jump to a conclusion, rush to a conclusion, leap to a conclusion, judge hastily, shoot from the hip, jump to conclusions, look only at one side of the shield. View with jaundiced eye, view through distorting spectacles, not see beyond one's nose, dare pondus fumo, get the wrong sow by the ear and see, blunder, 699. Give a bias, give a twist, bias, warp, twist, prejudice, prepossess, edge, misjudging and CV, ill-judging, wrong-headed, prejudiced and CV, jaundiced, short-sighted, purblind, partial, one-sided, superficial. Narrow-minded, narrow-souled, mean-spirited, confined, illiberal, intolerant, besotted, infatuated, fanatical, entete, positive, dogmatic, conceited, opinative, opinionative, opinioned, opinionate, opinionative, opinionated, self-opinioned, wedded to an opinion, opiniator, bigoted and see obstinate 606, crotchety, fussy, impracticable, unreasonable, stupid and see 499, credulous and see 486, warped, misjudged and CV. Adv. Ex part phr. Nothing like leather, the wish the father to the thought, wishful thinking, unshakable conviction, my mind is made up, don't bother me with the facts. 482. Overestimation, n overestimation and CV. Exaggeration and see 549, vanity and see 880. Optimism, pessimism, pessimist. Much cry and little wool, much ado about nothing. Storm in a teacup, tempest in a teacup. Fine talking. V. Overestimate, overrate, overvalue, overprize, overweigh, overreckon, overstrain, overpraise, eulogize, estimate too highly, attach too much importance to, make mountains of molehills, catch at straws, strain, magnify, exaggerate and see 549. Set too high a value upon, think much of, make much of, think too much of, make too much of, outreckon, paingerize. Extol, extol to the skies, make the most of, make the best of, make the worst of, make 2 bites of a cherry. Have too high an opinion of oneself and see, vanity, 880. Edge, overestimated and CV, oversensitive and see, sensibility, 822, phr. All his geese are swans, parturiant montes. 483. Underestimation, n underestimation, depreciation and c, detraction 934, pessimism, pessimist, undervaluing and CV, modesty and c 881. V. Underrate, underestimate, undervalue, underreckon, depreciate, disparage and c, detract 934, not do justice to, misprise, despise, ridicule and c 856. Slight and c, despise 930, neglect and c 460, slur over. Make light of, make little of, make nothing of, make no account of, belittle. Minimize, think nothing of, set no store by, set it not, shake off as dewdrops from the lion's mane. Depreciating, depreciated and CV, unvalued, unprized. 484. Belief, n belief, credence, credit, assurance, faith, trust, troth, confidence, presumption, sanguine expectation and c, hope, 858, dependence on, reliance on. Persuasion, conviction, convincement, pleriphery, self-conviction, certainty and c 474. Opinion, mind, view, conception, thinking, impression and c idea 453. Surmise and c 514. Conclusion and c judgment 480. Tenet, dogma, principle, way of thinking, popular belief and c assent 488. Firm belief, implicit belief, settled belief, fixed-rooted, deep-rooted belief. Staunch belief, unshaken belief, steadfast belief, inveterate belief, calm belief, sober belief, dispassionate belief, impartial belief, well-founded belief, firm opinion, implicit opinion, settled opinion, fixed-rooted, deep-rooted opinion, staunch opinion, unshaken opinion, steadfast opinion, inveterate opinion, calm opinion, sober opinion, dispassionate opinion, impartial opinion, well-founded opinion, and c. Euberima fides. System of opinions, school, doctrine, articles, canons, article of faith, declaration of faith, profession of faith, tenets, credenda, creed, 39 Articles and see Orthodoxy, 983.1. Catechism, Assent and see 488. Propaganda and see Teaching, 537. Credibility and see Probability, 472. V. Believe, credit, give faith to, give credit to, credence to, see, realize, assume, receive, set down for, take for, have it, take it, consider, esteem, presume. Count upon, depend upon, calculate upon, pin one's faith upon, reckon upon, lean upon, build upon, rely upon, rest upon, lay one's account for, make sure of. Make oneself easy about on that score, take on trust, take on credit, take for granted, take for gospel. Allow some weight to, attach some weight to. Know for cert, have no, make no doubt, doubt not, be rest assured and see edge. Persuade oneself, assure oneself, satisfy oneself, make up one's mind. Give one credit for, confide in, believe in, put one's trust in, place in, repose in, implicit confidence in, take one's word for, at one's word, place reliance on, rely upon, swear by, regard to. Think, hold, take it. Opine, be of opinion, conceive, trow, wean, fancy, apprehend. Have it, hold a belief, possess, entertain a belief, adopt a belief, imbibe a belief, embrace a belief, get hold of a belief, hazard, foster, nurture a belief, cherish a belief, have an opinion, hold an opinion, possess, entertain an opinion, adopt an opinion, imbibe an opinion, embrace an opinion, get hold of an opinion, hazard an opinion, foster an opinion, nurture an opinion, cherish an opinion, and cn. View as, consider as, take as, hold as, conceive as, regard as, esteem as, deem as, look upon as, account as, set down as, surmise and see 514. Get it into one's head, take it into one's head. Come round to an opinion. Swallow and see, credulity, 486. Cause to be believed and CV. Satisfy, persuade, have the ear of, gain the confidence of, assure, convince, convict, convert. Wean, bring round, bring over, win over. Indoctrinate and see, teach, 537, cram down the throat, produce conviction, carry conviction, bring home to, drive home to, go down, find credence, pass current, be received and CV, be current and seeage. Possess, take hold of, take possession of the mind. Believing and CV. Certain, sure, assured, positive, cocksure, satisfied, confident, unhesitating, convinced, secure, under the impression, impressed with, imbued with, penetrated with, confiding, suspectless, unsuspecting, unsuspicious, void of suspicion, credulous and see 486, wedded to, believed and CV, accredited, putative, unsuspected. Worthy of, deserving of, commanding belief, credible, reliable, trustworthy, to be depended on, satisfactory, probably and see 472, fiducial, fiduciary, persuasive, impressive, relating to belief, doctrinal. Adv, in the opinion of, in the eyes of, me Judas, meseems, methinks, to the best of one's belief. I dare say, I doubt not, I have no doubt, I am sure, sure enough and see, certainty, 474, depend upon, rely upon it, be assured, rest assured, I'll warrant you and see, affirmation, 535. Phr. Experto creed, fata viam invenient, justitiae soror incorrupta fides, live to explain thy doctrine by thy life, stands not within the prospect of belief. Tard qui credita ledunt credimus, vidi et creed. 485 Unbelief. Doubt, n unbelief, disbelief, misbelief, discredit, miscreants, infidelity and see irreligion, 989, dissent and see 489, change of opinion and see 484, retraction and see 607, doubt and see uncertainty, 475. Skepticism, misgiving, demur, distrust, mistrust, cynicism, misdoubt, suspicion, jealousy, scruple, qualm, onus probandi. Incredibility, incredibleness, incredulity, doubter, skeptic, cynic. Unbeliever and see 487, v. Disbelieve, discredit, not believe and see 484, misbelieve, refuse to admit and see dissent, 489, refuse to believe and see incredulity, 487, doubt, be doubtful and see uncertain, 475, doubt the truth of, be skeptical as to and seeage. Diffide, distrust, mistrust, suspect, smoke, scent, smell a rat, have doubts, harbor doubts, entertain doubts, suspicions, have one's doubts. Demur, stick at, pause, hesitate, scruple, stop to consider, waver, hang in suspense, hang in doubt. Throw doubt upon, raise a question, bring in, call in question, challenge, dispute, deny and see 536. Cavil, cause a doubt, raise a doubt, start a doubt, suggest a doubt, awake a doubt, make suspicion, ergotize. Startle, stagger, shake one's faith, shake one's belief, stagger one's faith, stagger one's belief. Unbelieving, skeptical, skeptical, incredulous as to, skeptical as to, distrustful as to, shy as to, suspicious of, doubting and CV. Doubtful and C uncertain, 475. Disputable, unworthy of, undeserving of belief and C 484. Questionable, suspect, suspicious, open to suspicion, open to doubt. Staggering, hard to believe, incredible, unbelievable, not to be believed, inconceivable, impossible and C 471. Fallible and C uncertain, 475. Undemonstrable, controvertible and C untrue, 495. Adv. Cum grano salis with a grain of salt, with grains of allowance. Phr. Fronti nulla fids, nimium ne creed colori, timeo danos et dona ferens. I fear the Greeks even when bearing gifts, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Credet Judius apella, let those believe who may. Ad tristem partum stenua est suspicio. 486. Credulity, incredulity, credulousness and siege. Gullibility, gullibility, gross credulity, infatuation, self-delusion, self-deception, superstition, one's blind side, bigotry and C obstinacy, 606, hyperorthodoxy and C 984, misjudgment and C 481, credulous person and C dupe, 547 v. Be credulous and C edge. Jurare in verba magistri, follow implicitly, swallow, gulp down, take on trust, take for granted, take for gospel, run away with a notion, run away with an idea. Jump to a conclusion, rush to a conclusion, think the moon is made of green cheese. Take for granted, grasp the shadow for the substance, catch at straws, grasp at straws, impose upon and see, deceive, 545. Credulous, gullible, easily deceived and see 545. Simple, green, soft, childish, silly, stupid, easily convinced, overcredulous, overconfident, overtrustful, infatuated, superstitious, confiding and C, believing, 484, phr. The wish the father to the thought, credo quia impossibile, all is not gold that glitters, no ease oro to do loque relus, omni ignatum pro magnifico. 487. Incredulity, and incredulousness, incredulity, skepticism, puritanism, want of faith and C irreligion, 989, suspiciousness and C edge, scrupulosity, suspicion and C unbelief, 485, mistrust, cynicism, unbeliever, skeptic, cynic, misbeliever 1, Pyrrhonist, heretic and C heterodox, 984 v. Be incredulous and C edge. Distrust and C disbelieve, 485, refuse to believe, shut one's eyes to, shut one's ears to, turn a deaf ear to, hold aloof, ignore, nullis jurare in verba magistri, edge. Incredulous, skeptical, unbelieving, inconvincible, hard of belief, shy of belief, disposed to doubt, indisposed to believe, suspicious, scrupulous, distrustful, cynical. 488. Assent, an assent, assentment, acquiescence, admission, nod, accord, concord, concordance, agreement and C23. Affirmance, affirmation, recognition, acknowledgement, avowal, confession of faith, unanimity, common consent, consensus, acclamation, chorus, vox populi, popular belief, current opinion, public opinion, concurrence and C of causes, 178. Cooperation and C voluntary, 709. Ratification, confirmation, corroboration, approval, acceptance, visa, endorsement and C record, 551. Consent and C compliance, 762. Pressure to conform, herd instinct, peer pressure, v. Assent, give assent, yield assent, not assent, acquiesce. Agree and C23. Receive, accept, accede, accord, concur, lend oneself to, consent, coincide, reciprocate, go with, be at one with and C edge. Go along with, chime in with, strike in with, close in with, echo, enter into one's views, agree in opinion. Vote, give one's voice for, recognize, subscribe to, conform to, defer to. Say yes to, say ditto, amen to, say I to, acknowledge, own, admit, allow, avow, confess, concede and see yield, 762, come round to, abide by, permit and see 760. Arrive at an understanding, come to terms, come to an agreement. Confirm, affirm, ratify, approve, endorse, countersign, corroborate and see 467. Go with the stream, swim with the stream, go with the flow, blow with the wind. Be in fashion, join in the chorus, join the crowd, be one of the guys, be part of the group, go with the crowd, don't make waves, be in every mouth. Assenting and CV. Of one accord, of one mind, of the same mind at one with agreed, acquiescent, content. Willing and C 602. uncontradicted, unchallenged, unquestioned, uncontroverted, carried, agreed, nem, con, nemine contradicent and c adv, unanimous, agreed on all hands, carried by acclamation, affirmative and c 535 adv. Yes, yea, I, true, good, well, very true, well and good, granted. Even so, just so, to be sure, thou hast said, you said it, you said a mouthful. Truly, exactly, precisely, that's just it, indeed, certainly, you bet, certes, ex concesso, of course, unquestionably, assuredly, no doubt, doubtless. Naturally, natch, be it so be it, so let it be, amen, willingly, and c 602, affirmatively in the affirmative. Okay, all right, might as well, why not? With one consent, with one voice, with one accord, unanimously, univoce, by common consent in chorus to a man, nem, con, nemine contradicent, nemine dissentient, without a dissentient voice, as one man, one and all on all hands, phr. Avic placer, kai tesa causent, the public mind is the creation of the master writers, you bet your sweet ass it is. What are we waiting for? Whenever you're ready, anytime you're ready. 489. Dissent, and dissent, discordance and c disagreement. 24. Difference, diversity of opinion, nonconformity and c heterodoxy. 984. Protestantism, recusancy, schism, disaffection, secession and c 624. Recantation and c 607. Dissension and c discord. 713. Discontent and c 832. Cavilling. Protest, contradiction and c denial. 536. Noncompliance and c rejection. 764. Dissentient, dissenter, non-juror, non-content, nonconformist, sectary, separatist, recusant, schismatic, Protestant, heretic. Refusal and c 764. V. Dissent, demur, call in question and c doubt. 485. Differ in opinion, disagree, say no and c 536. Refuse assent, refuse to admit, cavil, protest, raise one's voice against, repudiate, contradict and c deny. 536. Have no notion of, differ toto calo, revolt at, revolt from the idea, shake the head, shrug the shoulders, look askance, look askant. Secede, recant and c 607. Dissenting and cv. Negative and c 536. Dissident, dissentient, unconsenting and c refusing. 764. Noncontent, non-juring, Protestant, recusant, unconvinced, unconverted, unavowed, unacknowledged, out of the question. Discontented and c 832. Unwilling and c 603, extorted, sectarian, denominational, schismatic, heterodox, intolerant, adv. No and c 536, at variance, at issue with, under protest, int. God forbid, not for the world, I'll be hanged if, never tell me your humble servant, pardon me, phr. Many men, many minds, quat homines tot sententui, tant sn faut, ill sn faut by n, no way, by no means, count me out. 490. Knowledge, n knowledge, cognizance, cognition, cognizance, acquaintance, experience, ken, privity, insight, familiarity, comprehension, apprehension, recognition, appreciation and c judgment. 480. Intuition, conscience, consciousness, perception, precognition, acromatics. Light, enlightenment, glimpse, inkling, glimmer, glimmering, dawn, scent, suspicion, impression and c idea. 453. Discovery and c 480.1. System of knowledge, body of knowledge, science, philosophy, pansophy, acroma, theory, etiology, circle of the sciences, pandect, doctrine, body of doctrine, cyclopedia, encyclopedia. School and c system of opinions. 484. Tree of knowledge, republic of letters and c language. 560. Erudition, learning, lore, scholarship, reading, letters, literature, book madness, book learning, bookishness, bibliomania, bibliolatry, information, general information, store of knowledge and c education and c teaching. 537. Culture, mentaculture, attainments, acquirements, acquisitions, accomplishments, proficiency, practical knowledge and c skill. 698. Liberal education, dilettantism, rudiments and c beginning. 66. Deep knowledge, profound knowledge, solid knowledge, accurate knowledge, acroatic knowledge, achromatic knowledge, vast knowledge, extensive knowledge, encyclopedic learning, omniscience, pentology. March of intellect, progress of science, advance of learning, schoolmaster abroad, scholar and c 492 v. Know, ken, scan, what aware, be aware of and see edge. Ween, wheat, tro, have, possess. Conceive, apprehend, comprehend, take, realize, understand, savvy, appreciate. fathom, make out, recognize, discern, perceive, see, get a sight of, experience. Know full well, have some knowledge of, possess some knowledge of, be au courant and siege. Have in one's head, have at one finger's ends, know by heart, know by rote, be master of. Connaître le dessous des cartes, know what's what and see 698. See one's way, discover and see 480.1. Come to one's knowledge and see, information, 527. Knowing and CV, cognitive, achromatic. Aware of, cognizant of, conscious of, acquainted with, made acquainted with, privy to, no stranger to, au fait with, au courant, in the secret, up to, alive to, behind the scenes, behind the curtain, led into, apprised of, informed of, undeceived, proficient with, versed with, read with, forward with, strong with, at home in, conversant with, familiar with. Erudite, instructed, leaned, lettered, educated. Well conned, well informed, well read, well grounded, well educated. Enlightened, shrewd, savant, blue, bookish, scholastic, solid, profound, deep-read, book-learned, accomplished and see skillful 698, omniscient, self-taught, known and CV, ascertained, well-known, recognized, received, notorious, noted, proverbial, familiar, familiar as household words, familiar to every schoolboy, hackneyed, trite, trivial, commonplace. Cognizable, adv, to one's knowledge, to the best of one's knowledge, phr. One's eyes being opened and see, disclosure, 529. Emperor tout say tout partner, to know all is to pardon all. Emtad dollar docet experientia. Not the suitin, half our knowledge we must snatch not take. Jar laren mayor als butcher, years teach more than books. Knowledge comes but wisdom lingers, knowledge is power. Less affairs font less hams. Nec sire fas est omnia. The amassed thought and experience of innumerable minds. Was ich nicht weiss macht mich nicht heiß. 491. Ignorance. Ignorance, nescience, tabula rasa, crass ignorance, ignorance crass, unfamiliarity, unacquaintance, unconsciousness, and siege. Darkness, blindness, incomprehension, inexperience, simplicity, unknown quantities, x, y, z. Sealed book, terra incognita, virgin soil, unexplored ground, dark ages. Smattering, sciolism, glimmering, daltontism, bewilderment, and sea uncertainty, 475, incapacity. Pedantry, charlatanry, charlatism, philister, philistine, v. Be ignorant and see edge. Not know and see 490. Know not what, know nothing of, have no idea, have no notion, have no conception, not have the remotest idea, not know chalk from cheese, ignore, be blind to, keep in ignorance and see, conceal, 528. See through a glass darkly, have a film over the eyes, have a glimmering and see n, wonder whether, not know what to make of and see, unintelligibility, 519. Not pretend to take upon, not take upon oneself to say edge. Ignorant, nescient, unknowing, unaware, unacquainted, unapprised, unwitting, unweeting, unconscious, witless, wheatless, a stranger to, unconversant. Uninformed, uncultivated, unversed, uninstructed, untaught, uninitiated, untutored, unschooled, misguided, unenlightened, philistine, behind the age. Shallow, superficial, green, rude, empty, half-learned, illiterate, unread, uninformed, uneducated, unlearned, unlettered, unbookish, empty-headed, dizzy, woolly-headed, pedantic, in the dark, benighted, belated, blinded, blindfolded, hoodwinked, misinformed, about to sun Latin at the end of his tether, at fault, at sea and sea, uncertain, 475, caught tripping. Unknown, unapprehended, unexplained, unascertained, uninvestigated, unexplored, unheard of, not perceived, concealed and c 528, novel adv, ignorantly and siege. Unawares, for anything, for aught one knows, not that one knows, int. God knows, heaven knows, the Lord knows, who knows, nobody knows, phr. Ignorance never settles a question, quantum animus erroris inest. Small Latin and less Greek b. Johnson, that unlettered small knowing soul, there is no darkness but ignorance. 492 scholar, connoisseur, savant, pundit, schoolman, professor, graduate, wrangler, academician, academist. Master of arts, doctor, licentiate, gownsman, philosopher, master of math, scientist, clerk. Sophist, sophister, linguist, glossolinguist, philologist, philologer, lexicographer, glossographer, grammarian, literateur, literati, dilettanti, illuminati, cognoscenti. Fellow Hebraist, lexicologist, mullah, munshi, Sanskritish. Sinologist, sinologue, mesophanty, admirable Crichton, mechinas, bookworm, helluo librorum, bibliophile, bibliomaniac, bluestocking, bass blue, bigwig, learned Theban, don, artium baccalaureus, artium magister, learned man, literary man, homo multarum literarum, Man of learning, man of letters, man of education, man of genius. Antiquarian, antiquary, archaeologist. Sage and C, wise man, 500. Pedant, doctrinaire, pedagogue, Dr. Pangloss, pentologist, criminologist, schoolb and C, learner, 541, edge, learned and C, 490, brought up at the feet of Gamaliel, Phr. He was a scholar and a ripe and good one, the manifold linguist. 493. Ignoramus, en ignoramus, dunce, wooden spoon, no scholar. Imbecility, 499, folly, 501, moron, imbecile, idiot, fool, jerk, nincompoop, asshole, dilettante, sciolist, smatterer, dabbler, half-scholar, charlatan, wiseacre, greenhorn, amateur and C, dupe, 547, novice, tyro and C, learner, 541, numbskull. Lubber and C, bungler, 701, fool and C, 501, pedant and C, 492. Bookless, shallow, ignorant and C, 491, Phr. A wit with dunces and a dunce with wits. 494. Truth, n fact, reality and C, existence, one plain fact, plain matter of fact, nature and C, principle 5, truth, verity, gospel, gospel truth, God's honest truth, orthodoxy and C, 983.1, authenticity, veracity and C, 543, correctness, correctitude. Accuracy, exactitude, exactness, preciseness and C, edge. Precision, delicacy, rigor, mathematical precision, punctuality, clockwork precision and C, regularity, 80, conformity to rule, nicety, orthology, ipsissima verba, realism. Plain truth, honest truth, sober truth, naked truth, unalloyed truth, unqualified truth, stern truth, exact truth, intrinsic truth, nuda veritas, the very thing, not an illusion and C, 495. Real Simon pure, unvarnished tale, unvarnished truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, just the thing v. Be true and see edge, be the case, stand the test, have the true ring, hold good, hold true, hold water. Render true, prove true and see edge. Substantiate and see evidence, 467, get at the truth and see discover, 480.1, edge. Real, actual and see existing, 1, veritable, true, right, correct, certain and see 474. Substantially true, categorically true, definitively true and C, true to the letter, true as gospel, unimpeachable, veracious and C, 543, unreconfuted, unconfuted, unidle, unimagined, realistic. Exact, accurate, definite, precise, well-defined, just so-so, strict, severe, close and C, similar, 17, literal, rigid, rigorous, scrupulous and C, conscientious, 939, religiously exact, punctual, mathematical, scientific, faithful, constant, unerring, curious, particular, nice, delicate, fine, clean-cut, clear-cut, verified, empirically true, experimentally verified, substantiated, proven, demonstrated, 478. Rigorously true, unquestionably true, true by definition, genuine, authentic, legitimate, orthodox and C, 983.1, official, ex officio, pure, natural, sound, sterling, unsophisticated, unadulterated, unvarnished, unalloyed, uncolored, in its true colors, paka. Well-grounded, well-founded, solid, substantial, tangible, valid, undistorted, undisguised, unaffected, unexaggerated, unromantic, unflattering. Adv, truly and C, edge. Verily indeed, really in reality, with truth and C, veracity, 543, certainly and C, cert, 474. Actually and C, existence, 1, in effect and C, intrinsically, 5, exactly and C, edge. Ad amasum, verbatim, verbatim et literatum, word for word, literally, literatum, totitum verbis, sic, to the letter, chapter and verse, ipsissimis verbis. Ad ungum, to an inch. To a nicety, to a hair, to a tittle, to a turn, to a t. O pi de la letter, neither more nor less, in every respect, in all respects. Sus tous les rapports, at any rate, at all events, strictly speaking. Phr. The truth is, the fact is. Rem acuteta gisti, en suavent la verite, ex facto jus orator, la verita e figlia dell'impo. Locos ninos dicen la verdad, crazy people and children tell the truth. Nihil est veritatis lus dulcis, veritas nunquam perit, veritatem dies aperit, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. 495. Error, en error, fallacy, misconception, misapprehension, misstanding, misunderstanding, inexactness and C, edge. Laxity, misconstruction and C, misinterpretation, 523. Miscomputation and C, misjudgment, 481, non sequitur and C, 477. Misstatement, misreport, mumpsimus. Mistake, miss, fault, blunder, quipperquo, cross-purposes, oversight, misprint, erratum, corrigendum, slip, blot, flaw, loose thread, trip, stumble, and c. failure. 732. Botchery and c. want of skill. 699. Slip of the tongue, slip of the lip, Freudian slip, slip of the pen, lapsus lingui, clerical error, bull and c. absurdity. 497. Haplography. Illusion, delusion, snare, false impression, false idea, bubble, self-deceit, self-deception, mists of error. Heresy and c. heterodoxy. 984. Hallucination and c. insanity. 503. False light and c. fallacy of vision. 443. Dream and c. fancy. 515. Fable and c. untruth. 546. Bias and c. misjudgment. 481. Misleading and c. v. be erroneous and c. edge. Cause error, mislead, misguide, lead astray, lead into error, beguile, misinform, and c. misteach. 538. Delude, give a false impression, give a false idea, falsify, misstate, deceive, and c. 545. Lie and c. 544. Err, be in error and c. edge. Be mistaken and c. be deceived and c. duped. 547. Mistake, receive a false impression, deceive oneself, fall into error, lie under error, labor under an error, and cn. Be in the wrong, blunder. Misapprehend, misconceive, misunderstand, misreckon, miscount, miscalculate, and c. misjudge. 481. Play at cross purposes, be at cross purposes, and c. misinterpret. 523. Trip, stumble, lose oneself, and c. uncertainty. 475. Go astray, fail, and c. 732. Be in the wrong box, take the wrong sow by the ear, and c. mismanage. 699. Put the saddle on the wrong horse. Reckon without one's host, take the shadow for the substance, and c. credulity. 486. Dream and c. imagine. 515. Erroneous, untrue, false, devoid of truth, fallacious, apocryphal, unreal, ungrounded, groundless, unsubstantial, and c. 4. Heretical and c. heterodox. 984. Unsound, illogical, and c. 477. Inexact, unexact, inaccurate, incorrect, indefinite, and c. uncertain. 475. Elusive, illusory, delusive, mock, ideal, and c. imaginary. 515. Spurious and c. 545. Deceitful and c. 544. Perverted. Controvertible, unsustainable, unauthenticated, untrustworthy. Exploded, refuted, discarded. In error, under an error in cn, mistaken in cv, tripping in cv, out in one's reckoning. Aberrant, beside the mark, wide of the truth, way off, far off. Astray in c. at fault. 475. On a false scent, on the wrong scent, in the wrong box, outside the ballpark. At cross purposes, all in the wrong, all out, adv. More or less. Phr. Error est humanum, mentis gratissimus error, on the dubious waves of error tossed. To err is human, to forgive divine, you lie under a mistake. 496. Maxim, en maxim, aphorism, apothem, apophthegm, dictum, saying, adage, saw, proverb, sentence, motto, word, byword, moral, phylactery, protasis. Axiom, theorem, scholium, truism, postulate, first principles, a priori fact, assumption, supposition. 514. Reflection and c. idea. 453. Conclusion and c. judgment. 480. Golden rule and c. precept. 697. Principle, principia. Profession of faith and c. belief. 484. Settled principle, accepted principle, formula, accepted fact. Received truth, wise maxim, sage maxim, received maxim, admitted maxim, recognized maxim, and c. True saying, common saying, hackneyed saying, trite saying, commonplace saying, and c. edge. Aphoristic, proverbial, phylacteric, axiomatic, gnomic, adv. As the saying goes, as the saying is, as they say. 497. Absurdity and absurdity, absurdness, and c. edge. Imbecility and c. 499. Elegy, nonsense, utter nonsense, paradox, inconsistency, stultiloquy, stultiloquence, nugacity. Blunder, muddle, bull, Irishism, hibernicism, slip, anticlimax, bathos, sophism, and c. 477. Farce, gallimathias, amphigory, rhapsody, farrago, and c. disorder. 59. Bêtise, extravagance, romance, siamachy. Sell, pun, verbal quibble, macaronic. Jargon, fustian, twaddle, gibberish, and c. no meaning. 517 exaggeration and c. 549. Moonshine, stuff, mare's nest, quibble, self-delusion. Vagary, tomfoolery, poppycock, mummery, monkey trick, bowdade, escapade. Play the fool and c. 499. Talk nonsense, parlor a tort at a travis. Batter la campagne, hainmolia bazain, be absurd and siege. Absurd, nonsensical, preposterous, egregious, senseless, inconsistent, ridiculous, extravagant, quibbling, self-annulling, self-contradictory, macaronic, punning. Foolish and c. 499. Sophistical and c. 477. Unmeaning and c. 517. Without rhyme or reason, fantastic. Int, fiddlededdy, pish, foe, in the name of the prophet, figs, 0 phr. Credat Judius apella, tell it to the Marines. 498. Intelligence, wisdom, and intelligence, capacity, comprehension, understanding, cuteness, sabe, savvy, intellect and c. 450 news, parts, sagacity, mother wit, esprit, gumption, quick parts, grasp of intellect, acuteness and siege. Acumen, subtlety, penetration, perspicacy, perspicacity, discernment, due sense of good judgment, discrimination and c. 465. Cunning and c. 702. Refinement and c. Taste, 850. Head, brains, headpiece, upper story, long head, eagle eye, eagle glance, eye of a lynx, eye of a hawk. Wisdom, sapience, sense, good sense, common sense, horse sense, plain sense, rationality, reason, reasonableness and siege, judgment. Solidity, depth, profundity, caliber, enlarged views, reach of thought, compass of thought, enlargement of mind. Genius, inspiration, geist, fire of genius, heaven-born genius, soul. Talent and c. Aptitude, 698. Prudence and c. 864. Vigilance and c. 459. Tact and c. 698. Foresight and c. 510. Sobriety, self-possession, aplomb, ballast. A bright thought, not a bad idea. Solomon-like wisdom, v. Be intelligent and siege. Have all one's wits about one. Understand and see, intelligible, 518. Catch an idea, take in an idea, take a joke, take a hint. See through, see at a glance, see with half an eye, see far into, see through a millstone. Penetrate, discern and see, descry, 441. Foresee and see, 510. Discriminate and see, 465. Know what's what and see, 698. Listen to reason. Intelligent, quick of apprehension, keen, acute, alive, brainy, awake, bright, quick, sharp. Quick-witted, keen-witted, clear-witted, sharp-eyed, sharp-sighted, sharp-witted, wide awake. Canny, shrewd, astute, clear-headed, far-sighted and see, 510. Discerning, perspicacious, penetrating, piercing, argued. Quick-witted, nimble-witted, needle-witted, sharp as a needle, sharp as a tack. Alive to and see, cognizant, 490. Clever and c. Apt, 698. Arch and c. Cunning, 702. Passi bete, acute and c. 682. Wise, sage, sapient, sagacious, reasonable, rational, sound, in one's right mind, sensible, abnormis sapiens, judicious, strong-minded, unprejudiced, unbiased, unbigoted, unprepossessed, undazzled, unperplexed. Unwarped judgment, impartial, equitable, fair, cool, cool-headed, long-headed, hard-headed, strong-headed. Long-sighted, calculating, thoughtful, reflecting, solid, deep, profound. Oracular, heaven-directed, heaven-born, prudent and c. Cautious, 864, sober, stand, solid, considerate, politic, wise in one's generation, watchful and c. 459, provident and c. Prepared, 673, in advance of one age, wise as a serpent, wise as Solomon, wise as Solon, wise, sensible, reasonable, judicious, well thought out, well planned, well judged, well advised. Prudent, politic, expedient and c. 646. Phr. Out regem out fatuum nascae oportet, but with the morning cool reflection came, flosculi sententiarum, less affairs font less hams, mas vale saber qua haber, mas vale sur nescio qua profiat al nemo solus sapit, nasti, nathai sutin, nullum magnum ingenium sine mixtura dementi fuit, saperad, victrix fortuni sapientia. 499. Imbecility. Folly, n. Want of intelligence and c. 498, want of intellect and c. 450, shadowness, silliness, foolishness and siege. Imbecility, incapacity, vacancy of mind, poverty of intellect, weakness of intellect, clouded perception, poor head, apartments to let, stupidity, stolidity, hebitude, dull understanding, meanest capacity, short-sightedness, incompetence and c. Unskillfulness, 699. One's weak side, not one's strong point, bias and c. 481, infatuation and c. Insanity, 503. simplicity, puerility, babyhood, dotage, anility, second childishness, fatuity, idiocy, idiotism, driveling. Folly, frivolity, irrationality, trifling, ineptitude, nugacity, inconsistency, lip wisdom, conceit, sophistry and c. 477, giddiness and c. inattention 458, eccentricity and c. 503, extravagance and c. absurdity 497, rashness and c. 863, act of folly and c. 699, v. to be an imbecile and c. edge, have no brains, have no sense and c. 498. Trifle, drivel, radoter, dote, ramble and see madness 503, play the fool, play the monkey, monkey around, fool around, take leave of one's senses, insanity 503, not see an inch beyond one's nose, stultify oneself and see 699, talk nonsense and see 497. Unintelligent, unintellectual, unreasoning, mindless, witless, reasoningless, brainless, half-baked, having no head and see 498, not bright and see 498, inapprehensible. Weak-headed, addle-headed, puzzle-headed, blunder-headed, muddle-headed, muddy-headed, pig-headed, beetle-headed, buffle-headed, chuckle-headed, mutton-headed, maggoty-headed, gross-headed, beef-headed, fat-witted, fat-headed. Weak-minded, feeble-minded, dull-minded, shallow-minded, lack-brained, rattle-brained, rattle-headed, half-witted, lean-witted, short-witted, dull-witted, blunt-witted, shallow-patched, clod-patched, addle-patched, addle-brained, dim-sighted, short-sighted, thick-skulled, weak in the upper story. Shallow-born, weak, wanting, soft, sappy, spoony, dull, dull as a beetle, stupid, heavy, insulse, obtuse, blunt, stolid, doltish, asinine, inapt and c. 699, prosaic and c. 843, hebetudinous. Childish, childlike, infantine, infantile, babyish, babbish, puerile, anal, simple and c. credulous 486, old womanish. Fatuous, idiotic, imbecile, driveling, blatant, babbling, vacant, sottish, bewildered and c. 475, blockish, unteachable, Boeotian, boatic, bovine, ungifted, undiscerning, unenlightened, unwise, unphilosophical, apish, simious. Foolish, silly, senseless, irrational, insensate, nonsensical, inept, maudlin. Narrow-minded and c. 481, bigoted and c. obstinate 606, giddy and c. thoughtless 458, rash and c. 863, eccentric and c. crazed 503. Foolish, unwise, injudicious, improper, unreasonable, without reason, ridiculous, absurd, idiotic, silly, stupid, asinine, ill-imagined, ill-advised, ill-judged, ill-devised, malintendu, inconsistent, irrational, unphilosophical, extravagant and c. nonsensical 497, sleeveless, idle, pointless, useless and c. 645, inexpedient and c. 647, frivolous and c. trivial 643, phr. Davisum non, a fool's bolt is soon shot Henry v. Clitally bovi sunt impositi, fools rush in where angels fear to tread, ill en, a nigh bouch nigh eperin, the bookful blockhead, ignorantly read, to varnish nonsense with the charms of sound. 500. Sage and sage, wise man, genius, master mind, master spirit of the age, long head thinker, intellectual, long hair, authority, oracle, luminary, shining light, esprit fort, Magnus Apollo, Solon, Solomon, Nestor, Magi, second Daniel, man of learning and c. 492, expert and c. 700, wizard and c. 994, Weissacker, bigwig, know-it-all, poor man's Einstein, venerable, reverenced, emeritus, phr. Barba tennis sapiens. 501. Fool and fool, idiot, tomfool, wiseacre, simpleton, whittling, dizzard, donkey, ass, ninny, ninnyhammer, chowderhead, chucklehead, dolt, booby, tom noddy, looby, hotty-dotty, naughty, nonny, noodle, nicey, owl, goose, goosegap, imbecile, gaby, radoter, nincompoop, badod, zany, trifler, babbler, pretty fellow, natural, eyes. Child, baby, infant, innocent, milksop, sop, oaf, lout, loon, lone, dullard, doodle, calf, colt, buzzard, block, put, stick, stock, numps, Tony. Bullhead, dunderhead, addlehead, blockhead, dullhead, loggerhead, jolthead, jolterhead, beetlehead, beetlebrain, grosshead, muttonhead, noodlehead, giddyhead, numbskull, thickskull, lackbrain, shallowbrain, dimwit, halfwit, lackwit, dunderpate, lunkhead, sawney, gowk, clod, clodhopper, clodpole, clotpole, clotpate, bullcalf, gawk, gothamite, lummox, rubes, men of Boeotia, wise men of Gotham. Unsought, a triple edge, sot, jobberknoll, changeling, mooncalf, gobemouch, dotard, driveler, old fogey, old woman, crock, crone, grandmother, cockquean, henhussy. Incompetent insanity 503 Greenhorn and C. Dupe 547, Dunce and C. Ignoramus 493, Lubber and C. Bungler 701, Madman and C. 504. One who will not set the Thames on fire, one who did not invent gunpowder, qui n'a pas invent la powder, no conjurer, phr. Fortuna favit fatuis, les fous font les festinas et les sages les mangent, nomina stultorum periatibus herent, stultorum plena sunt omnia. 502. Sanity and sanity, soundness and sea edge. Rationality, sobriety, lucidity, lucid interval, senses, sober senses, right mind, sound mind, mens sana v, be sane and sea edge. Retain one's senses, retain one's reason, become sane and sea edge. Come to one's senses, sober down, render sane and sea edge. Bring to one's senses, sober edge. Sane, rational, reasonable, compose mentis of sound mind, sound, sound-minded, lucid, self-possessed, sober, sober-minded. In one's sober senses, in one's right mind, in possession of one's faculties, adv, sanely and sea edge. 503. Insanity and disordered reason, disordered intellect, diseased mind, unsound mind, abnormal mind, derangement, unsoundness, psychosis, neurosis, cognitive disorder, affective disorder. Insanity, lunacy, madness, and sea edge. Mania, rabies, furor, mental alienation, aberration, paranoia, schizophrenia, dementation, dementia, demency, phrenitis, frenzy, frenzy, raving, incoherence, wandering, delirium, calenture of the brain, delusion, hallucination, lycanthropy, brainstorm. Vertigo, dizziness, swimming, sunstroke, coup de soleil, seriasis. Fanaticism, infatuation, craze, oddity, eccentricity, twist, monomania, caprice, 608, kleptodipsomania. Hypochondriasis and C, low spirits, 837, melancholia, depression, clinical depression, severe depression, hysteria, amentia. Screw loose, tile loose, slate loose, bee in one's bonnet, rats in the upper story, dotage and C, imbecility, 499 v, be insane and sea edge, become insane and sea edge. Lose one's senses, lose one's reason, lose one's faculties, lose one's wits, go mad, run mad, lose one's marbles, go crazy, go bonkers, flip one's wig, flip one's lid, flip out, flip one's bush, zero, rave, dote, ramble, wander, drivel and see, be imbecile. 499, have a screw loose and cn, have a devil. Avoir le diable au corps, lose one's head and see, be uncert. 475. Render mad, drive mad and see edge. Madden, dementate, addle the wits, addle the brain, derange the head, infatuate, befool, turn the brain, turn one's head, drive one nuts, edge. Insane, mad, lunatic, loony, crazy, crazed, alien, non-composed mentis, not right, cracked, touched, bereft of reason, all possessed, unhinged, unsettled in one's mind. Insensate, reasonless, beside oneself, demented, daft, frenzied, frenetic, possessed, possessed with a devil, deranged, maddened, moonstruck, shatterpated, mad-brained, scatterbrained, shatterbrained, crack-brained, touched, tetched, off one's head. Maniacal, delirious, lightheaded, incoherent, rambling, doting, wandering, frantic, raving, stark staring mad, stark raving mad, wild-eyed, berserk, delusional, hallucinatory. Corybantic, dithyrambic, rabid, giddy, vertiginous, wild, haggard, mazed, flighty, distracted, distraught, depressed, agitated, hyped up, bewildered and see, uncert. 475. Mad as a March hare, mad as a hatter, of unsound mind and cn, touched in one's head, wrong in one's head, not right in one's head, not in one's right mind, not right in one's wits, upper story, out of one's mind, out of one's wits, out of one's skull, far gone, out of one's senses, out of one's wits, not in one's right mind. Fanatical, infatuated, odd, eccentric, hipped, hippish, spaced out, imbecile, silly, and C 499 adv. Like one possessed, phr. The mind having lost its balance, the reason under a cloud, tet exalti, tet monti, ira furor brevis est, omnis stultos insanir. 504. Madman, lunatic, maniac, bedlamite, candidate for bedlam, raver, madcap, crazy, energumen, automaniac, monomaniac, dipsomaniac, kleptomaniac, hypochondriac and C low spirits. Crank, tomo bedlam, dreamer and C 515, rhapsodist, seer, highflyer, enthusiast, fanatic, fanatico, exalt, knight-errant, Don Quixote, idiot and C 501. Section 6 Extension of Thought 1, to the past. 505. Memory, remembrance, retention, retentiveness, tenacity, veteris vestigia flammi, tablets of the memory, readiness. Reminiscence, recognition, recollection, rememoration, recurrence, flashback, retrospect, retrospection, afterthought, postscript, PS. Suggestion and see information. 527. Prompting and CV. Hint, reminder, remembrancer, flapper, memorial and see record. 551. Commemoration and see celebration. 883. Note, memo, memorandum. Things to be remembered. Token of remembrance, memento, souvenir, keepsake, relic, memorabilia. Art of memory, artificial memory, memoria technica, mnemonics, mnemotechnics, phenotypics, mnemosony. Prompt book, crib sheet, cheat sheet. Retentive memory, tenacious memory, photographic memory, green memory, trustworthy memory, capacious memory, faithful memory, correct memory, exact memory, ready memory, prompt memory, accurate recollection, perfect memory, total recall, celebrity, fame, renown, reputation, and see repute. 873 v. Remember, mind, retain the memory of, retain the remembrance of, keep in view. Recognize, recollect, bethink oneself, recall, call up, retrace, look back, trace backwards, think back, look back upon, review. Call upon, recall upon, bring to mind, bring to remembrance, carry one's thoughts back, rake up the past. Have in the thoughts, hold in the thoughts, bear in the thoughts, carry in the thoughts, keep in the thoughts, retain in the thoughts, have in the memory, hold in the memory, bear in the memory, carry in the memory, keep in the memory, retain in the memory, have in the mind. Hold in the mind, bear in the mind, carry in the mind, keep in the mind, retain in the mind, hold in remembrance. Be in one's thoughts, live in one's thoughts, remain in one's thoughts, dwell in one's thoughts, haunt one's thoughts, impress one's thoughts, be in one's mind, live in one's mind, remain in one's mind, dwell in one's mind, haunt one's mind, impress one's mind, dwell in one's memory. Sink in the mind, run in the head, not be able to get out of one's head, be deeply impressed with, rankle and see, revenge. 919. Recur to the mind. Flash on the mind, flash across the memory. Remind, suggest and see, inform. 527. Prompt, put in mind, keep in mind, bring to mind, fan the embers, call up, summon up, rip up, renew. Infandum renover dolorum, jog the memory, flap the memory, refresh the memory, rub up the memory, awaken the memory, pull by the sleeve, bring back to the memory, put in remembrance, memorialize. Task the memory, tax the memory. Get at one's fingers' ends, have at one's fingers, learn at one's fingers, know one's lesson, say one's lesson, repeat by heart, repeat by rote. Say one's lesson, repeat as a parrot. Have at one's fingers' ends, have at one's fingertips. Commit to memory, memorize, con over, con. Fix in the memory, rivet in the memory, imprint in the memory, impress in the memory, stamp in the memory, grave in the memory, engrave in the memory, store in the memory, treasure up in the memory, bottle up in the memory, embalm in the memory, enshrine in the memory. Load the memory with, store the memory with, stuff the memory with, burden the memory with. Redeem from oblivion, keep the memory alive, keep the wound green, pour salt in the wound, reopen old wounds, tanger ulcus, keep up the memory of, commemorate and see, celebrate. 883. Make a note of, jot a note, pen a memorandum and see, record. 551. Remembering, remembered and CV, mindful, reminiscential, retained in the memory and CV, pent up in one's memory, fresh, green in remembrance, unforgotten, present to the mind, within one's memory and CN. Indelible, uppermost in one's thoughts, memorable and see, important. 642 adv. By heart, by rote, without book, memorator. In memory of in memoriam, memoria in aeterna, suggestive. Phr. Manit ultiment repostum. Forsan et hic olim meminus juvabit, absens hers non erit bidi memorii, briefly thyself remember, mendacem memoram esse oportet, memory the warder of the brain, parsc est meminus doloris, to live in hearts we leave behind is not to die, vox audita peril litera scripta manit, out of sight, out of mind. 506 Oblivion, oblivion, obliviousness, lethe, forgetfulness and sea edge. Amnesia, obliteration of and c. 552, insensibility to the past and c. 823. Short memory, treacherous memory, poor memory, loose memory, slippery memory, failing memory, decay of memory, failure of memory, lapse of memory, waters of lethe, waters of oblivion, amnesty, general pardon, repressed memory, v. Forget, be forgetful and sea edge. Fall into oblivion, sink into oblivion, have a short memory and cn, have no head. Forget one's own name, have on the tip of one's tongue, come in one ear and go out the other. Slip memory, escape memory, fade from memory, die away from the memory, lose sight of. fail to recall, not be able to recall. Unlearn, efface, and see 552, discharge from the memory, consign to oblivion, consign to the tomb of the Capulets, think no more of and see, turn the attention from 458, cast behind one's back, wean one's thoughts from, let bygones be bygones and see, forgive 918. Forgotten and CV, unremembered past recollection, bygone out of mind, buried in oblivion, sunk in oblivion, clean forgotten, gone out of one's head, gone out of one's recollection, forgetful, oblivious, mindless, Lethean, insensible to the past and C 823, heedless, PHR. Non-me recordo, the memory failing, the memory deserting one, being at fault, being in fault, 2, to the future. 507. Expectation, an expectation, expectance, expectancy, anticipation, reckoning, calculation, foresight and C 510. Contemplation, prospection, lookout, prospect, perspective, horizon, vista, destiny and C 152. Suspense, waiting, abeyance, curiosity and C 455. Anxious expectation, ardent expectation, eager expectation, breathless expectation, sanguine expectation, torment of Tantalus. Hope and C 858. Trust and C belief 484. Auspices and C prediction 511. Assurance, confidence, presumption, reliance v. Expect. Look for, look out for, look forward to, hope for, anticipate, have in prospect, have in contemplation, keep in view, contemplate, promise oneself, not wonder at and C 870, not wonder if. Wait for, tarry for, lie in wait for, watch for, bargain for, keep a good lookout for, keep a sharp lookout for, await. Stand at attention, abide, bide one's time, watch, foresee and C 510. Prepare for and C 673. Forestall and C be early. 132. Count upon and C believe in 484. Think likely and C probability 472. Lead one to expect and C predict 511. Have in store for and C destiny 152. Prick up one's ears, hold one's breath. Expectant, expecting and CV, in expectation and CN, on the watch and C, vigilant 459. Open-eyed, open-mouthed, in wide-eyed anticipation, agape, gaping, all agog, on tenterhooks, on tiptoe, on the tiptoe of expectation, ox-eggs, ready, curious and C 455, looking forward to. Expected and CV, long expected, foreseen, in prospect and CN, perspective, in one's eye, in one's view, in the horizon, on the horizon, just over the horizon, just around the corner, impending and C destiny 152, adv. On the watch and C edge, with breathless expectation and CN, with bated breath, with rapt anticipation, erectis oribus, PHR. We shall see, nous verrons, expectation whirls me round, the light at the end of the tunnel. 508. In expectation, N in expectation, non-expectation, false expectation and C disappointment, 509, miscalculation and C 481, surprise, sudden burst, thunderclap, blow, shock, start, bolt out of the blue, wonder and C 870, eye-opener, unpleasant surprise, pleasant surprise. V, not expect and C 507, be taken by surprise, start. Miscalculate and C 481, not bargain for, come upon, fall upon, be unexpected and siege. Come unawares and see adv, turn up, pop, drop from the clouds, come upon one, burst upon one, flash upon one, bounce upon one, steal upon one, creep upon one. Come like a thunderclap, burst like a thunderclap, thunderbolt. Take by surprise, catch unawares, catch napping. Yatch, pounce upon, spring a mine upon. Surprise, startle, take aback, electrify, stun, stagger, take away one's breath, throw off one's guard, astonish, dumbfound and see, strike with wonder, 870. Non-expectant, surprised and CV, unwarned, unaware, off one's guard, inattentive 458. Unexpected, unanticipated, unpredicted, unlooked for, unforeseen, unhoped for, dropped from the clouds. Beyond expectation, contrary to expectation, against all expectation. Out of one's reckoning, unheard of and see exceptional 83. Startling, surprising, sudden and see instantaneous, 113. Unpredictable, unforeseeable, unknowable, 519. Adv. Abruptly, unexpectedly, surprisingly, plump, pop, a l'improviste, unawares, without notice, without warning, without a by your leave, like a thief in the night, like a thunderbolt, in an unguarded moment. suddenly and see instantaneously 113 int. Haiti and see wonder 870 phr. Little did one think, little did one expect. Nobody would ever suppose, nobody would ever think, nobody would ever expect. Who would have thought? It beats the Dutch. 509. Disappointment? End disappointment blighted hope, balk, blow, anticlimax, slip twixt cup and lip, non-fulfillment of one's hopes. Sad disappointment, bitter disappointment, trick of fortune, afterclap, false expectation, vain expectation, miscalculation and see 481, fool's paradise, much cry and little wool. V. Be disappointed. Look blank, look blue, look aghast, stand aghast and see, wonder 870, find to one's cost, laugh on the wrong side of one's mouth, find one a false prophet. Not realize one's hope, not realize one's expectation. Disappoint, frustrate, discomfit, crush, defeat, failure 732. Crush one's hope, dash one's hope, balk one's hope, disappoint one's hope, blight one's hope, falsify one's hope, defeat one's hope, discourage, balk, jilt, bilk, play one false, play a trick, dash the cup from the lips, tantalize, dumbfounder, astonish 870. Disappointed and CV, disconcerted, aghast, disgruntled, out of one's reckoning, phr. The mountain labored and brought forth a mouse, parturient montes. Nascitur ridiculous muse, dies a lighter visum, the bubble burst, one's countenance falling. 510. Foresight and foresight, prospicience, prevision, long-sightedness, anticipation, providence and see, preparation, 673. Forethought, forecast, predeliberation, presurmise, foregone conclusion and see, prejudgment, 481. Prudence and see, caution, 864. Foreknowledge, prognosis, precognition, prescience, prenotion, presentiment, second sight, sagacity and see intelligence, 498, antepast, prelibation, prophecies. Prospect and see expectation, 507, foretaste, prospectus and see plan, 626 v. Foresee, look forwards to, look ahead, look beyond, sent from afar, look into the future, pry into the future, peer into the future. See one's way. See how the land lies, get the lay of the land, see how the wind blows, test the waters, see how the cat jumps. Anticipate, expect and see 507. Be beforehand and see early 132. Predict and see 511. Foreknow, forejudge, forecast, presurmise, have an eye to the future, have an eye to the main chance. Respicer finum, keep a sharp lookout and see vigilance 459. Forewarn and see 668. Foreseeing and see v, prescient, farseeing, farsighted, sagacious and see intelligent 498, weatherwise, provident and see prepared 673, prospective and see 507, adv. Against the time when phr. Cernit omnia deus vindex, mihi cura futuri, run it up the flagpole and see who salutes. 511. Prediction, announcement, program and see plan 626, premonition and see warning 668. Prognosis, prophecy, vaticination, mantology, prognostication, premonstration, augury, auguration, areolation, hariolation, foreboding, aboding, bodement, omniation, omniousness, auspices, forecast, omen and see 512. Horoscope, nativity, soothsaying, fortune-telling, crystal gazing, divination. Necromancy and see 992. Astrology, horoscopy, judicial astrology. Addendum, prefiguration, prefigurement, prototype, type, oracle and see 513. V. Predict, prognosticate, prophesy, vaticinate, divine, foretell, soothsay, augurate, tell fortunes, cast a horoscope, cast a nativity, advise, forewarn and see 668. Presage, augur, bode, abode, forebode, foretoken, betoken, prefigure, preshow, portend, foreshow, foreshadow, shadow forth, typify, pretypify, ominate, signify, point to, usher in, herald, premise, announce, lower, hold out expectation, raise expectation, excite hope. Bid fair, promise, lead one to expect, be the precursor and see 64. Predict by mathematical or statistical means from past experience, extrapolate, project. Predicting and CV, predictive, prophetic, fatidical, vaticinal, oracular, fatiloquent, haruspical, sibylline, weatherwise. Ominous, portentous, augurous, augurial, augural, auspicial, auspicious, precious, monitory, extispicious, premonitory, significant of, pregnant with, bit with the fate of phr. Coming events cast their shadows before, dicamus bona verba, their buds the promise of celestial worth. By oracles, theomancy. By the Bible, bibliomancy. By ghosts, psychomancy. By crystal gazing, crystallomancy. By shadows or manes, sciomancy. By appearances in the air, aeromancy, chaomancy. By the stars at birth, genethliacs. By meteors, meteoromancy. By winds, ostromancy. By sacrificial appearances, aerospicy, horospicy, hieromancy, hieroscopy. By the entrails of animals sacrificed, extispicy, hieromancy. By the entrails of a human sacrifice, anthropomancy. By the entrails of fishes, ichthyomancy. By sacrificial fire, pyromancy. By red-hot iron, sideromancy. By smoke from the altar, capnomancy. By mice, myomancy. By birds, orniscopy, ornithomancy. By a cock picking up grains, electriomancy. Electromancy. By fishes, ophiomancy. By herbs, botanomancy. By water, hydromancy. By fountains, pegomancy. By a wand, rhabdomancy. By dough of cakes, crithomancy. By meal, alluromancy, alphatomancy. By salt, halomancy. By dice, claromancy. By arrows, balamancy. By a balanced hatchet, axonomancy. By a balanced sieve, cosonomancy. By a suspended ring, dactyliomancy. By dots made at random on paper, geomancy. By precious stones, lithomancy. By pebbles, pessimancy. By pebbles drawn from a heap, cephamancy. By mirrors, cataptromancy. By writings in ashes, tephromancy. By dreams, oneromancy. By the hand, palmistry, chiromancy. By nails reflecting the sun's rays, onychomancy. By finger rings, dactylomancy. By numbers, arithmancy. By drawing lots, sortilege. By passages in books, stichomancy. By the letters forming the name of the person, onomancy, nomancy. By the features, anthroposcopy. By the mode of laughing, geloscopy. By ventriloquism, gastromancy. By walking in a circle, gyromancy. By dropping melted wax into water, ceromancy. By currents, bletinism. By the color and peculiarities of wine, onomancy. 512. Omen, omen, portent, presage, prognostic, augury, auspice, sign and sea indication. 550. Harbinger and sea precursor. 64. Yule candle. Bird of ill omen, signs of the times, gathering clouds, warning and c. 668. Prefigurement and c. 511. Ill boding, phr. Auspicium melioris evi. 513. Oracle, oracle, prophet, prophesier, seer, soothsayer, augur, fortune teller, crystal gazer, witch, geomancer, arispex, araspis, haruspis, haruspex, astrologer, stargazer, sibyl, python, pythoness, pythia, Pythian oracle, Delphian oracle, monitor, sphinx, Tiresias, Cassandra, Sibylline leaves, Zadkiel, Old Moor, sorcerer and c. 994 interpreter, and c. 524. Predictor, prognosticator, forecaster, weather forecaster, weatherman, phr. A prophet is without honor in his own country. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Section 7, Creative Thought. 514. Supposition, supposition, assumption, assumed position, postulation, condition, presupposition, hypothesis, blue sky hypothesis, postulate, postulatum, theory, thesis, theorem, data, proposition, position, proposal and c. Plan, 626. Presumption and c. Belief, 484. Divination. Conjecture, guess, guesswork, speculation, rough guess, shot in the dark. Conjecturality, surmise, suspicion, sneaking suspicion. Estimate, approximation, nearness, 197. Inkling, suggestion, hint, intimation, notion, impression, bare supposition, vague supposition, loose suggestion. Association of ideas. Analogy, 514.1. Metonym, metonymy, simile, metaphor, 521. Conceit, idea, thought. Original idea, invention, imagination, 515v. Suppose, conjecture, surmise, suspect, guess, divine, theorize, presume, presurmise, presuppose, assume, fancy, wise, take it, give a guess, speculate, believe, dare say, take it into one's head, take for granted. Imagine and see 515. Put forth, propound, propose, start, put a case, submit, move, make a motion, hazard out, throw out a suggestion, put forward a suggestion, put forward conjecture. Allude to, suggest, hint, put it into one's head. Suggest itself and see, thought, 451, run in the head and see, memory, 505, marvel if, wonder whether, edge. Supposing and CV, given, mooted, postulatory, assumed and CV, supposititious, suppositive, suppositious, gratuitous, speculative, conjectural, hypothetical, theoretical, academic, supposable, presumptive, putative, suppositional, suggestive, elusive, adv. If so be, n, on the supposition and cn. Ex hypothesi in the case in the event of, quasi as if, provided, perhaps and C by possibility 470, for aught one knows. 514a. Analogy, an analogy, association, association of ideas, metaphor, and C 521, analogical thinking, free association, train of thought, edge, analogical. 515. Imagination, an imagination, originality, invention, fancy, inspiration, verve, warm imagination, heated imagination, excited imagination, sanguine imagination, ardent imagination, fiery imagination, boiling imagination, wild imagination, bold imagination, daring imagination, playful imagination, lively imagination, fertile imagination, fancy. Mind's eye, such stuff as dreams are made of ideality, idealism, romanticism, utopianism, castle building. Dreaming, frenzy, frenzy, ecstasy, ecstasy, calenture and sea delirium. 503. Reverie, trance, day, dream, golden dream, somnambulism. Conception, Vorstellung, excogitation, a fine frenzy, cloudland, dreamland, flight of fancy, fumes of fancy, thick coming fancies. Creation of the brain, coinage of the brain imagery. Conceit, maggot, figment, myth, dream, vision, shadow, chimera, phantasm, fantasy. Fantasy, fancy, whim, whimsy, whimsy, vagary, rhapsody, romance, jest, jest, extravaganza, air-drawn dagger, bugbear, nightmare. Flying Dutchman, great sea serpent, man in the moon, castle in the air, pipe dream, pie in the sky, chateau and Espagny, utopia, Atlantis, happy valley, millennium, fairyland. Land of Prester John, kindgum of Micamican, work of fiction and sea novel. 594. Arabian Nights, Lepato late, dream of Al-Nashar and sea, hope. 858. Illusion and sea, error. 495. Phantom and sea, fallacy of vision. 443. Fata Morgana and sea, ignis fatuus. 423. Vapor and sea cloud. 353. Stretch of the imagination and sea, exaggeration. 549. Mythogenesis. Idealist, romanticist, visionary, mopus, romancer, dreamer, somnambulist, rhapsodist and sea, fanatic. 504. Castle builder, fanciful projector. V. Imagine, fancy, conceive, idealize, realize, dream, dream of, dream up, give to airy nothing a local habitation and a name, Midsummer Night's Dream. Create, originate, devise, invent, coin, fabricate, improvise, strike out something new, set one's wits to work, strain one's invention, crack one's invention, rack one's brains, ransack one's brains, cudgel one's brains, excogitate, brainstorm, give play, give the reins, give a loose to the imagination, give fancy, indulge in reverie. Visualize, envision, conjure up a vision, fancy oneself, represent oneself, picture, picture oneself, figure to oneself. Vorstellen, float in the mind, suggest itself and see thought. 451. Imagined and CV, Ben Trovato, air-drawn, air-built. Imagining and CV, imaginative, original, inventive, creative, fertile, romantic, high-flown, flighty, extravagant, fanatic, enthusiastic, unrealistic, utopian, quixotic. Ideal, unreal, in the clouds, in nubibus, unsubstantial in C4. Illusory and C, fallacious. 495. Fabulous, legendary, mythical, mythic, mythological, chimerical, imaginary, visionary, notional, fancy, fanciful, fantastic, fantastical, whimsical, fairy, fairy-like, gestic. PHR. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream, egri somnia vana, dolphinum appingit silvis in fluctibus aprum, fancy light from fancy caught, imagination rules the world. Elimagination gallop, lejugement nivaquella pass. Musio contingens cuncta lepor, tus songes sont mensonges, waril undichtung. Division Roman 2 communication of ideas. Sect 1-on-1, nature of ideas communicated. 516. Meaning, meaning, signification, significance, sense, expression, import, purport, force, drift, tenor, spirit, bearing, coloring, scope. Substance, gist, essence, marrow, spirit, and C5, matter. Subject, subject matter, argument, text, sum and substance. General meaning, broad meaning, substantial meaning, colloquial meaning, literal meaning, plain meaning, simple meaning, natural meaning, unstrained meaning, true meaning, and C exact. 494 honest meaning, and C 543 prima facie meaning. And C manifest. 525 letter of the law, literally, after acceptation. Synonym, implication, allusion and C latency. 526. Suggestion and C information. 527. Figure of speech and C 521. acceptation, and C, interpretation, 522. V, means, signify, express, import, purport, convey, imply, breathe, indicate, bespeak, bear a sense, tell of, speak of, touch on, point to, allude to, drive at, involve, and C, latency, 526, declare, and C, affirm, 535, understand by, and C, interpret, 522 edge, meaning, and CV, expressive, suggestive, elusive, significant, significative, significatory, pithy, full of meaning, pregnant with meaning. Declaratory, and C 535, intelligible, and C 518, literal, synonymous, tantamount, and C equivalent, 27, implied, and C latent, 526, explicit, and C 525, adv. To that effect, that is to say, and C being interpreted, 522. 517. Unmeaningness, N meaninglessness, unmeaningness, and C edge. Scrabble, empty sound, dead letter, vox et praeterea nihil, a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal. Nonsense, utter nonsense, gibberish, jargon, jabber, mere words, hocus pocus, fustian, rant, bombast, balderdash, palaver, flummery, verbiage, babble, bavardage, baragouin, platitude, niaisery. Inanity, flapdoodle, rigmarole, rhodomontade, truism, noogie cannery, twaddle, fudge, trash, garbage, humbug, poppycock, stuff, and nonsense. Bosh, rubbish, moonshine, wishwash, fiddle faddle, absurdity, and C 497. Vagueness, and C unintelligibility. 519. Routine or reflexive statements without substantive thought, esp, legal, boilerplate, click V, mean nothing, be unmeaning, and C edge. Twaddle, quibble, scrabble, edge, unmeaning, meaningless, senseless, nonsensical, void of sense, and C 516. Inexpressive, unexpressive, vacant, not significant, and C 516, insignificant, trashy, washy, trumpery, trivial, fiddle-faddle, twaddling, quibbling. Unmeant, not expressed, tacit, and C latent, 526, inexpressible, undefinable, incommunicable. 518. Intelligibility and intelligibility, clearness, explicitness, and C edge. Lucidity, comprehensibility, perspicuity, legibility, plain speaking, and C manifestation, 525. Precision, and C 494. Phanantosynetoisy, a word to the wise, V. Be intelligible, and C edge. Speak for itself, speak volumes, tell its own tale, lie on the surface, render intelligible, and C edge. Popularize, simplify, clear up, elucidate, and C explain, 522. Understand, comprehend, take in, catch, grasp, follow, collect, master, make out. See with half an eye, see daylight, see one's way, enter into the ideas of, come to an understanding. Intelligible, clear as day, clear as noonday. Lucid, perspicuous, transpicuous, luminous, transparent. Easily understood, easy to understand, for the million, intelligible to the meanest capacity, popularized, plain, distinct, explicit, positive, definite, and C precise, 494, graphic, expressive, and C meaning, 516, illustrative, and C explanatory, 522, unambiguous, unequivocal, unmistakable, and C manifest, 525, unconfused, legible, recognizable, obvious, and C 525. Adv, in plain terms, in plain words, in plain English, phr. He that runs may read, and see manifest, 525. 519. Unintelligibility, and unintelligibility, incomprehensibility and perspicuity, inconceivableness, vagueness, and C edge. Obscurity, ambiguity, and C 520, doubtful meaning, uncertainty, and C 475, perplexity, and C confusion, 59, spinosity, obscurum per obscurius, mystification, and C concealment, 528, latency, and C 526, transcendentalism. Paradox, oxymoron, riddle, enigma, puzzle, and C secret, 533, diagnus vindus notus, sealed book, steganography, Freemasonry, pons asinorum, ass's bridge, High Dutch, Greek, Hebrew jargon, and C unmeaning, 517, v. Be unintelligible, and C edge. Require explanation, and C 522, have a doubtful meaning, pass comprehension, render unintelligible, and C edge. Conceal, and C 528, darken, and C 421, confuse, and C derange, 61, perplex, and C bewilder, 475. Not understand, and C 518, lose the clue, miss, not know what to make of, be able to make nothing of, give it up, not be able to account for, not be able to make either head or tail of, be at C and C, uncert, 475. Wonder and C, 870. See through a glass darkly and see ignorance, 491. Not understand one another, play at cross purposes and see. Misinterpret, 523. Unintelligible, unaccountable, undecipherable, undiscoverable, unknowable, unfathomable, incognizable, inexplicable, inscrutable, inapprehensible, incomprehensible, insolvable, insoluble, impenetrable, illegible as Greek to one, unexplained, paradoxical, enigmatic, enigmatical, puzzling, secret, 533, indecipherable. Obscure, dark, muddy, clear as mud, seen through a mist, dim, nebulous, shrouded in mystery. Opaque, dense, undiscernible and see, invisible, 447. Misty and see, opaque, 426. Hidden and see, 528. Latent and see, 526. Indefinite, garbled and see, indistinct, 447. Perplexed and see, confused, 59. Undetermined, vague, loose, ambiguous, mysterious. Mystic, mystical, achromatic, achromatical, meet empirical, transcendental, occult, recondite, abstruse, crabbed, inconceivable, inconceptible, searchless, above comprehension, beyond comprehension, past comprehension, beyond one's depth, unconceived, inexpressible, undefinable, incommunicable, unpredictable, unforeseeable. PHR, it's Greek to me. 520. Equivocalness, unequivocalness and see edge, double meaning and see 516. Ambiguity, double entente, double entendre, pun, paragram, calember, quibble, equivoque, anagram, conundrum, and C, riddle, 533, play on words, wordplay, and C, wit, 842, homonym, homonymy, amphiboly, amphibology, ambilogy, ambilocui. Sphinx, Delphic oracle. Equivocation and C, duplicity, 544, white lie, mental reservation, and C, concealment, 528, paltering v, be equivocal and C, edge. Have two meanings and see 516. Equivocate and see alter, 544. Equivocal, ambiguous, amphibulous, homonymous, double-tongued and see lying, 544. Enigmatical, indeterminate, PHR. On the one hand, on the other hand. 521 metaphor, and figure of speech. Facon de parlor, way of speaking, colloquialism. Phrase and see 566. Figure, trope, metaphor, analogy, catatresis, metonymy, synecdoche, autonomasia, irony, figurativeness, and see edge. Image, imagery, metalepsis, type, anagoge, simile, personification, prosopopoia, allegory, apologue, parable, fable, allusion, adumbration, application. Exaggeration, hyperbole, and see 549. Association, association of ideas, analogy, 514. 1v. Employ a metaphor in CN, personify, allegorize, adumbrate, shadow forth, apply, allude to edge, metaphorical, figurative, catatrastical, typical, tralitious, parabolic, allegorical, allusive, anagogical, ironical, colloquial, tropical, adv. So to speak, so to say, so to express oneself, as it were, PHR. Mutato nomen de te fabula narrator. 522. Interpretation, an interpretation, definition, explanation, explication, solution, answer, rationale, plain interpretation, simple interpretation, strict interpretation, meaning and see 516. Translation, rendering, rendition, redition, literal translation, free translation, key, secret, clue and see indication 550, clavis, crib, pony, trot. Exegesis, expounding, exposition, hermeneutics, comment, commentary, inference and see deduction 480, illustration, exemplification, gloss, annotation, scholium, note, elucidation, dilucidation, eclaircissement, modenigmy, symptomatology, semiology, semiology, semiotics, metaposcopy, physiognomy, paleography and see philology 560, venerology, exception, acceptation, acceptance, light, reading, lection, construction, version. Equivalent, equivalent meaning and see 516. Synonym, paraphrase, metaphrase, convertible terms, apposition, dictionary and see 562. Polyglot v. Interpret, explain, define, construe, translate, render, do into, turn into, transfuse the sense of. Find out and see 480.1 the meaning of, and see 516 read, spell out, make out, decipher, unravel, disentangle, find the key of, enucleate, resolve, solve, read between the lines. Account for, find the cause, tell the cause of, and see 153. Throw light upon, shed new light upon, shed fresh light upon, clear up, clarify, elucidate. Illustrate, exemplify, unfold, expound, comment upon, annotate, popularize and c. render intelligible. 518 take in a particular sense, understand in a particular sense, receive in a particular sense, accept in a particular sense. Understand by, put a construction on, be given to understand. Explanatory, expository, explicative, explicatory, exegetical, construable. Polyglot, literal, paraphrastic, metaphrastic, consignificative, synonymous, equivalent, and C27. Adv. In explanation and cn, that is to say, id est, videlicet to wit, namely, in other words. Literally, strictly speaking, in plain, in plainer terms, in plainer words, in plainer English, more simply. 523. Misinterpretation, misinterpretation, misapprehension, misunderstanding, misacceptation, misconstruction, misapplication, catechesis, eisegesis, cross-reading, cross-purposes, mistake, and c. 495. Misrepresentation, perversion, exaggeration, and c. 549. False coloring, false construction, abuse of terms, parody, travesty, falsification, and c. lying. 544. V. Misinterpret, misapprehend, misunderstand, misconceive, misspell, mistranslate, misconstrue, misapply. Mistake, and c. 495. Misrepresent, pervert, explain wrongly, misstate, garble, and c. falsify. 544. Distort, detort, travesty, play upon words, stretch the sense, stretch the meaning, strain the meaning, wrest the sense, wrest the meaning, explain away, put a bad construction on, put a false construction on, give a false coloring. Be at cross purposes, play at cross purposes. Misinterpreted and CV, untranslated, untranslatable. 524. Interpreter, interpreter, expositor, expounder, exponent, explainer, demonstrator, scholiast, commentator, annotator, metaphrast, paraphrast, glossarist, prolocutor, spokesman, speaker, mouthpiece, dragoman, courier, valet de place, cicerone, showman, one-era critic. Oedipus, oracle, and c. 513. Section 2. Modes of communication. 525. Manifestation, ant. Manifestation, plainness and siege. Plain speaking, expression showing and CV, exposition, demonstration, exhibition, production, display, show, showing off, premonstration. Exhibit, indication, and c. calling attention to. 457. Publicity, and c. 531. Disclosure, and c. 529. Openness, and c. honesty. 543. Artlessness, 703. Panchma. Evidence, and c. 467. V. Make manifest, render manifest, and c. Udge. Bring forth, bring forward, bring to the front, bring into view, give notice, express, represent, set forth, exhibit, show, show up, expose, produce, hold up to view, expose to view. Set before one, place before one, lay before one, one's eyes, tell to one's face, trot out, put through one's paces, bring to light, display, demonstrate, unroll. Lay open, draw out, bring out in strong relief, call into notice, bring into notice, hold up the mirror, wear one's heart upon his sleeve. Show one's face, show one's colors, manifest oneself, speak out, make no mystery, make no secret of, unfurl the flag, proclaim and see, publish. 531. Indicate and see, direct attention to. 457. Disclose and see. 529. Elicit and see. 480. 1. Be manifest and see edge. Appear and see, be visible. 446. Transpire and see, be disclosed. 529. Speak for itself, stand to reason, stare one in the face, rear its head, give token, give sign, give indication of, tell its own tale and see, intelligible. 518. Manifest, apparent, salient, striking, demonstrative, prominent, in the foreground, notable, pronounced. Flagrant, notorious and see, public. 531. Errant, stark, staring, unshaded, glaring, defined, definite. Distinct, conspicuous and see, visible. 446. Obvious, evident, unmistakable, indubitable, not to be mistaken, palpable, self-evident, auto-tickle. Intelligible and c. 518. Plain, clear, clear as day, clear as daylight, clear as noonday, plain as a pikestaff, plain as the sun at noonday, plain as the nose on one's face, plain as the way to parish church. Explicit, overt, patent, express. Ostensible, open, open as day, naked, bare, literal, downright, undisguised, exoteric, unreserved, frank, plain-spoken, and c. artless. 703. Candid, veracious. 543. Barefaced. Manifested and CV. Disclosed and c. 529. Capable of being shown, producible. Inconcealable, unconcealable, no secret. Adv. Manifestly, openly, and siege. Before one's eyes, under one's nose, to one's face to face, above board, cart sur table, on the stage, in open court, in the open streets, in market overt, in the face of day, face of heaven, in broad daylight, in open daylight, without reserve, at first blush, prima facie, on the face of, in set terms. Phr. Cela saute aux yeux, he that runs may read. You can see it with half an eye, it needs no ghost to tell us, the meaning lies on the surface. Cela va sans dire, res ipsa loquitur, clothing the palpable and familiar, fari qui sentiat. Volto sciolto I penseri streti, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. 526. Latency. Implication, n ant. Latency, in expression, hidden meaning, occultness, mystery, Kabbalah, anagoge, silence, and c taciturnity. 585. Concealment, and c 528. More than meets the eye, more than meets the ear, Delphic oracle. Le dessous des cartes, undercurrent. Implication, logical consequence, entailment. Allusion, insinuation, innuendo, and c 527. Adumbration, something rotten in the state of Denmark. Snake in the grass, and c pitfall. 667. Secret, and c 533. Darkness, invisibility, imperceptibility, v. Be latent, and c edge. Lurk, smolder, underlie, make no sign. Escape observation, escape detection, escape recognition. Lie hid, and c 528. Laugh in one's sleeve, keep back, and c conceal. 528. Involve, imply, understand, allude to, infer, leave an inference, entail. Whisper, and c conceal. 528. Read between the lines, edge. Latent, lurking, and cv. Secret, and c 528. Occult, implied, and cv dormant, abeyant. Unapparent, unknown, unseen, and c 441. In the background. Invisible, and c 447. Indiscoverable, dark, impenetrable, and c unintelligible. 519. Unspied, unsuspected, unsaid, unwritten, unpublished, unbreathed, untalked of, untold, and c 527. Unsung, unexposed, unproclaimed, undisclosed, and c 529. Unexpressed, not expressed, tacit. Undeveloped, solved, unexplained, untraced, undiscovered, and c 480.1. Untracked, unexplored, uninvented. Indirect, crooked, inferential. By inference, by implication, implicit, constructive, elusive, covert, muffled, steganographic, understood, underhand, underground, delightsant, concealed, and c 528. Adv. By a side wind, sub silentio, in the background, behind the scenes, behind one's back, on the tip of one's tongue, secretly, and c 528. Between the lines, phr. Thereby hangs a tale, tacitum vivit sub pector vulnus, where there's smoke, there's fire. 527. Information, information, enlightenment, acquaintance, knowledge, and c 490. Publicity, and c 531. Data, and c 467. Communication, intimation, notice, notification, enunciation, annunciation, announcement. Communique, representation, round-robin, presentment. Case, estimate, specification, report, advice, monition. News, and c 532. Return, and c record. 551. Account, and c description. 594. Statement, and c affirmation. 535. Mention, acquainting, and cv. Instruction, and c teaching. 537. Outpouring, intercommunication, communicativeness. Informant, authority, teller, intelligencer, reporter, exponent, mouthpiece. Informer, eavesdropper, delator, detective. Sleuth, mouchard, spy, newsmonger, messenger, and c 534. Amicus curiae, valet de place, cicerone, pilot, guide, guidebook, handbook, vade mecum, manual, map, plan, chart, gazetteer, itinerary, and c journey. 266. Hint, suggestion, innuendo, inkling, whisper, passing word, word in the ear, subaddition, cue, byplay, gesture, and c indication. 550. Gentle hint, broad hint. Verbum sapienti, a word to the wise, insinuation, and c latency. 526. Information theory, bit, byte, word, double word, quad word, paragraph, segment. Magnetic media, paper medium, optical media. Random access memory, RAM, read-only memory, ROM. Write once read mostly memory, worm v. Tell, inform of, acquaint with, impart to make acquaintance with, apprise, advise, enlighten, awaken, transmit. Let fall, mention, express, intimate, represent, communicate, make known. Publish, and c 531. Notify, signify, specify, convey the knowledge of. Let one know, have one to know, give one to understand, give notice. Set before, lay before, put point out, put into one's head, put one in possession of, instruct and see, teach. 537, direct the attention to and see 457. Announce, enunciate, report progress, bring word, send word, leave word, write word, telegraph, telephone, wire, retail, render an account, give an account and see, describe. 594. State and see, affirm. 535. Let slip, blurt out, spill the beans, unburden oneself of, let off one's chest, disclose and see. 529. Show cause, explain and see, interpret. 522. Hint, given an inkling of, give a hint, drop a hint, throw out a hint. Insinuate, allude to, make allusion to, glance at. Tip the wink and see, indicate. 550. Suggest, prompt, give the cue, breathe, whisper in the ear. Give a bit of one's mind. Tell one plainly, tell once for all, speak volumes. Undeceive, unbeguile. Set right, correct, open the eyes of, disabuse, disillusion one of. Be informed of and see. Know and see. 490. Learn and see. 539. Get scent of, get wind of, gather from, awaken to, open one's eyes to, become alive, become awake to, hear, overhear, understand. Come to one's ears, come to one's knowledge, reach one's ears. Informed and CV. Communique, reported and CV. Published and see. 531. Expressive and see. 516. Explicit and see. Open. 525. Clear. 518. Plain spoken and see. Artless. 703. Nuncupative, nuncupatory, declaratory, expository, enunciative, communicative, communicatory. Adv. From information received. PHR. A little bird told me, I heard it through the grapevine. 527a. Correction, correct an error of information, distinguish from correcting a flaw or misbehavior. N. Correction, disillusionment and C. 616 v. Correct, set right, set straight, put straight, undeceive and light. Show one's error, point out a fallacy, pick out an error, pick out the fallacy, open one's eyes. Pick apart an argument, confutation and C. 479. Reasoning and C. 476. Corrective PHR, I stand corrected. 528. Concealment and concealment. Hiding and CV. Occultation, mystification, seal of secrecy, screen and C. 530. Disguise and C. 530. Masquerade, masked battery. Hiding place and C. 530. Cryptography, steganography, Freemasonry. Stealth, stealthiness, sneakiness, abruption. Slyness and C. Cunning. 702. Latitancy, latitation. Seclusion and C. 893. Privacy, secrecy, secretness, incognita. Reticence, reserve, mental reserve, reservation, arriere pensée, suppression, evasion, white lie, misprision, silence and C. taciturnity. 585. Suppression of truth and C. 544. Underhand dealing, closeness, secretiveness and siege. Mystery, latency and C. 526. Snake in the grass, secret and C. 533. Stowaway v. Conceal, hide, secrete, put out of sight, lock up, seal up, bottle up, encrypt, encode, cipher. Cover, screen, cloak, veil, shroud, cover up one's tracks. Screen from sight, screen from observation, drawing the veil, draw the curtain, close the curtain. Curtain, shade, eclipse, throw a view over, be cloud, be mask, mask, disguise, ensconce, muffle, smother, befog, whisper. Keep from, keep back, keep to oneself, keep snug, keep close, keep secret, keep dark, bury, sink, suppress. Keep from out of view, keep from out of sight, keep in the shade, throw into background. Stifle, hush up, smother, withhold, reserve, fence with a question. Ignore and see. 460. Keep a secret, keep one's own counsel. Hold one's tongue and see. Silence. 585. Make no sign, not let it go further. Not breathe a word, not breathe a syllable about. Not let the right hand know what the left is doing. Hide one's light under a bushel. Bury one's talent in a napkin. Keep in the dark, leave in the dark, keep in the ignorance. Blind the eyes, blindfold, hoodwink, mystify, puzzle and see, render uncert. 475. Bamboozle and see, deceive. 545. Be concealed and CV, suffer an eclipse, retire from sight, couch, hide oneself. Lie hid, lie in purdu, lie in close, lie in ambush, ambush. 530. Seclude oneself and see. 893. Lurk, sneak, skulk, slink, prowl, steal into, steal out of, steal by, steal along. Play at bopep, play at hide and seek. hide in holes and corners, still hunt. Concealed and CV, hidden, secret, recondite, mystic, Kabbalistic, occult, dark, cryptic, cryptical, private, privy, in petto, auricular, clandestine, close, inviolate, tortuous. Behind a screen and see 530. Undercover, under an eclipse, in ambush, in hiding, in disguise, in a cloud, in a fog, in a mist, in a haze, in a dark corner, in the shade, in the dark, clouded, wrapped in clouds, wrapped in clouds. Invisible and see 447. Buried, underground, perdu, secluded, and see 893. Undisclosed and see 529, untold and see 527. Covert and see latent, 526 untraceable, mysterious and see unintelligible, 519. Irrevealable, inviolable, confidential, esoteric, not to be spoken of, unmentionable. Obreptitious, furtive, stealthy, feline, skulking and CV surreptitious, underhand, hole and corner, sly and see, cunning, 702, secretive, evasive, reserved, reticent, uncommunicative, buttoned up close, close as wax, taciturn and see 585, adv. Secretly and see edge. In secret, in private, in one sleeve, in holes and corners, in the dark and sea edge. Januis clauses with closed doors, a hui's close, hugger mugger a la derobi, under the cloak of under the rose, under the table, sub rosa and tapinois in the background, aside on the sly with bated breath, sotto voce in a whisper without beat of drum a la sourdine. Behind the veil, beyond mortal ken, beyond the grave, beyond the veil, hid from mortal vision. Into the eternal secret, into the realms supersensible, into the supreme mystery. In confidence, in strict confidence, in strictest confidence, confidentially and sea edge. Between ourselves, between you and me and the bedpost. Entre nous, inter nos, under the seal of secrecy. A couvert, underhand, by stealth, like a thief in the night, stealthily and sea edge. Behind the scenes, behind the curtain, behind one's back, behind a screen and see 530. Incognito, in camera, PHR. It must go no further, it will go no further. Don't tell a soul, tell it not in Gath, nobody the wiser. Aliter vidium vivic tegendo, let it be tenable in your silence still. Background information, deep background session, backgrounder, not for attribution. 529. Disclosure, end disclosure. Retection, unveiling and CV diteration, revealment, revelation, exposition, exposure, expose, whole truth. Telltale and see news, 532. Acknowledgement, avowal, confession, confessional, shrift. Bursting of a bubble, denouement, tattletale, snitch, fink, stool pigeon, canary. V. Disclose, discover, dismask. Draw the veil, draw aside the veil, lift the veil, raise the veil, lift up the veil, remove the veil, tear aside the veil, tear the curtain. Unmask, unveil, unfold, uncover, unseal, unkennel, take off the seal, break the seal. Lay open, lay bare, expose. Open, open up, bare, bring to light. Divulge, reveal, break, squeal, tattle, sing, rat, snitch, let into the secret. Reveal the secrets of the prison house, tell and see, inform 527. Breathe, utter, blab, peach, let out, let fall, let drop, let slip, spill the beans, let the cat out of the bag, betray, tell tales, come out of school, come out with, give vent, give utterance to, open the lips, blurt out, vent, whisper about, speak out and see, make manifest, 525. Make public and see 531, unriddle and see, find out, 480.1, split. Acknowledge, allow, concede, grant, admit, own up to, confess, avow, throw off all disguise, turn inside out, make a clean breast. Show one's hand, show one's cards, unburden one's mind, disburden one's conscience, disburden one's heart. Open one's mind, lay bare one's mind, tell a piece of one's mind. Unbosom oneself, own to the soft impeachment. Say the truth, speak the truth. Turn king's evidence, queen's evidence, acknowledge the corn. Raise the mask, drop the mask, lift the mask, remove the mask, throw off the mask, expose, lay open, undeceive, unbeguile, disabuse, set right, correct, open the eyes of disillusioner, be disclosed and see. Transpire, come to light, come in sight and see, be visible. 446, become known, escape the lips, come out, ooze out, creep out, leak out, peep out, crop out, show its face, show its colors, discover itself and see. Break through the clouds, flash on the mind. Disclosed and CV, open, public and see 525, int, out with it, PHR. The murder is out, a light breaks in upon one, the scales fall from one's eyes, the eyes are opened. 530, ambush, and camouflage, mimicry, hiding place, secret place, secret drawer, recess, hold, holes and corners, closet, crypt, addendum, abditory, oubliette, ambush, ambuscade, stalking horse, lurking hole, lurking place, secret path, backstairs, retreat and sea refuge, 666, screen, cover, shade, blinker, veil, curtain, blind, cloak, cloud, mask, visor, visor, disguise, masquerade dress, domino. Pitfall and sea, source of danger, 667, trap and sea, snare, 545 v. Blend into the background, lie in ambush and see, hide oneself, 528. Lie in wait for lurk, set a trap for and see, deceive, 545. Ambuscade, ambush, camouflage. Camouflaged, hidden, concealed, adv. Ox eggs. 531. Publication and publication. Public announcement and see 527. Promulgation, propagation, proclamation, pronunciamento, circulation, indiction, addition, hue and cry. Publicity, notoriety, currency, flagrancy, cry, brute, hype, vox populi, report and see news 532. The press, public press, newspaper, journal, gazette, daily telegraphy, publisher and CV, imprint. Circular, circular letter, manifesto, advertisement, ad, placard, bill, affiche, broadside, poster, notice and see 527. V. Publish, make public, make known and see information 527, speak of, talk of, broach, utter, put forward, circulate, propagate, promulgate, spread, spread abroad, rumor, diffuse, disseminate, evulgate, put forth, give forth, send forth, emit, edit, get out, issue, bring before the public, lay before the public, drag before the public, give out, give to the world, put about, bandy about, hawk about, buzz about, whisper about, brood about, blaze about. Drag into the open day, voice. Proclaim, herald, blazon, blaze abroad, noise abroad, sound a trumpet, trumpet forth, thunder forth, give tongue, announce with beat of drum, announce with flourish of trumpets, proclaim from the housetops, proclaim at Charing Cross, advertise, placard, post, post up a fisher, publish in the Gazette, send round the crier, raise a cry, raise a hue and cry, raise a report, set news afloat. Be published and see, be public, become public and seeage. Come out, go about, fly about, buzz about, blow about, get abroad, get afloat, get wind, find vent. See the light, go forth, take air, acquire currency, pass current. Go the round of the newspapers, go through the length and breadth of the land, verum volitaire per ora, pass from mouth to mouth, spread, run like wildfire, spread like wildfire. Published and CV, current and see news, 532, in circulation, public notorious, flagrant, errant, open and see 525. Trumpet-tongued, encyclical and cyclic, promulgatory, exoteric, adv, publicly and siege, in open court with open doors int. Oh yea, oh yes, notice, phr. Notice is hereby given, this is to give, these are to give notice, nomina stultorum perietibus herent, semel emissum volet irrevocabile verbum. 532. News and news, information and see 527. Piece of news, budget of information, intelligence, tidings, word, advice, aviso, message, dispatch, telegram, cable, marconigram, wire, communication, errand, embassy, report, rumor, hearsay, on dit, flying rumor, news, stirring, cry, buzz, brute, fame, talk, wee dire, scandal, eavesdropping, town tattle, table talk, tittle tattle, canard, topic of the day, idea afloat. Bulletin, fresh news, stirring news, glad tidings, flash, news just in, on-the-spot coverage, live coverage, old story, old news, stale story, chestnut, narrator and see, describe, 594, newsmonger, scandalmonger, talebearer, telltale, gossip, tattler, journalism. Media, news media, the press, the information industry, newspaper, magazine, tract, journal, gazette, publication and see 531. Radio, television, ticker, electronic information transmission. United Press International, UPI, Associated Press, app, the Dow Jones News Service, DJ, the New York Times News Service, NYT, Reuters, TASS, the Nikkei. Newscaster, newsman, newswoman, reporter, journalist, correspondent, foreign correspondent, special correspondent, war correspondent, news team, news department anchorman, anchorwoman, sportscaster, weatherman, press secretary, public relations department, public relations man v. Transpire and see, be disclosed, 529. Rumor and see, publish, 531. Many-tongued, rumored, publicly rumored, currently reported, rife, current, floating, afloat, going about, in circulation, in everyone's mouth, all over the town, in progress, live, on the spot, in person, adv. As the story goes, as the story runs, as they say it is said, by telegraph, by wireless, phr. Airy tongues that syllable men's names, what's up, what's the latest, what's new, what's the latest poop. 533. Secret and secret, dead secret, profound secret, arcanum mystery, latency and c. 526. Asian mystery, sealed book, secrets of the prison house, le dessous des cartes, enigma, riddle, puzzle, nut to crack, conundrum, charade, rebus, logograph, monogram, anagram, sphinx, crux criticorum, maze, labyrinth, hyacinian wood, intricacy, meander. Problem and c. Question 461. Paradox and c. Difficulty 704. Unintelligibility and c. 519. Terra incognita and c. Ignorance 491. Secret and c. Concealed 528. Involved and c. 248. Labyrinthine, labyrinthian, mazy, confidential, top secret. 534. Messenger, envoy, emissary, legate, nuncio, internuncio, ambassador and c. Diplomatist. 758. Marshal, flag bearer, herald, crier, trumpeter, bellman, pursuivant, parlementaire, apparitor. Courier, runner, dak, estafette, mercury, iris, aerial. Commissionaire, errand boy, chore boy, newsboy. Mail, overnight mail, express mail, next day delivery, post, post office, letter bag, delivery service, United Parcel Service, UPS, Federal Express, FedEx, telegraph, telephone, cable, wire, electronic information transmission, carrier pigeon. News 532. Reporter, gentleman of the press, representative of the press, penny a liner, special correspondent, own correspondent, spy, scout, informer and c. 527. 535. Affirmation, an affirmance, affirmation, statement, allegation, assertion, predication, declaration, word, averment, confirmation, asseveration, adjuration, swearing, oath, affidavit, deposition and c. Record 551. Avouchment, assurance, protest, protestation, profession, acknowledgement and c. Assent 488. Legal pledge, pronouncement, solemn averment, solemn avowal, solemn declaration. Remark, observation, position and c. Proposition 514. Saying, dictum, sentence, ips dixit, emphasis. Weight, dogmatism and c. Certainty 474. Dogmatics and c. 887 v. Assert, make an assertion and cn. Have one say, affirm, predicate, declare, state, protest, profess. Put forth, put forward, advance, allege, propose, propound, enunciate, broach, set forth, hold out, maintain, contend, pronounce, pretend. Depose, depone, aver, avow, avouch, asseverate, swear. Make oath, take one's oath, make an affidavit, swear an affidavit, put in an affidavit. Take one's Bible oath, kiss the book, vow, vitam impendir viro. Swear till one is black in the face, swear till one is blue in the face, swear till all's blue. Be sworn, call heaven to witness. Vouch, warrant, certify, assure, swear by bell, book and candle. Swear by and see, believe 484. Insist upon, take one, stand upon, emphasize, lay stress on, assert roundly, assert positively. Lay down the law, raise one's voice, dogmatize, have the last word, rap out, repeat, reassert, reaffirm, announce and see information 527, acknowledge and see assent 488, attest and see evidence 467, adjure and see, put to one's oath 768. Asserting and CV, declaratory, predicatory, pronunciative, affirmative, soi-disant, positive, certain and see 474. Express, explicit and see patent 525. Absolute, emphatic, flat, broad, round, pointed, marked, distinct, decided, confident, trenchant, dogmatic, definitive, formal, solemn, categorical, peremptory, unretracted, predicable. Adv. Affirmatively and see edge. In the affirmative. With emphasis, ex cathedra, without fear of contradiction. As God is my witness, I must say, indeed I faith, let me tell you. Why, give me leave to say, Mary, you may be sure I'd have you to know. Upon my word, upon my honor. By my troth, egad, I assure you, by Jingo, by Jove, by George, and see. Troth, seriously, sadly, in sadness, in sober sadness, in truth, in earnest. Of a truth, truly, purdy, in all conscience, upon oath. Be assured and see belief, 484. Yes and see assent, 488. I'll warrant you, I'll engage, I'll answer for it, I'll be bound, I'll venture to say, I'll take my oath. In fact, forsooth, joking apart, so help me God, not to mince the matter, phr. Quoth he, Dixie. 536. Negation, negation, abnegation, denial, disavowal, disclaimer, abjuration, contradiction, contravention, recusation, protest, recusancy and c. dissent, 489. flat contradiction, emphatic denial, dementi. Qualification and c. 469, repudiation and c. 610, retraction and c. 607, confutation and c. 479, refusal and c. 764, prohibition and c. 761 v. Deny, contradict, contravene, controvert, give denial to, gainsay, negative, shake the head. Disown, disaffirm, disclaim, disavow, recant and c. 607, revoke and c. abrogate, 756, dispute, impugn, traverse, rebut, join issue upon, bring in question, call in question and c. doubt, 485, give the lie in his throat, give one the lie in his throat. Deny flatly, deny peremptorily, deny emphatically, deny absolutely, deny wholly, deny entirely, give the lie to belie. Repudiate and c. 610, set aside, ignore and c. 460, rebut and c. confute, 479, qualify and c. 469, refuse and c. 764, recuse, edge, denying and cv, denied and cv, contradictory, negative, negatory, recusant and c. dissenting, 489, at issue upon adv. No, nay, not nowise, not a bit, not a whit, not a jot, not at all, no how, not in the least, not so, negative, negatory, no way, no such thing, nothing of the kind, nothing of the sort, quite the contrary, tauto contraire, far from it, tant ascend faut, on no account, in no respect, by no manner of means, negatively, never, never in a million years, at no time, phr. There never was a greater mistake, I know better, non hic infidera, 1,000 times no. 537. Teaching and cv, instruction, edification, education, tuition, tutorage, tutelage, direction, guidance, opsimathy. Qualification, preparation, training, schooling and cv, discipline, excitation, drill, practice, book exercise, persuasion, proselytism, propagandism, propaganda, indoctrination, inculcation, inoculation, advise and c. 695. Explanation and c. interpretation, 522. Lesson, lecture, sermon, apologue, parable, discourse, prolction, preachment, chalk talk, chautauqua, exercise, task, curriculum, course, course of study, grammar, 3 R's, initiation, ABC and C, beginning, 66. Elementary education, primary education, secondary education, technical education, college education, collegiate education, military education, university education, liberal education, classical education, religious education, denominational education, moral education, secular education, propedeutics, moral tuition. Gymnastics, calisthenics, physical drill, physical education, Sloyd. Phonics, rote memorization, brute memory, cooperative learning, Montessori method, ungraded classes, test, examination, exam, final exam, midterm exam, grade, score, marks, a B, C, D, E, F, gentlemen C, pass, fail, incomplete, homework, take-home lesson, exercise for the student, theme, project. V, teach, instruct, educate, edify, school, tutor, cram, prime, coach, enlighten, and C, inform, 527, inculcate, indoctrinate, inoculate, infuse, instill, infix, engraft, infiltrate, imbue, impregnate, implant, graft, sow the seeds of, disseminate, given an idea of, put up to, put in the way of, set right, sharpen the wits, enlarge the mind, give new ideas, open the eyes, bring forward, teach the young idea how to shoot, improve and c. 658. Expound and c. interpret, 522, lecture, read a lesson, give a lecture, give a sermon, give a discourse, incept, hold forth, preach, sermonize, moralize, point a moral, train, discipline, bring up to, form, ground, prepare, qualify, drill, exercise, practice, habituate, familiarize with, nurture, dry nurse, breed, rear, take in hand, break in, tame, pre-instruct, initiate, inure and c. habituate, 613. Put to nurse, send to school, direct, guide, direct attention to and c. attention, 457, impress upon the mind, impress upon the memory, beat into the head, convince and c. belief, 484, book, workbook, exercise book. Preach to the wise, teach one's grandmother to suck eggs, teach granny to suck eggs, preach to the converted. Teaching and cv, taught and cv, educational, scholastic, academic, doctrinal, disciplinal, instructive, instructional, didactic, propedeutical, phr. The schoolmaster abroad, a bovi majori decit error minor, adio in teneris consucere multum est, docendo discimus, qui nocent docent, qui docet discit, sermons in stones and good in everything. 538. Misteaching and misteaching, misinformation, misintelligence, misguidance, misdirection, mispersuasion, misinstruction, misleading and CV, perversion, false teaching, sophistry and c. 477, College of Laputa, the blind leading the blind, propaganda, disinformation agitprop, indoctrination. V. Misinform, misteach, misdescribe, misinstruct, miscorrect, misdirect, misguide, pervert, put on a false scent, throw off the scent, throw off the trail, deceive and c. 545. Mislead and c. Error, 495, misrepresent, lie and c. 544, ambiguous in vulgum sparger voces 0 propagandize, disinform. Render unintelligible and c. 519, bewilder and c. uncertainty, 475, mystify and c. conceal, 528, unteach, propagandist, edge misteaching and cv, unedifying, phr, pissum nater dox, the blind leading the blind. 539. Learning and learning, acquisition of knowledge and c. 490, acquisition of skill and c. 698, acquirement, attainment, edification, scholarship, erudition, acquired knowledge, lore, wide information, self-instruction, study, reading, perusal, inquiry and c. 451, apprenticeship, prenticeship, pupillage, pupillarity, tutelage, novitiate, matriculation. Docility and c. willingness, 602, aptitude and c. 698 v. Learn, acquire knowledge, gain knowledge, receive knowledge, take in knowledge, drink in knowledge, imbibe knowledge, pick up knowledge, gather knowledge, get knowledge, obtain knowledge, collect knowledge, glean information, glean learning. Acquaint oneself with, master, make oneself master of, make oneself acquainted with, grind, cram, get up, coach up, learn by heart, learn by rote. Read, spell, peruse, con over, pore over, thumb over, wade through, dip into, run the eye over, run the eye through, turn over the leaves, study, be studious and siege. Burn the midnight oil, consume the midnight oil, mind one's book. Cram, go to school, go to college, go to the university. Matriculate, serve an apprenticeship, serve one's time, learn one's trade. Be informed and see 527. Be taught and see 537. Drop out, leave school, quit school, graduate, transfer, take a leave. Dismiss, expel, kick out of school, flunk out, be dismissed and siege. Studious, scholastic, scholarly, teachable, docile and c. willing 602, apt and c. 698, industrious and c. 682 adv. At one's books, in statu pupillary and c. learner 541, phr. A lumberhouse of books in every head, ancora impero. Hold high converse with the mighty dead, lashed into Latin by the tingling rod. 540. Teacher and teacher, trainer, instructor, institutor, master, tutor, director, corypheus, dry nurse, coach, grinder, crammer, don governor, bear leader, governess, duenna, disciplinarian, professor, lecturer, reader, prolector, prolocutor, preacher, chalk talker, koja, pastor and c. clergy 996, schoolmaster, dimini, usher, pedagogue, abecedarian, schoolmistress, dame, monitor, pupil, teacher. Expositor and c. 524, preceptor, guide, guru, mentor and c. advisor, 695 pioneer, apostle, missionary, propagandist, munchie, example and c. model for imitation, 22 professorship and c. school, 542 tutelage and c. teaching, 537 professorial, phr. Quidot disset. 541. Learner and learner, scholar, student, pupil, apprentice, prentice, journeyman, articled clerk, beginner, tyro, amateur, rank amateur, abecedarian, alphabetarian, alumnus, eleve, recruit, raw recruit, novice, neophyte, inceptor, catechumen, probationer, seminarian, chela, fellow commoner, debutante, intern, resident. Schoolboy, fresh, freshman, frosh, junior, soph, junior, senior, sophister, sophomore, questionist. Undergraduate, graduate student, law student, medical student, pre-med, postdoctoral student, postdoc, matriculated student, part-time student, night student, auditor, class, grade, seminar, form, remove, pupillage and c. learning, 539. Disciple, follower, apostle, proselyte, fellow student, condisciple. School and c. 542. V. Learn, practice, edge in statu pupillary and leading strings, phr. Practice makes perfect. 542. School and school, academy, university, alma mater, college, seminary, lyceum, institute, institution, palestra, gymnasium, class, seminar. day school, boarding school, preparatory school, primary school, infant school, dame's school, grammar school, middle class school, board school, denominational school, national school, British and foreign school, collegiate school, art school, continuation school, convent school, county council school, government school, grant and aid school, high school, higher grade school, military school, missionary school, naval academy, state-aided school, technical school, voluntary school, school of art. Kindergarten, nursery, creche, reformatory, pulpit, lectern, soapbox desk, reading desk, ambo, lecture room, theater, auditorium, amphitheater, forum, state, rostrum, platform, hustings, tribune, schoolbook, hornbook, textbook, grammar, primer, abecedary, rudiments, manual, vade mecum, encyclopedia, Lindley Murray, Cocker, dictionary, lexicon, professorship, lectureship, readership, fellowship, tutorship, chair. School Board, Council of Education, Board of Education, Board of Studies, Prefect of Studies, Textbook Committee, Propaganda Edge. Scholastic, Academic, Collegiate, Educational Adv. Ex Cathedra. 543. Veracity and veracity, truthfulness, frankness, and siege. Truth, sincerity, candor, unreserve, honesty, fidelity, plain dealing, bona fides, love of truth, probity, and c. 939. Ingenuousness and c. artlessness, 703. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, honest truth, sober truth, and c. fact, 494. Unvarnished tale, light of truth. V. Speak the truth, tell the truth, speak by the card, paint in its true colors, show oneself in one's true colors, make a clean breast, and c. disclose, 529. Speak one's mind, and c. be blunt, 703. Not lie, and c. 544, not deceive, and c. 545. Truthful, true, veracious, veridical, scrupulous, and c. honorable, 939. Sincere, candid, frank, open, straightforward, unreserved, open-hearted, true-hearted, simple-hearted, honest, trustworthy, undissembling, and c. dissemble, and c. 544. Guileless, pure, truth-loving, unperjured, true blue, as good as one's word, unaffected, unfeigned, bona fide, outspoken, ingenuous, and c. artless, 703. Undisguised, and c. real, 494. Uncontrived, adv. Truly, and c. really, 494. In plain words, and c. 703. In truth, with truth, of a truth, in good truth. As the dial to the sun, as the needle to the pole, honor bright. Troth, in good sooth, in good earnest, unfeignedly, with no nonsense, in sooth, sooth to say, bona fide, in foro conscientiae, without equivocation. Cart sir table from the bottom of one's heart, by my troth, and c. affirmation, 535. Phr. De il viro a fronteri il diavolo, dichtung und warit? Esto quod esse vidris, magna est veritas et prevelit. That golden key that opes the palace of eternity, veritas odium perit, veritatis simplex oratio est, verite sans pour. 544. Falsehood, en falsehood, falseness, falsity, falsification, deception, and c. 545. Untruth, and c. 546. Guile, lying, and c. 454. Untruth, and c. 546. Guile, lying, and cv. Misrepresentation, mendacity, perjury, false swearing, forgery, invention, fabrication, subreption, coven. Perversion of truth, suppression of truth, suppressio veri, perversion, distortion, false coloring, exaggeration, and c. 549. Prevarication, equivocation, shuffling, fencing, evasion, fraud, suggestio falsi, and c. lie, 546. Mystification, and c. concealment, 528. Simulation, and c. imitation, 19. Dissimulation, dissembling, deceit, blague, sham, pretense, pretending, malingering. Lip homage, lip service, mouth honor, hollowness, mere show, mere outside, duplicity, double dealing, insincerity, hypocrisy, cant, humbug, Jesuitism, Jesuitry, Pharisaism, Machiavellism, organized hypocrisy, crocodile tears, mealy-mouthedness, quackery, charlatanism, charlatanry, gammon, bunkum, bumcum, flam, bam, flimflam, cajolery, flattery, Judas kiss, perfidy, and c. bad faith, 940. Il volto sciolto I penseri stretti. Unfairness, and c. dishonesty, 940. Artfulness, and c. cunning, 702. Misstatement, and c. error, 495. V. Be false, and c. edge, be a liar, and c. 548. Speak falsely, and c. adv. Tell a lie, and c. 546. Lie, fib, lie like a trooper, swear false, forswear, perjure oneself, bear false witness. Misstate, misquote, miscite, misreport, misrepresent. belie, falsify, pervert, distort, put a false construction upon, and c. misinterpret. Prevaricate, equivocate, quibble, palter to the understanding, reponder en normand, trim, shuffle, fence, mince the truth, beat about the bush, blow hot and cold, play fast and loose. Garble, gloss over, disguise, give a color to, give a gloss, put false coloring upon, color, varnish, cook, dress up, embroider, varnish right and puzzle wrong, exaggerate and see 549. Blague. Invent, fabricate, trump up, get up, force, fake, hatch, concoct, romance, and see, imagine, 515, cry wolf. Dissemble, dissimulate, feign, assume, put on, pretend, make believe, play possum, play false, play a double game, coquette, act a part, play a part, affect, and see 855. Simulate, pass off for, counterfeit, sham, make a show of, malinger, say the grapes are sour. Can't, play the hypocrite, sham Abraham, fair pats de velours. Put on the mask, clean the outside of the platter, lie like a conjurer, hand out false colors, hold out false colors, sail under false colors, commend the poisoned chalice to the lips. Ambiguas in vulgum sparger voces. Deceive and see 545. False, deceitful, mendacious, unveracious, fraudulent, dishonest, faithless, truthless, trothless, unfair, uncandid, hollow-hearted, evasive, uningenuous, disingenuous, hollow, sincere, parthise, mendacier, forsworn. Artificial, contrived, canting, hypocritical, jesuitical, pharisaical, tarduffish, Machiavellian, double-tongued, double-faced, double-handed, double-minded, double-hearted, double-dealing, Janus-faced, smooth-faced, smooth-spoken, smooth-tongued, plausible, mealy-mouthed, affected and see 855. Collusive, collusory, artful and see, cunning, 702, perfidious and see 940, spurious and see, deceptive, 545, untrue and see 546, falsified and CV, covenous, adv, falsely and see edge, a la tarduf with a double tongue, silly and see, cunning, 702, phr. Blandi mendacia lingua, falsus in uno falsus in omnibus. I give him joy that's awkward at a lie, la mentira tine les piernas cordas. Oh, what a goodly outside falsehood hath zir. 545. Deception and deception, falseness and see 544, untruth and see 546, imposition, imposture, fraud, deceit, guile, fraudulence, fraudulency, coven, knavery and see, cunning, 702, misrepresentation and see, falsehood, 544, bluff, straw bale, straw bid, spoof. Delusion, gullery, juggling, jugglery, sleight of hand, legerdemain, prestigiation, prestidigitation, magic and see 992, conjuring, conjuration, hocus pocus, escamotery, jockeyship, trickery, coggery, chicanery, supercherie, cozenage, circumvention, inganation, collusion, treachery and see 940, practical joke. Trick, cheat, wile, blind, feint, plant, bubble, fetch, catch, chicane, juggle, reach, hocus, bite. Card sharping, stacked deck, loaded dice, quick shuffle, double dealing, dealing seconds, dealing from the bottom of the deck, artful dodge, swindle, tricks upon travelers, stratagem and see, artifice, 702, confidence trick, fake, hoax, theft and see 791, ballot box stuffing, Barney. Brace game, bunco game, drop game, gum game, panel game, shell game, thimble rig, skin game, snare, trap, pitfall, decoy, gin. Springe, springle, noose, hoot, bait, decoy duck, tub to the whale, baited trap, get-a-pens, cobweb net, meshes, toils, mouse trap, bird lime, Dionea, Venus's flytrap, ambush, and C530, trapdoor, sliding panel, false bottom, spring net, spring gun, mask, masked battery, mine, flytrap, green goods, panel house. Cornish hug, wolf in sheep's clothing and sea deceiver, 548, disguise, disguisement, false colors, masquerade, mummery, borrowed plumes, pats de velours, mockery and see imitation, 19, copy and see 21, counterfeit, sham, make-believe, forgery, fraud, lie and see 546, a delusion, a mockery and a snare, hollow mockery. Whited sepulchre, painted sepulchre, tinsel, paste, junk jewelry, costume jewelry, false jewelry, synthetic jewels, scagliola, ormolu, German silver, albata, pactung, white metal, Britannia metal, paint, veneer, jerry building, man of straw, illusion and see error, 495, ignis fatuus and see 423, mirage and see 443. V. Deceive, take in, defraud, cheat, jockey, do, cousin, diddle, nab, chouse, play one false, bilk, cully, jilt, bite, pluck, swindle, victimize, abuse, mystify, blind one's eyes, blindfold, hoodwink, throw dust into the eyes, dupe, gull, hoax, fool, befool, bamboozle, flimflam, hornswoggle, trick, impose upon, practice upon, play upon, put upon, palm off on, palm upon, foist upon, snatch a verdict, bluff off, bluff, bunco, four-flush, gum, spoof, stuff a ballot box, circumvent, overreach, outreach, outwit, outmaneuver, steal a march upon, give the go-by, to leave in the lurch, decoy, waylay, lure, beguile, delude, inveigle, entrap, intrap, ensnare, nick, springe, set a trap, lay a snare for bait, the hook, forelay, spread the toils, lime, trappin, trepan, kidnap, let in, hook in, nousel, blind a trail, enmesh, emesh, Shanghai, catch in a trap, sniggle, entangle, ellacuate, hocus, escamotor, practice on one's credulity. Humbug, gammon, stuff up, sell, play a trick upon one, play a practical joke upon one, put something over on one, put one over on, balk, trip up, throw a tub to a whale, fool to the top of one's bent, send on a fool's errand, make game, make a fool of, make an April fool of, make an ass of, trifle with, cajole, flatter, come over and see, influence, 615, gild the pill, make things pleasant, divert, put a good face upon. Dissemble and see 544. Cog the dice, load the dice, stack the deck, live by one's wits, play at hide and seek, obtain money under false pretenses and see steal, 791. Conjure, juggle, practice chicanery, deacon, play off, palm off, foist off, fob off. Lie and see 544. Misinform and see 538. Mislead and see, error, 495. Betray and see 940. Be deceived and see 547. Deceived and CV, deceiving and see. Cunning and see 702. Prestigious, prestigiatory, deceptive, deceptious, deceitful, covenous, delusive, delusory, elusive, illusory, elusive, insidious, ad captandum vulgus, zero, untrue, and see 546. Mock, sham, make-believe, counterfeit, snide, pseudo, spurious, supposititious, so-called, pretended, feigned, trumped-up, bogus, scamped, fraudulent, tricky, factitious bastard. Surreptitious, illegitimate, contraband, adulterated, sophisticated, unsound, rotten at the core, colorable, disguised, meretricious, tinsel, pinchbeck, plated, catchpenny, brummagem, artificial, synthetic, ersatz, simulated, and see 544. Adv. Under false colors, under the garb of, under cover of, over the left, phr. Keep the word of promise to the ear and break it to the hope. Fronti nulla fids. Ah, that deceit should steal such gentle shapes. A quicksand of deceit, dissipimer specie recti, falsi crimen, fraus est celer fraudum, lupus in fabula, so smooth, he daubed his vice with show of virtue. 546. Untruth, untruth, falsehood, lie, story, thing that is not, fib, bounce, crammer, taradiddle, whopper, Huth. Forgery, fabrication, invention, misstatement, misrepresentation, perversion, falsification, gloss, suggestio falsi, exaggeration, and see 549. Invention, fabrication, fiction, fable, nursery tale, romance, and see, imagination 515, absurd story, untrue story, false story, trumped up statement, thing devised by the enemy, canard, shave, sell, hum, traveler's tale, Canterbury tale, cock and bull story, fairy tale, fake, claptrap, press agent's yarn, puff, puffery, exaggeration, 549. Myth, moonshine, bosh, all my eye and Betty Martin, mare's nest farce. Irony, half-truth, white lie, pious fraud, mental reservation and see, concealment, 528, pretense, pretext, false plea and see 617. Subterfuge, evasion, shift, shuffle, make-believe, sham and see, deception, 545. Profession, empty words, Judas kiss and see, hypocrisy, 544. Disguise and see, mask, 530 v. Have a false meaning. Untrue, false, phony, trumped up. Void of foundation, without foundation. Fictive, far from the truth, false as Dicer's oaths, unfounded, ben trovato, invented, fabulous, fabricated, forged, fictitious, factitious, supposititious, surreptitious, illusory, ironical, soi-disant and see, misnamed, 565, phr. See non e vero e ben trovato, where none is meant that meets the ear. 547. Dupe, dupe, gull, gudgeon, gobemouch, cull, cully, victim, pigeon, April fool, J, sucker, laughingstock, and C 857. Cyclops, simple Simon, flat, greenhorn, fool, and C 501. Puppet, cat's paw v. Be deceived and see 545, be the dupe of, fall into a trap, swallow the bait, nibble at the bait, bite, catch a tartar. Credulous and see 486, mistaken and see error, 495. 548. Deceiver and see deceive and see 545. Dissembler, hypocrite, sophist, Pharisee, Jesuit, Mawworm, Pecksniff, Joseph, Surface, Tartuffe, Janus. Serpent, snake in the grass, cockatrice, Judas, wolf in sheep's clothing, jilt, shuffler, stool pigeon. Liar and see 544. Storyteller, perjurer, false witness, mentor, triple edge, scapin, bunco steerer, carpetbagger, capper, faker, fraud, four-flusher, horse-coper, ringer, spieler, strawbidder, impostor, pretender, soi-disant, humbug, adventurer, Cagliostro, Fernam Mendez Pinto. Ass in lion's skin and see bungler, 701 actor and see, stage player, 599. Quack, charlatan, mountebank, saltimbank, empiric, quacksalver, metacaster, Rosicrucian, gypsy, man of straw, conjurer, juggler, trickster, prestidigitator, jockey, crimpy, decoy duck, rogue, knave, cheat, swindler and see, thief, 792 jobber, phr. Saint abroad and a devil at home. 549. Exaggeration, expansion and see 194. Hyperbole, stretch, strain, coloring, high coloring, caricatura, extravagance and see nonsense, 497. Baron Munchausen, men in buckram, yarn, fringe, embroidery, traveler's tale, fish story, gooseberry. Storm in a teacup, much ado about nothing and see overestimation, 482. Puff, puffery and see boasting, 884. Rant and see turgescence, 577. Figure of speech, facund to parlor, stretch of fancy, stretch of the imagination, flight of fancy and see imagination, 515. False coloring and see falsehood, 544. Aggravation and see 835. V. Exaggerate, magnify, pile up, aggravate, amplify and see expand, 194. Overestimate and see 482. Hyperbolize, overcharge, overstate, overdraw, overlay, overshoot the mark, overpraise, make overmuch, over the most of. Strain over a point. Stretch a point, go great lengths. Spin a long yarn, draw with a longbow, shoot with a longbow, deal in the marvelous. Out Herod, run riot, talk at random. Heighten, overcolor, color highly, color too highly, broader, flourish, color and see misrepresent, 544. Puff and see boast, 884. Exaggerated and CV, overwrought, bombastic and see grandiloquent, 577. Hyperbolical on stilts, fabulous, extravagant, preposterous, egregious, outree, high-flying, adv, hyperbolically and see edge, phr. Excidibat enim fluctus in simpulo. Section 3. Means of communicating ideas. 1. Natural means. 550. Indication and indication. Symbolism, symbolization. Semiology, semiotics. Zeitgeist. Characteristic, diagnostic, lineament, feature, trait, fingerprint, voiceprint, footprint, noseprint, cloven hoof. Footfall, recognition, memory. 505. Diagnostic, divining rod, detector. Sign, symbol, index, indicator. Point, pointer, exponent, note, token, symptom, $sign, $mark. Type, figure, emblem, cipher, device. Representation and C554 epigraph, motto, posy, gesture, gesticulation, pantomime, wink, glance, leer, nod, shrug, beck, touch, nudge, dactylology, dactylonomy, Freemasonry, telegraphy, chirology, byplay, dumb show. Cue, hint and C527. Clue, clue, key scent. Signal, signal post. Rocket, blue light, watchfire, watchtower, telegraph, semaphore, flagstaff, cresset, fiery cross, calumet, heliograph. Guidon, headlight, mark, scratch, line, stroke, dash, score, stripe, streak, tick, dot, point, notch, nick, print, imprint, impress, impression. Symbols accompanying written text to signify modified interpretation, keyboard symbols, printing symbols, symbols for emphasis, red letter, italic, sublineation, underlining, bold font, jotting, note, annotation, reference, blaze, cedilla, guillemots, hashier, quotation marks, double quotes, parentheses, brackets, braces, curly brackets, arrows, slashes, left parenthesis, right parenthesis, opening bracket, left curly brace. Right curly brace, left arrow, right arrow, forward slash, backward slash, backslash, backslash, exclamation point, commercial at, pound sign, percent, caret, ampersand, and asterisk, hyphen, dash, m dash, plus sign, plus, equals sign, equals, question mark, period, semicolon, colon, comma, apostrophe, single quote, tilde. Badge, criterion, countercheck, countermark, countersign, counterfoil, duplicate, tally, label, ticket, billet, letter, counter, check, chip, chop, dib, totem, tessera, card, bill, witness, voucher, stamp, cashier, trademark, hallmark, signature, mark, autograph, autography, attestation, hand, handwriting, sign, manual, cipher, seal, sigil, signet, hand and seal, paraph, brand, superscription, endorsement, endorsement. For identification of people, to gain access to restricted locations or information. Password, watchword, catchword, security card, pass, passkey, credentials and see evidence, 467, open sesame, timbrology, mot de passe, mot du get, pasparole, shibboleth, title, heading, docket, address card, visiting card, carte de visite. Insignia, banner, banneret, bannerole, banderole, flag, colors, streamer, standard, eagle, labarum, oriflamme, oriflamme, figurehead, ensign, pennon, pennant, pendant, burgee, blue Peter, jack, ancient gonfalon, union jack, banderole, old glory, quarantine flag, vexillum, yellow flag, yellow jack, tricolor, stars and stripes, bunting. Heraldry, crest, coat of arms, arms, armorial bearings, hatchment, escutcheon, scutcheon, shield, supporters, livery, uniform, cockade, epaulette, chevron, garland, love knot, favor. Beacon, cairn, post, staff, flagstaff, hand pointer, vane, cock, weathercock, guidepost, handpost, fingerpost, directing post, signpost, pillars of Hercules, pharos, belfire, beacon fire, El Etel du Nord, landmark, seamark, lighthouse, balize, polestar, lodestar, cynosure, guide, address, direction, name, sign, signboard, warning and C668, omen and C512, prefigurement and C511. Trace, record, and C551, warning and C668, alarm and C669. Scepter and C747, trophy and C733. Gauge and C466, milestone, milepost, brand, fool's cap. Check, telltale, test and see experiment, 463 mileage ticket, miliary. Notification and see information, 527. Advertisement and see publication, 531, word of command, call, bugle call, trumpet call, bell, alarum cry, battle cry, rallying cry, angelus, reveille, sacring bell, sanctus bell. Exposition and see explanation, 522, proof and see evidence, 463, pattern and see prototype, 22v. Indicate, be the sign and cn of, denote, betoken, argue, testify and see evidence, 467, bear the impress and cn of, connote, connotate. Represent, stand for, typify and see, prefigure, 511, symbolize. Put an indication, put a mark in cn, note, mark, stamp, earmark, blaze, label, ticket, docket, dot, spot, score, dash, trace, chalk, print, imprint, impress, engrave, stereotype, make a sign in cn. Signalize, underscore, give a signal, hang out a signal. Beckon, nod, wink, glance, leer, nudge, shrug, tip the wink, gesticulate, raise the finger, hold up the finger, raise the hand, hold up the hand, saw the air, suit the action to the word. Wave a banner, unfurl a banner, hoist a banner, hang out a banner in cn. Wave the hand, wave a kerchief, give the Q and C in form. 527, show one's colors, give an alarm, sound an alarm, beat the drum, sound the trumpets, raise a cry. Sign, seal, attest, and see evidence. 467, underline and see, give importance to. 642. Call attention to and see attention. 457, give notice and see in form. 527. Indicating and CV, indicative, indicatory, denotative, connotative, diacritical, representative, typical, symbolic, pantomimic, pathognomonic, symptomatic, characteristic, demonstrative, diagnostic, exponential, emblematic, armorial, individual, and C special. 79 known by, recognizable by, indicated and CV, pointed, marked, denotable, indelible, adv. In token of, symbolically and C edge. In dumb show, phr. Ex signum, ex ungulianum, ex pede herculum, vidi ut supra, vultus aereat fortior. 551. Record, en trace, vestige, relic, remains, scar, cicatrix, footstep, footmark, footprint, pug, track mark, wake, trail, scent, pist. Monument, hatchment, slab, tablet, trophy, achievement, obelisk, pillar, column, monolith, memorial, memento, and C memory. 505 testimonial, medal, commemoration, and C celebration. 883. Record, note, minute, register, registry, roll and see, list. 86 cartulary, diptych, doomsday book, catalog, raison, entry, memorandum, endorsement, inscription, copy, duplicate, docket, notch and C, mark. 550 muniment, deed and C, security. 771 document, deposition, process, verbal, affidavit, certificate and C, evidence. 467. Notebook, memorandum book, memo book, pocketbook, commonplace book, portfolio, pigeonholes, excerpta, adversaria, jottings, dottings. Gazette, gazetteer, newspaper, daily, magazine, almanac, calendar, ephemeris, diary, log, journal, daybook, ledger, cashbook, petty cashbook, professional journal, scientific literature, the literature, primary literature, secondary literature, article, review article. Archive, scroll, state paper, return, blue book, statistics and C86 compte rendu, acts of, transactions of, proceedings of, Hansard's debates, chronicle, annals, legend, history, biography and C594 congressional records, registration, registry, enrollment, tabulation, entry, booking, signature and C identification. 550, recorder and C553, journalism, recording, tape recording, videotape. Compact disc, floppy disk, diskette, hard disk, Winchester disk, read-only memory, ROM, write once, read mostly memory, worm. V. Record, put on record, place on record. Chronicle, calendar, hand down to posterity, keep up the memory and C, remember. 505. Commemorate and C, celebrate. 883. Report and C, inform. 527. Write, commit to writing, reduce to writing, put in writing, set down in writing, writing in black and white, put down, jot down, take down, write down, note down, set down. Note, minute, put on paper. Take note, make a note, take minute, take memorandum, make a return, mark and C, indicate. 550, sign and C, attest. 467, enter, book, post, post up, insert, make an entry of, mark off, tick off, register, enroll, in scroll, file and C, store. 636, burn into memory, carve in stone, adv, on record. PHR. Exegi monumentum aer perennium, read their history in a nation's eyes, records that defy the tooth of time. 552. Obliteration, en obliteration, erasure, rasure, cancel, cancellation, circumduction, deletion, blot, tabular rasa, effacement, extinction, v. Efface, obliterate, erase, raise, expunge, cancel, blot out, take out, rub out, scratch out, strike out, wipe out, wash out, sponge out, wipe off, rub off, wipe away, deface, render illegible, draw the pen through, apply the sponge. Be effaced and C, leave no trace and C. 550, leave not a rack behindage. Obliterated and CV, out of print, printless, leaving no trace intestate, unrecorded, unregistered, unwritten, int. Deally, out with it, PHR, delenda est Carthago. 553. Recorder, en recorder, notary, clerk, registrar, registrary, register, prothenotary, amanuensis, secretary, scribe, babu remembrancer, bookkeeper, custos rotulorum, master of the rolls, analyst, historian, historiographer, chronicler, journalist, biographer and C, narrator. 594. Antiquary and C, antiquity. 122, memorialist, interviewer. 554. Representation, en representation, representment, imitation and C19, illustration, delineation, depictment, imagery, portraiture, iconography, design, designing, art, fine arts, painting and C556, sculpture and C557, engraving and C558, photography, cinematography, radiography, autoradiography, fluorography, sciography, personation, personification, impersonation, drama and C599, picture, photo, photograph, daguerreotype, snapshot, X-ray photo, movie film, movie, tracing, scan, TV image, video image, image file, graphics, computer graphics, televideo, closed-circuit TV, copy and C21, drawing, sketch, draft, plot, chart, figure, scheme, image, likeness, icon, portrait, striking likeness, speaking likeness, very image, effigy, facsimile, figure, figurehead, puppet, doll, figurine, aglet, mannequin, lay figure, model, mammoth, marionette, fantoccini, waxwork, bust, statue, statuette, ideograph, hieroglyphic, anaglyph, kanji, diagram, monogram, map, plan, chart, ground plan, projection, elevation, plan 626. Iconography, cartography, atlas, outline, scheme, view and see, painting 556, radiograph, scotograph, sciograph, spectrogram, heliogram v. Represent, delineate, depict, depicture, portray, take a likeness, catch a likeness, and CN, hit off, photograph, daguerreotype, snapshot, figure, shadow forth, shadow out, adumbrate, body forth, describe and C594, trace, copy, mold, dress up, illustrate, symbolize, paint and C556, carve and C557, engrave and C558, personate, personify, impersonate, assume a character, pose as act, play and see drama 599, mimic and see imitate 19, hold the mirror up to nature, represent, representing and CV, representative, illustrative, represented and CV, imitative, figurative, iconic. Like and C17, graphic and C, descriptive 594, cinquecento, quattrocento, trecento. 555. Misrepresentation, and misrepresentation, distortion, caricatura, exaggeration, daubing and CV, bad likeness, daub, sign, painting, scratch, caricature, anamorphosis, burlesque, falsification, misstatement, parody, lampoon, takeoff, travesty, v. Misrepresent, distort, overdraw, exaggerate, caricature, daub, burlesque, parody, travesty. Misrepresented and CV. 556. Painting, and painting, depicting, drawing and CV, design, perspective, sciography, skyography, chiaroscuro and sea light. 420. Composition, treatment, historical painting, portrait painting, miniature painting, landscape painting, marine painting, still life, flower painting, scene painting, scenography, school, style, the grand style, high art, genre, portraiture, ornamental art, and C 847, monochrome, polychrome, grisaille, palette, easel, brush, pencil, stump, black lead, charcoal, crayons, chalk, pastel, paint and C coloring matter. 428. Watercolor, body color, oils, oil paint, varnish and C 356.1, priming, gouache, tempera, distemper, fresco, water glass, enamel, encaustic painting, mosaic, tapestry, photography, heliography, color photography, sun painting, graphics, computer graphics, picture, painting, piece, tableau, canvas, oil painting and C fresco, cartoon, easel picture, cabinet picture, draft, pencil drawing and C, watercolor drawing, etching, charcoal, pen and ink sketch, outline study, photograph, color photograph, black and white photograph, holograph, heliograph, daguerreotype, talbotype, calotype, heliotype, negative, positive, print, glossy print, matte print, enlargement, reduction, life-size print, instant photo, Polaroid photo, technicolor, Kodachrome, Ektachrome, Polaroid, portrait and C representation. 554. Whole length, full length, half length, KitKat, head, miniature, shade, silhouette, profile, landscape, seepiece, view, scene, prospect, panorama, diorama, still life, picture gallery, exhibit, studio, atelier, pinacotheca v. Paint, design, limb, draw, sketch, pencil, scratch, shade, stipple, hatch, dash off, chalk out, square up, color, dead color, wash, varnish, draw in pencil and CN, paint in oils and CN, stencil, depict and C represent. 554. Edge, painted in CV, pictorial, graphic, picturesque, pencil, oil and CN, adv, in pencil and CN, phr, fecit, delineavit, mutum est pictura poma. 557. Sculpture and sculpture, in sculpture, carving and CV, statuary, high relief, low relief, bas relief, relief, basso relievo, alto relievo, mezzo relievo, intaglio, anaglyph, metal, medallion, cameo, marble, bronze, terracotta, papier mâche, ceramic ware, pottery, porcelain, china, earthenware, cloisonne, enamel, faience, laocoon, satsuma. Statue and see image 554, cast and see copy 21, glyptotheca v. Sculpture, carve, cut, chisel, model, mold, cast, edge, sculptured and see v. In relief, anaglyptic, ceroplastic, ceramic, Parian, marble and cn, xanthian. 558. Engraving, engraving, chalcography, line engraving, mezzotint engraving, stipple engraving, chalk engraving, dry point, burr, etching, aquatanta. Chiseling, plate engraving, copperplate engraving, steel engraving, wood engraving, xylography, lignography, glyptography, serography, lithography, chromolithography, photolithography, zincography, glyphography, xylograph, lignograph, glyptograph, serograph, lithograph, chromolithograph, photolithograph, zincograph, glyphograph, holograph. Impression, print, engraving, plate, steel plate, copperplate, etching, mezzotint, aquatint, lithotint, cut, woodcut, stereotype, graphotype, autotype, heliotype. Graver, baron, etching point, style, plate, stone, wood block, negative, die, punch, stamp. Printing, plate printing, copperplate printing, anastatic printing, color printing, lithographic printing, type printing, and C591 three-color process. Illustration, illumination, halftone, photogravure, vignette, initial letter, cul de lamp, tailpiece, lapidary, lapidarian, v. Engrave, grave, stipple, scrape, etch, bite, bite in, lithograph and cn. Printage, insculptured, engraved and CV, lapidary, phr. Sculpsit, imprimit. 559. Artist, artist, painter, limner, drawer, sketcher, designer, engraver, master, old master, draftsman, draftsman, copyist, dauber, hack, enamel, enameler, enamelist, caricaturist. Historical painter, landscape painter, marine painter, flower painter, portrait painter, miniaturist, scene painter, sign painter, coach painter. Engraver, apelles, sculptor, carver, chaser, modeler, figuriste, statuary, Phidias, Praxiteles, royal academician. Photographer, cinematographer, lensman, cameraman, camera technician, camera buff, wildlife photographer, PHR. Photo safari, with gun and camera. 2. Conventional means 1. Language generally. 560. Language and language, phraseology and C 569. Speech and C 582. Tongue, lingo, vernacular, mother tongue, vulgar tongue, native tongue, household words, King's English, Queen's English, dialect and C 563. Confusion of tongues, Babel, passography, pantomime and C signs, 550. Onomatopoeia, Betacism, mimation, myotism, nunation, passigraphy. Lexicology, philology, glossology, glottology, linguistics, crestomathy, paleology, paleography, comparative grammar. Literature, letters, polite literature, Bell's letters, muses, humanities, literary humaneers, republic of letters, dead languages, classics, genius of language, scholarship and C scholar 492 v. Expressed by words in C 566. Lingual, linguistic, dialectic, vernacular, current, bilingual, diglot, hexaglot, polyglot, literary, phr. Syllables govern the world. 561. Letter and letter, character, hieroglyphic and C writing, 590 type and C, printing 591, capitals, digraph, trigraph, ideogram, ideograph, majuscule, minuscule, alphabet, ABC, abecedary, crisscross row, consonant, vowel, diphthong, triphthong, mute, liquid, labial, dental, guttural, syllable, monosyllable, dissyllable, polysyllable, affix, suffix. Spelling, orthograph, phonography, phonetic spelling, anagrammatism, metagrammatism. Cipher, monogram, anagram, doubly-crostic, v. Spellage. Literal, alphabetical, abecedarian, syllabic, majuscular, minuscular, uncial and C writing, 590. 562. Word, N-word, term, vocable, name and C 564. Phrase and C 566. Root etymon, derivative, part of speech and C grammar, 567. Idiophone. Dictionary, vocabulary, lexicon, glossary, index, concordance, thesaurus, gradus, dialectus, etymology, derivation, glossology, terminology, orosmology, paleology and C philology, 560. Lexicography, glossographer and C scholar, 492. Lexicologist, verbarian, edge, verbal, literal, titular, nominal, conjugate, paronymus, derivative, adv. Verbally and see edge. Verbatim and see exactly 494, phr, the artillery of words. 563. Neologism and neologism, newfangled expression, nonce expression, backformation, caconym, barbarism, archaism, black letter, monkish Latin, corruption, misting, malapropism, antiphrases. Pun, paronymasia, play upon words, wordplay and see wit, 842, double entendre and see ambiguity, 520, palindrome, paragram, anagram, clinch, abuse of language, abuse of terms. Dialect, brogue, idiom, accent, patois. Provincialism, regionalism, localism, broken English, lingua franca, Anglicism, Briticism, Gallicism, Scotticism, Hibernicism. Americanism. Gypsy lingo, Romany, pidgin, pidgin English, Volapük, Chinook, Esperanto, Hindustani, kitchen Kaffir, Dog Latin, macaronics, gibberish, confusion of tongues, Babel, Babu English, Shishi. Figure of speech and see metaphor, 521, byword. Colloquialism, informal speech, informal language, substandard language, vernacular, vulgar language, obscenity, vulgarity. Jargon, technical terms, technicality, lingo, slang, cant, argot, St. Giles, Greek, thieves, Latin, peddlers, French, flash tongue, Billingsgate, Wall Street slang, pseudology. Pseudonym and see misnomer, 565, Mr. So-and-so, what you call what you call him, what's his name, thingummy, thingumbob, genie size qua. Neologist, coiner of words, v. Coin words, coin a term, backform, Americanize, anglicize, edge, neologic, neological, archaic, obsolete and see old, 124, colloquial Anglis. 564. Nomenclature and nomenclature, naming and CV, nuncupation, nomination, baptism, orismology, onomatopoeia, antonymasia. Name, appellation, appellative, designation, title, heading, rubric, caption, denomination, by name, epithet, style, proper name, prenomen, agnomen, cognomen, patronymic, surname, cognomination, eponym, compilation, description, antonym, empty title, empty name, handle to one's name, namesake. Term, expression, noun, byword, convertible terms and see 522, technical term, cant and see 563 v. Name, call, term, denominate, designate, style, entitle, cleep, dub, christen, baptize, characterize, specify, define, distinguish by the name of, label and see mark, 550. Be called and CV, take the name of, bean the name of, go by the name of, be known by the name of, go under the name of, pass under the name of, rejoice in the name of, edge. Named and CV, height, yclept known as, what one may well call fairly, call properly, call fitly, nuncupatory, nuncupative, cognominal, titular, nominal, orismological, phr. Beggared all description. 565. Misnomer and misnomer, Lucas anon lucendo, Mrs. Malaprop, what you call him and see neologism, 563, Hoosier nickname, sobriquet, by name, assumed title, alias, nom de course, nom de theatre, nom de guerre, nom de plume, pseudonym, pseudonym ev. Misname, miscall, misterm, nickname, assume a name. Misnamed and CV, pseudonymous, soi-disant, self-called, self-styled, self-christened, so-called. Nameless, anonymous, without a having no name, innominate, unnamed, unacknowledged, adv, in no sense. 566. Phrase, end phrase, expression, set phrase, sentence, paragraph, figure of speech and see 521. Idiom, idiotism, turn of expression, style, paraphrase and see synonym, 522. Periphrase and see circumlocution, 573. Motto and see proverb, 496. Phraseology and see 569. V. Express, phrase, word, word it. Give words to, give expression to, voice. Arrange in words, clothe in words, put into words, express by words, couch in terms, find words to express, speak by the card, call, denominate, designate, dub edge. Expressed and CV, idiomatic, adv. In round terms, in set terms, in good set terms, in set phrases. 567. Grammar and grammar, accidents, syntax, praxis, punctuation, parts of speech, jussive, syllabication, inflection, case, declension, conjugation, a set norma liquendi, Lindley Murray and C. Schoolbook, 542, correct style, philology and C. Language, 560, v. Parse, punctuate, syllabicate. 568. Solecism and solecism, bad grammar, faulty grammar, slip of the pen, slip of the tongue, lapsus linguae, slip, bull, barbarism, impropriety, v. Use bad grammar, faulty grammar, soul size, commit a solecism, Murder the king's English, murder the queen's English, break Priscian's head. Ungrammatical, incorrect, inaccurate, faulty, improper, incongruous, solecistic, solcistical. 569. Style and style, diction, phraseology, wording, manner, strain, composition, mode of expression, choice of words, mode of speech, literary power, ready pen, pen of a ready writer, command of language and see eloquence. 582. Authorship, la morgue littéraire v. Express by words and see 566. Right, phr. Le style c'est de l'homme, style is the dress of thoughts. 0 various qualities of style. 570. Perspicuity, N perspicuity, perspicuousness and C intelligibility. 518. Plain speaking and C manifestation. 525. Definiteness, definition, exactness and C 494. Explicitness, lucidness. Lucid and C intelligible. 518. Explicit and C manifest. 525. Exact and C 494. 571. Obscurity, N obscurity and C unintelligibility. 519. Involution, hard words, ambiguity and C 520, unintelligibleness, vagueness and C 475, inexactness and C 495, what you call 'em and C neologism. 563, darkness of meaning, obscure and CN, crabbed, involved, confused. 572, conciseness and C edge, brevity, the soul of wit, laconism, tacitus, ellipsis, syncope, abridgment and C shortening. 201, compression and C 195, epitome and C 596, monostitch, brunch word, portmanteau word v, be concise and C edge, condense and C 195, abridge and C 201, abstract and C 596, come to the point. Concise, brief, short, terse, close, to the point, exact, neat, compact, compressed, condensed, pointed, laconic, curt, pithy, trenchant, summary, pregnant, compendious and C compendium. 596, succinct, elliptical, epigrammatic, quaint, crisp, sententious. Adv. Concisely and C edge. Briefly, summarily, in brief, in short, in a word, in a few words, for shortness' sake, to come to the point, to make a long story short, to cut the matter short, to be brief. It comes to this, the long and the short of it is, phr. Brevis esse laboro obscurus vio. 573. Diffuseness and C edge. Amplification and CV, dilating and CV. Verbosity, verbiage, cloud of words, copia verborum, flow of words and C loquacity. 584. Looseness. Polylogy, tautology, batology, parasology. Pleonasm, exuberance, redundancy, thrice-told tale, prolixity, circumlocution, ambages, periphrase, periphrasis, roundabout phrases, episode, expletive, penullining, richness and C 577 v. Be diffuse and C edge. Run out on, descant, expatiate, enlarge, dilate, amplify, expand, inflate, launch out, branch out, rant, maunder, prose, harp upon and C repeat. 104, dwell on, insist upon. Digress, ramble, batter la campagny, beat about the bush, perorate, spin a long yarn, protract, spin out, swell out, draw out, batologize. Diffuse, profuse, wordy, verbose, large, eloquent, copious, exuberant, pleonastic, lengthy, longsome, long-winded, long-spun, long-drawn-out, spun out, protracted, prolix, prosing, maundering, circumlocutory, paraphrastic, ambagus, roundabout, digressive, discursive, excursive, loose, rambling, episodic, flatulent, frothy, adv. Diffusely and C edge, at large and extenso, about it and about it. 574. Vigor and vigor, power, force, boldness, raciness and C edge. Intellectual, force, spirit, point, antithesis, piquance, piquancy, verve, glow, fire, warmth, strong language, gravity, sententiousness, elevation, loftiness, sublimity, eloquence, command of words, command of language. Vigorous, nervous, powerful, forcible, trenchant, incisive, impressive, sensational. Spirited, lively, glowing, sparkling, racy, bold, slashing, pungent, piquant, full of point, pointed, pithy, antithetical, sententious, lofty, elevated, sublime, eloquent, vehement, petulant, impassioned, poetic. Adv. In glowing terms, in good set terms, in no measured terms. Phr. Thoughts that breath and words that burn. 575. Feebleness and C edge. Feeble, bald, tame, meager, jejune, vapid, bland, trashy, lukewarm, cold, frigid, poor, dull, dry, languid, colorless, enervated, proposing, prosy, prosaic, unvaried, monotonous, weak, washy, wishy-washy. sketchy, slight, careless, slovenly, loose, lax, negligent. 460, slipshod, slip, inexact, puerile, childish, flatulent, rambling and c. diffuse. 573. 576, plainness and c-edge. Simplicity, severity, plain terms, plain English, Saxon English, household words. V. Call a spade, plunge in medias res, come to the point, edge, plain, simple, unornamented, unadorned, unvarnished, homely, homespun, neat, severe, chaste, pure, Saxon, commonplace, matter of fact, natural, prosaic, dry, unvaried, monotonous, and c. 575. Adv, in plain terms, in plain words, in plain English, in plain common parlance, point blank. 577. Ornament, floridness. C. Edge, turgidity, turgescence, altiloquence, and c. Edge. Declamation, teratology, well-rounded periods, elegance, and c. 578. Orotundity, inversion, antithesis, alliteration, paranomasia, figurativeness, and c. Metaphor. 521. Flourish, flowers of speech, flowers of rhetoric, frills of style, euphuism, euphemism. Big-sounding words, high-sounding words, macrology, sesquipedalian verba, Alexandrine, inflation, pretension, rant, bombast, fustian, prose, run mad, fine writing, sesquipedality, Minerva press, phrasemonger, euphuist, euphemist. V. Ornament, overlay with ornament, overcharge, smell of the lamp. Ornament and CV. Beautified and c. 847. Ornate, florid, rich, flowery, euphuistic, euphemistic, sonorous, high-sounding, big-sounding, inflated, swelling, tumid, turgid, turgescent, pedantic, pompous, stilted, orotund, high-flown, high-flowing, sententious, rhetorical, declamatory, grandiose, grandiloquent, magniloquent, altiloquent, sesquipedal, sesquipedalian, Johnsonian, mouthy, bombastic, fustian, frothy, flashy, flaming. Antithetical, alliterative, figurative, and c. 521, artificial and c. inelegant. 579. Adv. Or rutundo. 578. Elegance, elegance, purity, grace, ease, gracefulness, readiness, and c. Edge. Concinnity, euphony, numerosity, Atticism, classicalism, classicism, well-rounded periods, well-turned periods, flowing periods, the right word in the right place, antithesis, and c. 577. Purist. V. Point and antithesis, round a period. Elegant, polished, classical, Attic, correct, Ciceronian, artistic, chaste, pure, Saxon, academical. Graceful, easy, readable, fluent, flowing, tripping, unaffected, natural, unlabored, mellifluous, euphonious, euphemism, euphemistic, numerose, rhythmical, felicitous, happy, neat, well put, neatly put, well expressed, neatly expressed. 579. Inelegance, inelegance, stiffness and c. Edge. Unlettered muse, barbarism, slang and c. 563, solecism and c. 568, mannerism and c. affectation. 855, euphuism, fustian and c. 577, cacophony, words that break the teeth, words that dislocate the jaw. Marinism. V. Be inelegant and c. Edge. Inelegant, graceless, ungraceful, harsh, abrupt, dry, stiff, cramped, formal, ginned, forced, labored, artificial, mannered, ponderous, awkward, uncourtly, unpolished. Turgid and c. 577, affected, euphuistic, barbarous, uncouth, grotesque, rude, crude, halting, offensive to ears, polite. 2. Spoken language. 580. Voice, voice, vocality, organ, lungs, bellows, good voice, fine voice, powerful voice, and c. loud. 404. Musical voice and c. 413. Intonation. Tone of voice and c. sound. 402. Vocalization. Cry and c. 411. Strain, utterance, prolation, exclamation, ejaculation, vociferation, ekphonses. Enunciation, articulation, articulate sound, distinctness, clearness of articulation, stage, whisper, delivery. Accent, accentuation, emphasis, stress, broad accent, strong accent, pure accent, native accent, foreign accent. Pronunciation, homonym, orthopy. Cacopy, euphony and c. melody. 413. Gastriloquism, ventriloquism, ventriloquist. Polyphonism, polyphonist. Phonology and c. sound. 402. V. Utter, breathe, give utterance, give tongue. Cry and c. shout. 411. Ejaculate, rap out, vocalize, prolate, articulate, enunciate, pronounce, accentuate, aspirate, deliver, mouth, whisper in the ear. Vocal, phonetic, oral, ejaculatory, articulate, distinct, stertorous. Euphonious and c. melodious. 413. Phr. How sweetly sounds the voice of a good woman, the organ of the soul, thy voice is a celestial melody zir. 581. Aphony, aphonia, dumbness and siege. Obmutescence, absence of voice, want of voice, dysphony. Cacope, silence and c taciturnity. 585. Rosity, harsh voice and c 410. Unmusical voice and c 414. Falsetto, childish treble mute, dummy v. Keep silence and c 585. Speak low, speak softly. Whisper and c faintness, 405. Silence, render mute, render silent. Muzzle, muffle, suppress, smother, gag, strike dumb, dumbfounder, drown the voice, put to silence, stop one's mouth, cut one short, stick in the throat. Aphonous, dumb, mute, deaf and dumb, mum, tongue-tied, breathless, tongueless, voiceless, speechless, wordless. Mute as a fish, mute as a stockfish, mute as a mackerel. Silent and c taciturn, 585. Muzzled, inarticulate, inaudible. Croaking, raucous, hoarse, husky, dry, hollow, sepulchral, hoarse as a raven, rough adv. With bated breath, with the finger on the lips, sotto voce, in a low tone, in a cracked voice, in a broken voice, phr. Vox faucibus hisit. 582. Speech, end speech, faculty of speech, locution, talk, parlance, verbal intercourse, perlation, oral communication, word of mouth, parole, palaver, prattle, effusion, oration, recitation, delivery, say, speech, lecture, harangue, sermon, tirade, formal speech, peroration, speechifying, soliloquy and c 589, allocution and c 586, conversation and c 588, salutatory, screed, valedictory. Oratory, elocution, eloquence, rhetoric, declamation, grandiloquence, multiloquence, burst of eloquence, fecundity, flow of words, command of language, copia verborum, power of speech, gift of the gab, usus loquendi. Speaker and CV, spokesman, prolocutor, interlocutor, mouthpiece, Hermes, orator, oratrix, oratris, Demosthenes, Cicero, rhetorician, stump orator, platform orator, speechmaker, patterer, improvisator, v. Speak of, say, utter, pronounce, deliver, give utterance to, utter forth, pour forth, breathe, let fall, come out with, rap out, blurt out, have on one's lips, have at the end of one's tongue, have at the tip of one's tongue. Break silence, open one's lips, open one's mouth, lift one's voice, raise one's voice, give the tongue, wag the tongue, talk, outspeak, put in a word or two, hold forth, make a speech, deliver a speech, and cn. Speechify, harangue, declaim, stump, flourish, recite, lecture, sermonize, discourse, be on one's legs, have one say one's say. Spout, rant, rave, vent one's fury, vent one's rage, expatiate, and speak at length. 573. Speak one's mind, go on the stump, take the stump. Soliloquize and c 589. Tell and see, inform, 527. Speak to and c 586. Talk together and c 588. Be eloquent and siege. Have a tongue in one's head, have the gift of the gab and cn pass one's lips, escape one's lips, fall from the lips, fall from the mouth. Speaking and c, spoken and cv, oral, lingual, phonetic, not written, unwritten, outspoken, eloquent, elocutionary, oratorical, rhetorical, declamatory, grandiloquent and c 577, talkative and c 584, Ciceronian, nuncupative, Tullian, adv, orally and siege. By word of mouth, viva voce, from the lips of phr. Quoth he, said he, and see, action is eloquence, pour the full tide of eloquence along, she speaks poignards and every word stabs, speech is but broken light upon the depth of the unspoken g. Eliot, to try thy eloquence now 'tis time. 583. Stammering and inarticulateness, stammering and cv, hesitation and cv, impediment in one's speech. Titubancy, trollism, whisper and c, faint sound, 405. Lisp, drawl, tardiloquence, nasal tone, nasal accent. Twang, falsetto and c, want of voice. 581. Broken voice, broken accents, broken sentences. Brogue and c, 563. Slip of the tongue, lapsus lingua. V. Stammer, stutter, hesitate, falter, hammer, balbutiate, balbucinate, haw, hum and haw, be unable to put two words together. Mumble, mutter, maud, mater, whisper and c, 405. Mince, lisp, jabber, gibber, sputter, splutter, muffle, mump, drawl, mouth, croak, speak thick, speak through the nose, snuffle, clip one's words, murder the language, murder the king's English, murder the queen's English, mispronounce, missay. Stammering and cv, inarticulate, guttural, nasal, tremulous, affected, adv. Sotto voce and c, faintly, 405. 584. Loquacity and loquacity, loquaciousness, talkativeness and c edge, garrulity, Multiloquence, much speaking, jaw, gabble, jabber, chatter, prate, prattle, cackle, clack, twaddle, twaddle, rattle, cackay, coquetry, blabber, bavardage, bibble, babble, gibble, gabble, small talk and see converse, 588. Fluency, flippancy, volubility, flowing, tongue, flow of words, flux debauch, flux de mots, copia verborum, cacos liquendi, furor liquendi, verbosity and see diffuseness, 573. Gift of the gab and see eloquence, 582. Talker, chatterer, chatterbox, babbler and CV. Rattle, ranter, sermonizer, proser, driveler, blatherskite, gossip and see converse, 588. Magpie, jay, parrot, pole, babel, mulena paroles. V. Be loquacious and see edge. Talk glibly, pour forth, patter. Prate, palaver, prose, chatter, prattle, clack, jabber, jaw, blather, bladder, blether. Rattle, rattle on twaddle, twaddle, babble, gabble, outtalk. Talk oneself out of breath, talk oneself hoarse. Expatiate and see, speak at length, 573. Gossip and see, converse, 588. Din in the ears and see, repeat, 104. Talk at random. Talk nonsense and see, 497. Be hoarse with talking. Loquacious, talkative, garrulous, linguacious, multiloquous, largiloquent, chattering and CV. Chatty and C sociable, 892. Declamatory and C 582. Open-mouthed, fluent, voluble, glib, flippant, long-tongued, long-winded and C diffuse, 573. Adv. Trippingly on the tongue, glibly and C edge. Off the reel, PHR. The tongue running fast, the tongue running loose, the tongue running on wheels, all talk and no cider. Foul whisperings are abroad. What a spendthrift is he of his tongue. 585. Taciturnity, N silence, muteness, obmutescence, taciturnity, pauciloquy, costiveness, curtness, reserve, reticence and C concealment, 528. Man of few words, V, be silent and see edge. Keep silence, keep mum, hold one's tongue, hold one's peace, hold one's jaw, not speak. And C 582. Say nothing, keep one's counsel, seal the lips, close the lips, button the lips, zipper the lips, put a padlock on the lips, put a padlock on the mouth, put a bridle on one's tongue, bite one's tongue, keep one's tongue between one's teeth, make no sign, not let a word escape one, keep a secret and see 528, not have a word to say, hush up, hush, lay the finger on the lips, place the finger on the lips. Render mute and see 581, stick in one's throat edge. Silent mute mum, silent as a post, silent as a stone, silent as the grave and see still, 403, dumb and see 581, unconversable. Taciturn, sparing of words, closet-tongued, costive, inconversable, curt, reserved, reticent and see concealing, 528, int. Shush, tush, silence, mum, hush, chut, hist, tut, chup, mum's the word, keep your mouth shut. PHR. Cave quid dissus quando at cui, volto sciolto I pensari strati. 586. Allocution, an allocution, alloquy, address, speech and see 582 apostrophe, interpolation, appeal, invocation, salutation, word in the ear, dialogism. Platform and see 542, plank, audience and see interview 588 v. Speak to, address, accost, make up to, apostrophize, appeal to, invoke, bawl, salute, call to, halloo, take aside, take by the butt, talk to in private. Lecture and see make a speech, 582 int. Soho, halloo, hey, hist. 587. Response, N and CC answer, 462. 588. Conversation, N conversation, interlocution, collocution, colloquy, converse, confabulation, talk, discourse, verbal intercourse, oral communication, commerce, dialogue, duologue, trialogue, causerie, chat, chit-chat, small talk, table talk, teatable talk, town talk, village talk, idle talk. Tattle, gossip, tittle-tattle, babble, babblement, tripodage, cackle, prittle-prattle, can, on dit. Talk of the town, talk of the village. Conference, parley, interview, audience, pourparlor, tete-a-tete reception, conversazione, congress and see council, 696, powwow 0 hall of audience, durbar. Palaver, debate, logomachy, war of words, gossip, tattler, paul pry, tabby, chatterer and see loquacity, 584 interlocutor and see spokesman, 582, conversationist, dialogist. The feast of reason and the flow of soul, malia tempora fandi. V. Talk together, converse, confabulate, hold on a conversation, carry on a conversation, join in a conversation, engage in a conversation, put in a word. Shine in conversation, bandy words, parley, palaver, chat, gossip, tattle, prate and see loquacity, 584. powwow, discourse with, confer with, commune with, commerce with, hold converse, hold conference, hold intercourse, talk it over, be closeted with, talk with one in private, teat-a-teat. Conversing and CV, interlocutory, conversational, conversible, discursive, discoursive, chatty and C, sociable, 892, colloquial, PHR. With the conversing I forget all time. 589. Soliloquy, N soliloquy, monologue, apostrophe, monology V, soliloquize, say to oneself, talk to oneself, say aside, think aloud, apostrophize, edge, soliloquizing and CV, adv, aside 3. Written language. 590. Writing, N writing and CV, chirography, stellography, serography, penmanship, craftsmanship, quill driving, typewriting, writing, manuscript, ms, literary scripty, these presents, stroke of the pen, dash of the pen, coupe de plume, line, headline, pen and ink, letter and C 561, uncial writing, cuneiform character, arrowhead agam, runes, hieroglyphic, contraction, Brahmi, Devanagari, Nagari, script. Shorthand, stenography, brachygraphy, tachygraphy, secret writing, writing in cipher, cryptography, stenography, phonography, passography, polygraphy, logography. Copy, transcript, rescript, rough copy, fair copy, handwriting, signature, sign manual, autograph, monograph, holograph, hand, fist. Calligraphy, good hand, running hand, flowing hand, cursive hand, legible hand, bold hand. Cacography, griffonage, barbouillage, bad hand, cramped hand, crabbed hand, illegible hand, scribble and CV. Pats de mouch, ill-formed letters, pothooks and hangers, stationery. Pen, quill, goose quill, pencil, style, paper, foolscap, parchment, vellum, papyrus, tablet, slate, marble, pillar, table, blackboard, ink bottle, ink horn, ink pot, ink stand, ink well typewriter. Transcription and C, copy, 21. Inscription and C, record, 551. Superscription and C, indication, 550. Graphology, composition, authorship, cacoethes scribendi, graphudia, graphomania, phrenna. Writer, scribe, amanuensis, scrivener, secretary, clerk, penman, copyist, transcriber, quill driver, stenographer, typewriter, typist, writer for the press and C, author, 593. V. Write, pen, copy, engross, write out fair, transcribe, scribble, scrawl, scrabble, scratch, interline, stain paper, write down and see record, 551, sign and see attest, 467, and face. Compose, indite, draw up, draft, formulate, dictate, inscribe, throw on paper, dash off, manifold, take up the pen, take pen in hand, shed ink, spill ink, dip one's pen in ink. Writing and CV, written and CV, in writing in black and white under one's hand, uncial, runic, cuneiform, hieroglyphical adv. Current calamo, pen in hand, PHR. Audactor et sincere, le style est elham meme, nature's noblest gift, my grey goose quill, scribendi rect sapper et principium et fons, that mighty instrument of little men, the pen became a clarion. 591. Printing, N printing, block printing, type printing, plate printing and C 558 engraving. The press and C publication, 531 composition, print, letterpress text, context, note, page, column, typography, stereotype, electrotype, aprotype, type, black letter, font, fount, pi, capitals and C letters, 561. Brevier, bourgeois, pica, boldface and C, capitals, caps. Catchword, composing frame, composing room, composing rule, composing stand, composing stick, italics, justification, linotype, live matter, logotype, lowercase, uppercase, makeup, matrix, matter, monotype. 4-1/2.5.512.6.7.8. Pressroom, Reglet, Roman, running head, running title, scale, serif, shank, sheetwork, shoulder, signature, slug, underlay. Folio and C book, 593, copy, impression, pull, proof, revise, author's proof, galley proof, press revise, printer, compositor, reader, printer's devil, copyholder, V. Print, compose, put to press, go to press, pass through the press, see through the press, publish and C 531, bring out, appear in print, rush into print, distribute, make up, mortise, offset, overrun, route. Printed and CV, in type, typographical and CN, solid and galleys. 592. Correspondence, N correspondence, letter, epistle, note, billet, postcard, missive, circular, favor, billet-doux, chitty, letter card, picture, postcard, postal card, dispatch, bulletin, these presents, rescript, rescription, post and C messenger. 534 V. Correspond with, write to, send a letter to, keep up a correspondence. Epistolary, PHR. Furor scribendi. 593. Book and booklet. Writing, work, volume, tome, opuscule, tract, tractate, livret, brochure, libretto, handbook, codex, manual, pamphlet, enchiridion, circular publication. Chapbook. Part, issue, number, livraison, album, portfolio, periodical, serial, magazine, ephemeris, annual, journal, paper, bill, sheet, broadsheet, leaf, leaflet, fly leaf, page, quire, ream. Chapter, section, head, article, paragraph, passage, clause, end papers, frontispiece, cover, binding, folio, quarto, octavo, duodecimo, sextodecimo, octodecimo. Encyclopedia, in compilation. Library, bibliotheca. Press and C publication, 531, definitive work, treatise, comprehensive treatise, dissertation, 595. Writer, author, literature essayist, journalism, pen, scribbler, the scribbling race, literary hack, Grub Street writer, writer for the press, gentleman of the press, representative of the press, adjective jerker, diascost, ghost, hack writer, inkslinger, publicist, reporter, penny aligner, editor, subeditor, playwright and C 599, poet and C 597. Bookseller, publisher, bibliopol, bibliopolist, librarian, bookstore, bookshop, bookseller's shop, knowledge of books, bibliography, book learning and C knowledge, 490, phr. Among the giant fossils of my past E. B. Browning, Cranes tout dun auteur and curu. For authors nobler palms remain, I live to write and wrote to live, look in thy heart and write, there is no past so long as books shall live, the public mind is the creation of the master writers, volumes that I prize above my dukedom. 594. Description, end description, account, statement, report, expose and see disclosure, 529. Specification, particulars, state of facts, summary of facts, brief and see abstract, 596. Return and see record, 551. Catalog raison and see list, 86. Guidebook and see information, 527. Delineation and see representation, 554. Sketch, monograph, minute account, detailed particular account, circumstantial account, graphic account, narration, recital, rehearsal, relation, historiography, chronography, historic muse, Clio, history, biography, autobiography, necrology, obituary. Narrative, history, memoir, memorials, annals and see chronicle, 551. Saga, tradition, legend, story, tale, historiette, personal narrative, journal, life, adventures, fortunes, experiences, confessions, anecdote, Anna, trait. Work of fiction, novel, romance, Minerva Press, fairy tale, nursery tale, fable, parable, apologue, dime novel, penny dreadful, shilling shocker, relater and CV, raconteur, historian and C recorder. 553. Biographer, fabulist, novelist. V. Describe, set forth and C state, 535. Draw a picture, portray and C represent, 554. Characterize, particularize, narrate, relate, recite, recount, sum up, run over, recapitulate, rehearse, fight one's battles over again. Unfold a tale and see, disclose, 529. Tell, give an account of, render an account of, report, make a report, draw up a statement. Detail, enter into particulars, enter into details, descend to particulars, descend to details, itemize. Descriptive, graphic, narrative, epic, suggestive, well-drawn, historic. Traditional, traditionary, legendary, anecdotic, storied, described and CV. PHR. Furor scribendi. 595. Dissertation, end dissertation, treatise S. Thesis, theme, monograph, tract, tractate, tractation, discourse, memoir, disquisition, lecture, sermon, homily, pandect. Excursus. Commentary, review, critique, criticism, article, leader, leading article, editorial, running commentary. Investigation and C, inquiry, 461. Study and C, consideration, 451. Discussion and C, reasoning, 476. Exposition and C, explanation, 522. Commentator, critic, essayist, pamphleteer. V. Expound upon a subject, dissert upon a subject, descant upon a subject, write upon a subject, touch upon a subject. Treat a subject thoroughly, treat of a subject, take up a subject, ventilate a subject, discuss a subject, deal with a subject, go into a subject at length, canvass a subject, handle a subject, do justice to a subject. Hold forth, discourse, delve into. Discursive, disquisitionary, expository. 596. Compendium, compendium, abstract, précis, epitome, multum and parvo, analysis, pandect, digest, sum and substance, brief, abridgment, summary, apercu, draft, minute, note, excerpt, synopsis, textbook, conspectus, outlines, syllabus, contents, heads, prospectus. Album, scrapbook, notebook, memorandum book, commonplace book, extracts, excerpta, cuttings, fugitive pieces, fugitive writing, spissalgum, flowers, anthology, collectanea, anocta, compilation. Recapitulation, resume, review, abbreviation, abbreviature, contraction, shortening and C201 compression and C195 v. Abridge, abstract, epitomize, summarize, make an abstract, prepare an abstract, draw an abstract, compile an abstract, and CN. Recapitulate, review, skim, run over, sum up, abbreviate and C short 201, condense and C compress 195, compile and C collect 72, edge, compendious, synoptic, analytic, abridge, abridged and CV, verum, adv. In short, in epitome, in substance, in few words, PHR. It lies in a nutshell. 597. Poetry and poetry, poetics, poesy, muse, calliope, tuneful nine, parnasius, helicon, periods, Pierian spring, versification, rhyming, making verses, prosody, orthometry. Poem, epic, epic poem, epopee, epopea, ode, epode, idyll, lyric, eclogue, pastoral, bucolic, dithyramb, anacreontic, sonnet, roundelay, rondo, rondo, madrigal, canzonet, cento, monody, elegy, amoebium, ghazal, palinode. Dramatic poetry, lyric poetry, opera, posy, anthology, disjecta membra poeti, song, ballad, lay, love song, drinking song, war song, sea song, lullaby, music and C415, nursery rhymes, doggerel, Hudibrastic verse, prose, run mad, macaronics, macaronic verse, leonine verse, runes. Canto, stanza, distich, verse, line, couplet, triplet, quatrain, strophe, antistrophe. Verse, rhyme, assonance, crambo, meter, measure, foot, numbers, strain, rhythm, accentuation in C, voice 580, dactyl, spondy, trochee, anapist in C, hexameter, pentameter, alexandrine, anacruces, antispast, blank verse, ictus, elegiacs in C edge. Elegiac verse, elegaic meter, elegaic poetry. Poet, poet laureate, bard, lyrist, scald, troubadour, trouver, minstrel, minnesinger, meistersinger, improvisator, versifier, sonneteer, rhymer, rhymist, rhymester, ballad monger, runer, poetaster, genus irritable vatum v. Poetize, sing, versify, make verses, rhyme, scan. Poetic, poetical, lyric, lyrical, tuneful, epic, dithyrambic, and CN. Metrical, acadjoctin, elegiac, iambic, trochaic, anapstic, amoebic, melibean, scaldic, ionic, sapphic, alcaic, pindaric, phr. A poem round and perfect as a star. Alex Smith, Dichtung und Wahrheit Furor Poeticus. His virtues formed the magic of his song. I do but sing because I must. I learnt life from the poets. Licentia vatum, mutum est pictura poma, o for a muse of fire. Sweet food of sweetly uttered knowledge. The true poem is the poet's mind. Volk der Dichter und Denker, wisdom married to immortal verse. 598. Prose and prose writer, prosaisism, prosaist, proser v. Prose, write and prose, edge. Prosal, prosy, prosaic, unpoetic, unpoetical. Rhymeless, unrhymed in prose, not in verse. 599. The drama and the drama, the stage, the theater, the play, film, the film, movies, motion pictures, cinema, cinematography, theatricals, dramaturgy, histrionic art, buskin, sock, cothurnus, melpomene, and thalia, thespis. Play, drama, stage play, piece, 5-act play, tragedy, comedy, opera, vaudeville, comedietta, lever de ride interlude, afterpiece, exode, farce, divertissement, extravaganza, burletta, harlequinade, pantomime, burlesque, opera bouffe, ballet, spectacle, masque, drame, comedy, drame, melodrame, comedy, larmiante, sensation, drama, tragicomedy, farcical comedy, monodrame, monologue, duologue, trilogy, charade, proverbs, mystery, miracle, play, musical comedy. Western, horse opera, flick, spy film, love story, adventure film, documentary, nature film, pornographic film, smoker, skin flick, X-rated film, act, scene, tableau, induction, introduction, prologue, epilogue, libret. Performance, representation, mise en scene, stagery, jeu de theater, acting, gesture, and C550. Impersonation and C554. Stage business, gag, buffoonery, light comedy, genteel comedy, low comedy. Theater, playhouse, opera house, music hall, amphitheater, circus, hippodrome, theater in the round, puppet show, fantoccini, marionettes, Punch and Judy, auditory, auditorium, front of the house, stalls, boxes, pit, gallery, parquet, green room, coulisses, flat, drop, drop scene, wing, screen, side scene, transformation scene, curtain, act, drop, proscenium. Stage, scene, scenery, the boards, trap, mezzanine floor, flies, floats, footlights, offstage, orchestra. Theatrical costume, theatrical properties. Movie studio, backlot, on location, part, role, character, dramatis personae, repertoire. Actor, thespian, player, method actor, stage player, strolling player, stager, performer, mime, mimer, artists, comedian, tragedian, Rossius, star, movie star, star of stage and screen, superstar, idol, sex symbol, supporting actor, supporting cast, hamfetter, masker. Pantomimist, clown, harlequin, buff, buffoon, farceur, grimacer, pantaloon, columbine, punchinello, pulcinella, extra, bit player, walk-on role, cameo appearance. Mute, figurante, general utility. Supernumerary company. First tragedian, prima donna, protagonist, June premiere, debutante, light comedian, gentle comedian, low comedian, walking gentleman, amoroso, heavy father ingenu, June vieuve, mummer, geyser, gisard, gisart, mask, mountebank, jack pudding. Tumbler, posture master, acrobat, contortionist, ballet dancer, ballet girl, chorus singer, choreography, dance use. Property man, costumer, machinist, prompter, call boy, manager, director, stage manager, acting manager. Producer, entrepreneur, impresario, backer, investor, angel zero, dramatic author, dramatic writer, playwright, dramatist, mammographer, act, play, perform, put on the stage, personate and see 554, mimic and see imitate 19. Enact, play a part, act a part, go through a part, perform a part, rehearse, spout, gag, rant, strut and fret one's hour upon a stage, tread the boards, tread the stage, come out, star it. Dramatic, theatrical, scenic, histrionic, comic, tragic, buskind, farcical, tragicomic, melodramatic, operatic, stagey, adv. On the stage, on the boards, on film, before the floats, before an audience, behind the scenes, phr. Fear totus mundus exercit histrionem, suit the action to the word to the action, the plays the thing, to wake the soul by tender strokes of art 0.